Doomed to be Canon Fodder Chapter 245 to Chapter 292. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Longheng smiled maliciously, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. If one did not stare at him, one would not be able to tell that he was smiling. However, Xianxia felt cold sweat trickling down her back. She said softly, "Actually, you wanted to say, little girl, wait for me to recover from my injuries." This sentence. Longheng stared blankly for a moment before touching his face. Was he that obvious? How did she know? You've said it so many times before. Every time you're like this, it's quite scary. At this time, he was blaming the author for not being able to get out of bed for 3 days. It was really torturing both his body and mind. You're smart. Don't worry, wait. How am I in a hurry? Xianxia rolled her eyes at him. However, a certain prince automatically interpreted it as a flirtatious glance. Today's weather was cool and refreshing. The breeze felt very comfortable when it blew on the body. Xianxia lifted the curtain of the small window and looked outside. It was as if everything that happened on the battlefield just happened in a dream. However, those were precious memories. She would never forget the struggle of those nameless heroes and the sacrifice of those soldiers. Do you want to go back to Peace City? Yes, the people there are very cute. I like it there too. If possible, I'd rather be an idle prince there. Yes. You're not fighting for it. I thought you'd persuade me to take a higher position. Xianxia turned to look at Longheng and said seriously, that position is a pit. Once you jump in, you'll lose all your family, love, and friendship. Our son, me, and the old madam will be abandoned by you sooner or later. Naive. Who's naive? It's the truth. In the face of benefits, no matter if it's the royal family or other families, they won't care about family or love. You and I, shouldn't we be very clear about this? Xianxia looked at Longheng with some confusion, only to see him raise his hand and gently touch her head, saying, "In the past, you were a concubine, some dirty things would be far away from you. But soon, they will reveal their true selves in front of you. Actually, how I wish you would never know about this." What are you talking about? For some reason, Xianxia saw a flash of sadness in Longheng's eyes. She had never known that he could be sad about anything. You only need to know that I have nothing but you, mother, and Lin. The same goes for you. Me, and my brother, in that family of yours, only that brat is sincere to you. What did he mean by that? Could it be that there was something fishy about the warm scholarly family she had imagined? But looking at the disdain in Longheng's eyes, that was clearly what he meant. That's why I said that you're too naive. You always think that others are good. If your parents were good, why would they send you to live as a widow in the prince's mansion? I won't say more. You will understand very soon. Xianxia seemed to understand something as she listened. Before Longheng returned from the battlefield, old madam had brought these 4 madams in. Although it looked very impressive, there was a saying that it was better to be a poor man's wife than a rich man's concubine. Her legitimate daughter was sent here to be a concubine, but the original owner's parents didn't feel much pity for her. Moreover, she had been in the mansion for so long, but they didn't come to see her. Even after she gave birth to the little heir, she heard that they sent some gifts, but they didn't see them. At that time, she felt that this family was very considerate. They were afraid that it would be difficult for their daughter to be a concubine, so they didn't come. After all, this concubine's parents weren't presentable. Could it be that they didn't come simply because they didn't want to see her? Forget it, maybe Longheng was just overthinking. The atmosphere in the carriage was very cold. Fortunately, not long after, they arrived at the sending-off pavilion outside the east gate of the imperial palace. Everyone gathered there, and then the men rode horses and the women sat in the carriage to the East Mountain hunting area. But there was a problem here. Longheng was helped out of the carriage and then laid down on the soft sedan. Only now did Xianxia realize that her husband was really good at acting. He was lying on the bed with such a weak look on his face. He really did look like he'd been seriously ill. The people around naturally came to ask about his well-being. The emperor's heart was first happy, then bitter. He was happy because he felt that Longheng had finally suffered a big loss in his hands. Looking at him like this, it seemed that he wouldn't be able to recover for at least a month. He was bitter because he was clearly showing everyone how he, the emperor, didn't understand human relationships. Obviously, he was sick like this, yet he was still sent to accompany the prince. This was clearly making things difficult for him, so the emperor frowned and comforted Longheng with a few words. Then he had him lie there and didn't need to come down. Longheng naturally agreed. Even if he wanted to come down, it would be difficult. He wouldn't joke around with his body. This time, the empress wasn't present. If she wasn't present, then the old madam couldn't come. After all, she was the empress' guest. Those who came were all the emperor's concubines. There were a total of 10 carriages. There were about 16 or 17 concubines or women who had some relationship with the emperor. Xianxia looked at the carriages of the imperial concubines and shook her head. Being the emperor was amazing. How could he serve so many women? However, Lin Qianzi was here as well. She'd overheard about it yesterday. She still had the mind to find her for revenge. She thought of a lot of ways, but unfortunately, she heard it all clearly. Because she was afraid that Longheng would be worried, she didn't mention it and waited for the other side to panic. She just didn't understand. You're a little girl who just had an abortion less than an hour ago. Why did you go to battle with a light injury? Moreover, she probably didn't know that she was actually a gun being used by someone else. And the person shooting from behind was someone else. That person should also be here. Xianxia felt that she really had to face a lot of enemies today. The emperor first sat in a sedan chair. When he left the capital and arrived at the North Mountain, he rode a horse. His eyes subconsciously drifted towards Xianxia. No one could stop a man's desire to look at a beauty, not to mention a legendary beauty like Xianxia. Some people hated her, some people loved her. Those who hated her to death, and those who loved her felt pity for her. And these people were all in the harem. There were his new concubines and the previous emperor's old concubines. Just as he was thinking, a very white and tender little hand suddenly reached out from the carriage. The little hand was holding a water bag. It seemed to be thrown with force. The water bag was thrown at Longheng. Longheng reached out his hand to catch it and drank a mouthful. The husband and wife were very loving. These small actions that couldn't be more ordinary showed that she was a somewhat witty woman. Obviously, she could have the servants hand the water bag to Longheng, but she threw it herself. Moreover, she threw it very low. Wasn't she just trying to tease Longheng? He had to admit that those well-behaved women looked very dignified, but they were still not as lively as these naughty women. There were very few women like this in the harem. Even the seemingly coquettish Lin Qianzi was usually very dull. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The large army marched towards the North Mountains. They were like leaders on a journey, especially the Imperial Guard of Honor. Xianxia's horizons were broadened. Once they entered the North Mountains, they began to set up camp. Every residence had a camp arranged by the palace staff. Because Prince Rong didn't come, the person with the highest rank after the emperor was Li of Gojoseon. Therefore, their camp was set up next to the imperial families, ranking second. Next was Minister Lin's home. He could now be considered the emperor's father-in-law. Minister Lin was elated. His daughter had become a noble lady. According to the palace staff, the emperor would promote her sooner or later. How could he not be happy? When he looked at Longheng again, he felt that his daughter was right not to choose him. He was only a chess piece that could be removed by the emperor at any time. In the end, wasn't he serving his daughter and son-in-law? The camp was quickly set up. Xianxia also tidied up the carriage and got off. Because everyone had to be organized before setting off, she and Longheng sat in the tent for a while. They only set off when they heard the news from outside. This time everyone was going to ride horses. Regardless of whether they were men or women, everyone rode their horses into the mountains. Naturally, some palace staff and attendants would bring along their belongings. When they found prey, they would clean it up on the spot and leave it for everyone to eat at noon. Longheng couldn't ride a horse, so he laid down on the sedan chair and was carried by 4 people. Raising a concubine to become the main wife should have been a joke, but when everyone saw the valiant and formidable Xianxia, they felt that his beating wasn't in vain. Especially Song Jiayue. His heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat. He couldn't calm down for a long time. He felt that he was useless. He couldn't even compare to that Yu Kuang. Although that alliance head was also interested in her, he was able to pick up and let go. When he saw that she had safely returned to the prince's residence, he returned to Jianghu. As for him, he always wanted to see her again. In the end, he couldn't let go. But when they saw him, they didn't know what to say. They could only watch from afar. Bai Xianxia had already practiced her horsemanship in Ming City. Moreover, she had signed up for a crash course. Moreover, it was a crash course that required her to run like crazy. This horse was stable and handsome. How could an ordinary woman compare to it? In addition, she was neat and tidy today, and there was a beautiful bow and arrow hanging behind her horse. Her beautiful and flawless face made people envious and jealous. This was most obvious on Lin Qianzi. Today, she was wearing a beautiful white dress. Because of her miscarriage, she looked very pitiful. That's right. After all, she's the female lead. If I don't pity her, how can I attract the attention of others? But was it really appropriate to wear white? Bai Xianxia ignored her murderous gaze and continued to walk side by side with Long Heng's sedan. I'm afraid she wants to harm you. Be careful. I know. Don't worry. I know very well what she wants to do to me. Bai Xianxia was full of confidence. She thought, this eavesdropping tool is really good. It's completely natural and has no side effects. Even if it's found out, they won't know what it does. They will only think it's a sachet used to curse people. She didn't know why, but as she walked, she and Lin Qianzi walked side by side. Bai Xianxia subconsciously looked around her. There weren't any palace maids wearing veils by her side. Could it be that Su Yun hadn't come? It was a strange feeling. But thinking about it, Su Yun wasn't the kind of person who would act recklessly for revenge. She knew how to make use of others. But why was she the one who gave Lin Qianzi ideas before? Why didn't she give her advice this time? Congratulations to Imperial Concubine Li of Gojoseon. You finally got what you wanted. Lin Qianzi said with a smile, but her smile was full of sarcasm. This is all thanks to the Emperor's vast kindness. Who didn't know how to say good things? Moreover, wasn't it just pretending to be dignified and magnanimous? She seemed to have been pretending all along. Just promoted from a concubine to a Wangfei, you have to come to this kind of place to be exposed to the wind and sun. It's a good thing that Imperial Concubine Li of Gojoseon doesn't complain. Nyang Nyang must be joking. Even a noble lady like Nyang Nyang doesn't complain. How could a rough person like Chen Fei be able to complain? Moreover, the scenery is beautiful now. It's suitable for traveling. That's right. It's a bit boring to just ride a horse with such beautiful scenery. Lin Qianzi said this and urged her horse forward. Soon, she arrived beside the emperor and said a few words. The emperor raised his hand and the horse caravan stopped. Following that, a eunuch raised his voice and said, His Majesty has decreed that the autumn hunt will be boring if we continue on like this. Therefore, noble Lady Qian has proposed that the womenfolk of each residence should have a competition. Whoever catches the prey first will be awarded a jadeite jade horse. This jadeite jade horse is a tribute from a foreign country and is very precious. A gold-threaded garment, which can be warm in winter and cold in summer. It's a treasure passed down from the late emperor. When these two things were mentioned, even Long Heng's eyes narrowed. Bai Xianxia asked in a low voice, Is it very good? Very good. Especially that gold-threaded garment. Swords and spears can't penetrate it. It's really a treasure. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw that Bai Xianxia's eyes were shining brightly. There were a few big words written in her eyes, I want it. He coughed lightly. This was too obvious. He couldn't help but remind her, be careful of ghosts. It would be strange if there weren't ghosts. Unfortunately, I'm already prepared. Long, that prince, do you trust me? Yes, but he was worried. However, Long Heng wasn't the kind of person who would speak sweet words, especially when there were so many people around. I'll be careful myself. You too. Be careful. Bai Xianxia could move forward without worry because of this shield. She was originally timid, but because of Long Heng's favor and trust, she became confident step by step. Now, she felt that she was a bit arrogant. If they didn't provoke her, then so be it. Why would she do this? Is anyone participating? The eunuch shouted, but some of the officials' family members couldn't even ride horses properly. How could they participate? I'll participate. It was the first time Bai Xianxia spoke so loudly in front of people. She didn't expect the voice of this body to be so clear and loud. There was no hoarseness in it at all. It had to be said that it was very pleasant to hear. She was intoxicated by it. She thought, so, I don't have to pretend to live my life. It turns out that women in ancient times can also live with their heads held high. No wonder the Lin Xianxia in the novel became more and more arrogant and caused more and more trouble in the city. It turned out that she felt that there was a man who doted on her and always stood behind her to support her. That was why she was so fearless. Now, it was really great that this man was standing behind her. Under the surprised eyes of the crowd, a beautiful woman slowly urged her horse to the front. Her clothes fluttered. Obviously, it was blue, but it looked more holy than noble Lady Qian's white clothes. Bai Xianxia walked out proudly, but her expression was calm and fearless. She was like an orchid that had just left the valley, causing everyone's eyes to light up. Even the emperor, who had seen all kinds of beauties, narrowed his eyes as his heart violently contracted. He felt that he had been a man for so many years in vain. He had thought that there was no such thing as a perfect woman in the world. Beautiful women like Lin Xianxia. He didn't know what she was thinking at all. She didn't smile every day. At first, he thought that her weak and aggrieved tone was very good, but as time passed, he felt that her brain wasn't working well. All she thought about was love and hatred. What man would like a woman who thought about revenge all day long? Even if she didn't show it, how could he not see it? However, smart women were born with unsatisfactory looks. For example, Su Yun. She was smart and quick-witted, and there was always something wild in her that made people want to tame her. However, when she was wearing a veil, it was fine, but when she took it off, it made people feel nauseous. So although he liked her, he didn't let her accompany him much. Although it was the same when the light went out, he couldn't stand it. He thought that women in the world were not like this, but at this time, he saw Bai Xianxia. The number one beauty in the capital, Li of Gojoseon's most beloved concubine, the son of the Song family, and the beloved daughter of young master Jiao Yu. She was a stunner in men's hearts, a smart woman who could help her man. He thought that the outside world was exaggerating, but now that he saw her, he hated himself for not seeing her sooner. That blue figure seemed to be imprinted on his heart in an instant, and he couldn't get rid of it. Even the eunuch beside him couldn't recover for a long time. It wasn't until he saw her faintly looking in his direction that he came back to his senses and said, "Let's begin." There were 4 or 5 people who came out to compete, all of them young women. Some of them were daughters of ministers, while others were young wives. The husband of the young wife was also a general, one of the generals that the emperor had secretly trained. His surname was Yu. This Mrs. Yu was here for Bai Xianxia. She was competing with her the moment she arrived. Bai Xianxia was not afraid of her. After all, she had been trained on the battlefield. Why would she be afraid of these unmarried women? As soon as the eunuch announced the start of the race, the 6 contestants rushed to the front on their horses. Because it wasn't an equestrian competition, she didn't ride that fast. She didn't expect Lin Xianxia to ride so well and not fall behind Bai Xianxia at all. Bai Xianxia is waiting for her to set up a trap, so she doesn't have the heart to look for prey. After walking for less than 2 li, the people behind them could no longer be seen. Suddenly, Lin Xianxia let out a sigh. Everyone gathered around her and asked her what had happened. Lin Xianxia clutched her stomach and said, "It's nothing. I just feel dizzy. You guys go ahead. Imperial concubine Li of Gojoseon, can you accompany me to the river to wash my face? Here it comes." Bai Xianxia calmed down and didn't say anything. However, Lin Xianxia said, "Imperial concubine Li of Gojoseon, the previous conflict between you and me has disappeared. Do you still blame me?" Mrs. Yu also took the opportunity to say, "Imperial concubine Li of Gojoseon, you are being petty. No matter what, noble Lady Qian is the ruler and you are the subject. You are so disrespectful to her. Don't say any more. Noble Lady Qian, please. As she spoke, she pulled Lin Qianzi's horse and led her to the river. Because of the autumn leaves, it looked very bleak. The surrounding road was a bit slippery. They didn't wear any anti-slip shoes, so they got off their horses and walked to the river bank very carefully. Lin Qianzi squatted there and looked like she was struggling to pick up the water. Unfortunately, she didn't dare to do it. She turned her head and pitifully reached out a hand to Bai Xianxia and said, Imperial concubine Li of Gojoseon, please pull me. If I fall, it will be bad. Yes, what will happen if you fall? Didn't you just want to fall? Then run to the emperor and complain, saying that she pushed her down. Then, you can have that Mrs. Yu as a witness. With evidence, you must punish her severely. As for the reason, wasn't it because she was once Li of Gojoseon's fiancé? I can't believe you came up with such a brainless idea. As long as you break one link, your childish framing is nothing more than a child's play. However, it was fortunate that Bai Xianxia had a natural listening device. She knew the cause and effect of her plan. Otherwise, she really would have succeeded. Therefore, she couldn't be blamed for her loose trap. She was afraid that she left too many flaws. Now, that Mrs. Yu couldn't come over. The secret guard borrowed from Long Hung through a rabbit to scare their horse and sent her away. As for Miss Lin Qianzi, she was ready to fall into the water. Bai Xianxia didn't stop her. She just watched Lin Qianzi fall into the water. A little white flower standing in the autumn water was really charming. Was there something wrong with your brain? You just had a miscarriage and you're already pouring cold water on me? Imperial concubine Li of Gojoseon, what is the meaning of this? Lin Qianzi automatically activated her White Lotus mode and looked at Bai Xianxia pitifully. Bai Xianxia stood on the shore and looked at her with her arms crossed. After looking around for a while, she looked around. Seeing that there was no one, she smiled sinisterly and said, Miss Lin, don't pretend. No matter how pitiful you pretend, no one will see it. You, what do you mean? There are many meanings. Today, this old mother will let you know what revenge is. Bai Xianxia also had a temper. How many people could stand being inexplicably avenged by this kind of person? So she jumped into the water with a splash. Without caring about anything else, she reached out and pulled Lin Qianzi's hair in her hand. Then she beat her fiercely. Lin Qianzi was stunned. She had never seen such a fierce woman. She was even more fierce than a shrew in the market. She hit her as soon as she jumped into the water. She didn't even have time to scream. Not only her, but the secret guard on the tree who was sent to protect Bai Xianxia also tightened his chrysanthemum and almost fell down from the tree. He was not only a secret guard, but also one of the confidants who came out of Ningqing. He always felt that this imperial concubine Li of Gojoseon was a woman worthy of everyone's respect. She was superior and very smart. Not only was she smart, but she was also very beautiful. Not only was she beautiful, but she also treated people kindly. He thought that today, even if he risked his life, he would stop others from hurting her. But in the end, she became the one who hurt others. Oh, that poor Miss Lin Qianzi. Now her hair had been grabbed and her whole body was pressed into the water. She couldn't break free from the beating of his imperial concubine Li of Gojoseon. The secret guard covered his eyes with both hands. This scene was too beautiful. He didn't dare to look at it at all. Help! Help! Lin Qianzi finally remembered to shout for help. Unfortunately, she heard Bai Xianxia's cold snort, you can shout. Even if you shout until your throat breaks, no one will care about you. P.S. Dear friends, do you feel good? Anyway, I feel very good. The secret guard said, why does this sentence sound so familiar? He must have heard it somewhere. Oh right, wasn't this what a man said when he forced a woman to do something? Did the prince force the princess before? As a qualified secret guard, he didn't dare to look too much, so he covered his face and kept letting his imagination run wild. Otherwise, he really couldn't keep up with the rhythm of his mistress. However, would she die if she was beaten and drowned? After all, she was a delicate little girl. That's not right. His princess consort is also a delicate little girl, but this little girl had been beating the other one in the water for a long time. He wasn't worried that she would kill someone, but it would be hard to explain if her face was bruised and swollen, but his worry was obviously unnecessary, because when the princess walked out of the water, the face of noble Lady Qian, who weakly climbed to the shore, was not injured at all. He breathed a sigh of relief. He could finally explain it to the prince. But how could he explain it? His princess suddenly turned into a fierce shrew and beat noble Lady Qian until she couldn't climb up. It seemed that no one would believe it if he said it. Besides, he had to care about the princess's face. So, the secret guard was silently tangled. As for Xianxia, she was rubbing the hem of her skirt and gasping for breath. Because of the intense exercise, her flushed face looked quite radiant. She looked at Xianxia, who was crawling on the side, and said with a smile, "Noble Lady Qian, have a rest. I'll find someone to save you." Then she went to the front of the horse and rode back. Xianxia knew that it was not good to let her go back early, so she called out, "Wait a minute." But she had no strength at all. She fell to the ground and didn't get up for a long time. At this moment, a pair of shoes appeared in front of her. It was obviously a pair of men's shoes. She was startled and raised her head. She couldn't help but shed tears. "Yunjing, it's you." Luo Yunqing looked down at her, who was very embarrassed, and frowned. "Yunjing, are you here to see me?" I was too willful before, so I left you. But I beg you, kill that Xianxia and avenge our child." "Ha, isn't that child Duan Yuning's? How did it become mine?" "I didn't say that. It was you. What about me? Do you want me to repeat what you said to Duan Yuning? I'm a prodigal son, so I've never asked for your 3 chastity and 9 fierceness. If I'm with him because I was poisoned, I won't blame you. But you actually told him that the child was definitely not mine because you only felt disgusted when you were with me. You heard it?" "I heard him. You met him before Duan Yuning's accident. You begged him to take you away, but he didn't. So, you claimed that the child was his, but he still didn't take you away." "No, I just don't want to leave home. I want him to take me home. The days of running around in Jianghu don't suit me at all. You know it." "Yes, so I found a place to live with you, but unfortunately, you found a place?" "I don't know. Yunjing, believe me. That child is really yours. However, he was thrown to his death by Xianxia, so you must avenge him." "It's ridiculous. I used to believe you very much as long as what you said was the truth. But when I see you clearly, I find that you are not worth believing at all. You can't even be sure of your own feelings. How can I believe you?" Luo Yunqing pulled his foot out of her hand and walked over slowly. "Yunjing, aren't you here to take me away? I can go with you, as long as you kill him." Xianxia sat up from the ground slowly, as if she had made up her mind to say so. Slap! Luo Yunqing finally couldn't help but turn around and slap her on the face, making her lie on the ground. "Xianxia, you never know how to cherish what you have, but you want to pursue those empty things. This slap is to wake you up. Besides, I, Luo Yunqing, am not your pet. I can come and go as you please. It's a pure accident that I met you this time. I'm just passing by." Luo Yunqing really left this time, without looking back. "No, Yunjing, I love you. I love you." Xianxia really liked Luo Yunqing, but later she changed her mind to Duan Yuning because of his rude treatment. But she didn't expect that both of them left her in the end. One didn't believe her, and the other was simply using her. If she had known that Duan Yuning was that kind of person, she wouldn't have given up Luo Yunqing for her. At least he was sincere to her. Unfortunately, he had left, and she couldn't catch up with him even if she wanted to. At this time, a group of people rushed over. A palace maid helped Xianxia up, only to find that she was soaked all over, and there was a clear handprint on her face. Xianxia was also stunned. Who took the opportunity to beat her when she went out to find Luo Yunqing? Was she going to take the blame? Xianxia cried out at this time, pointing at Xianxia, and said, "You vicious woman, you pushed me into the water and hit me. I really don't know how I offended you." When did I hit you? Didn't I pull you out of the water when you fell into the water?" "Noble Lady Qian, why do you frame me?" Well, let's go to the emperor to reason. Oh, you go first. If you want to make a scene, then let's make a scene. She was really not afraid of making a big deal. Lin Xianxia was helped to the horse and returned to the emperor with the crowd. Then, she knelt in front of him and cried. The emperor was startled and said, "What happened? Didn't you fall into the water? How did you get injured?" "It's imperial concubine Li of Gojoseon. She pushed this concubine into the water and beat this concubine." "What? Imperial concubine Li of Gojoseon, is there such a thing?" The emperor's heart was beating fast. Lin Xianxia was originally very beautiful, but now her hair was messy, her clothes were untidy, and her body was covered in mud. Kneeling here, she couldn't be considered beautiful, only made people feel that she was very sloppy. But Bai Xianxia was completely different. Although her clothes were also wet, it only reached her waist. The clothes she was wearing weren't the kind that was loose, so it didn't change much after being soaked in water. It just stuck to her body, making her figure more graceful. Her hair was not messy at all, but her bangs were wet. When the water flowed down, it made her whole person very sexy. She was kneeling in front of him like this, no matter how he looked at her, it was very pleasing to the eye. Longheng leaned to the side with a heavy face and didn't say a word. However, he hated the emperor's eyes very much. If a man lingered on a woman too much, then he would have some crooked thoughts. He clenched his hands and regretted bringing her here. However, she was the imperial concubine of Li of Gojoseon. Sooner or later, she would have to go through this. P.S. Dear friends, let's get lively. You can leave a message about how to abuse her. I will try my best to satisfy your desire for revenge. Longheng clenched his fists tighter and tighter. Suddenly, he saw the secret guard who followed Bai Xiang return. He stood obediently beside Longheng with a confused look on his face. Longheng raised his eyebrows. He wanted the secret guard to express his feelings about Lin Xianxia being beaten up. Then, the secret guard turned to look at Longheng. He raised a finger and shook it, implying that he couldn't understand in a few words. What was there that couldn't be explained? Longheng could only continue watching. Bai Xianxia didn't kneel. She said calmly, "Your Majesty, I didn't push her into the water. This humble woman can testify. They were never on good terms. It must have been Consort Li of Gojoseon who did it. That madam you had actually come forward to testify." Bai Xianxia couldn't help but burst into laughter when she heard her words. Mrs. Yu shouted, "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing, I just think that Mrs. Yu is amazing. You actually know how to see things from afar. How did you know that I pushed her into the water? You weren't around. These ladies can testify." Bai Xianxia swept her gaze over the other young misses, who also found it strange. Their horses had been frightened earlier. Although Madame Yu had suggested that they go look for them, the horses had run too far away. By the time they returned, someone had already gone to rescue them. She had been thinking about how to control the horses. If she still had the mood to look at the river, she couldn't see it even if she wanted to. It was too far away. You don't have a good relationship. Mrs. Yu was being unreasonable. She had been a close friend of Lin Xianxia's even before she was married, which was why she had come to help. However, she hadn't expected a rabbit to jump out of nowhere just as she was about to go over. The horses were frightened and ran away in a panic. She would have been seriously injured if she didn't know how to ride. What do you mean we don't have a good relationship? At that time, Noble Lady Qian wanted to go to the river to wash her face. She didn't ask anyone else but me to accompany her. Weren't the people who were going to accompany him all those whom he was very close to? Who would ask an enemy to harm her? Are you crazy? Well, Bai Xiangxia's personality changed since she came here. She used to be a homebody, but now she was a little more domineering. There was nothing she could do about it. There were too many people who wanted to bully them. They were too despicable. She had no choice but to be strong. Song Jiayue should not have made a sound in the crowd, but when he heard her aggressive words, he could not help but burst out laughing. When he laughed, everyone laughed as well. What Consort Li of Gojoseon said was reasonable. Although her words were a bit vulgar, it was hard to guarantee that she was not angry. Lin Xianxia felt that something was wrong. The original plan wasn't supposed to be like this. It was all by Xianxia's fault for not playing by the rules. She gritted her teeth and said, "It's not like that. Xianxia wants to build a good relationship with consort Li of Guozhouzian. After all, she is no longer a concubine. In the future, we will see each other frequently." "Noble Lady Qian, you're thinking too much. You're in the imperial palace, and I'm just a commoner. How can we not see each other?" Bai Xiangxiu's smile made Lin Qianzi's face even paler. "In short, I'm thinking for the emperor. But I didn't expect that you would push me into the river and hit me in the river. Where's the evidence?" The shadow guard complained in his heart at this time. He was a huge piece of evidence, okay. But when he thought of the situation at that time, his heart was still broken. Lin Qianzi cried and said, "The injuries on Xianxia's body are the evidence, and the one on my face." As she spoke, she pointed at the palm print on her face that was slapped by Luo Yunqing. She didn't expect that he would be so heartless and leave an excuse for himself. It was a freak combination of circumstances. This time, she saw that everyone's face changed, including Li of Guozhouzian. The emperor also frowned and coldly said, "Consort Li of Guozhouzian, only you were present at that time. Did she hit herself?" Perhaps she really did hit herself. Someone in the crowd snorted, and for a moment, people laughed again. His Majesty's attitude was cold. He felt that Lin Qianzi deserved to be beaten up today. Her reputation had already gone down the drain. At this time, Minister Lin suddenly knelt down and said, "Emperor, please uphold justice for my daughter. Although she was spoiled by me since she was a child, she is now a member of the imperial family. Isn't it disrespectful to you to hit her?" The emperor looked at Bai Xiangxiu again. He didn't know why, but he wanted to see how she would refute. But he saw her frowning, and her small face looked a little pitiful. Then she sneezed fiercely, and then she sniffed a few times and smiled comfortably. It's impossible that she slapped herself. Why? The emperor was curious. Why couldn't she have slapped herself? Bai Xiangxiu pointed at her face and said, "If she slapped herself, it's impossible that it's a thumbprint. It should be down, not up." Everyone thought about it. Wasn't that so? They couldn't help but secretly praise Bai Xiangxiu for being smart. But didn't her words prove that she slapped herself? Longheng shook his head. Her mind was full of these strange things. He didn't know where she learned them. Bai Xiangxiu was very proud. Don't bully her because she didn't read many books, but she definitely watched a lot of TV series. After watching TV series for more than 20 years, she could remember some of the repeated scenes. See, this was the use of watching mystery dramas. So, what you said proves that you slapped her. The emperor's voice was not cold, but a little interested. This just proves that someone slapped noble Lady Qian, not me. Do you have evidence? Of course. Bai Xiangxiu walked in front of Lin Qianzi and said, "Do you know the difference between a man's hand and a woman's hand?" Someone who was not afraid of being nosy said, "Isn't it just that a man's hand is big and a woman's hand is small?" Bai Xiangxiu looked at that person and smiled faintly, "That's it." Then, she looked straight at Lin Qianzi and put her hand on her face. The slap mark on Lin Qianzi's face took up half of her face. Bai Xiangxiu didn't even put her hand on her face. She just gently touched it, and the emperor's face turned green. How could he not turn green? The slap on Lin Qianzi's face was obviously from a man. That hand was much bigger than Bai Xiangxiu's hand. He didn't care that she used a little trick to attack Longheng and his wife. It was fine that her little trick was exposed, but the dignified noble Lady Qian was slapped by another man. No matter how he thought about it, it wasn't good. Moreover, this man was definitely not the emperor, because he had been sitting there without moving. So, this was almost a blatant attempt to make the emperor wear a green hat. Lin Qianzi was also shocked. She immediately kowtowed and said, "No, Your Majesty, what's going on? Who is the man who slapped you?" The emperor slammed the table. He was finally defeated by Lin Qianzi's brainlessness. Why don't you just slap yourself in the face? How stupid must you be to do such a thing that can be seen through by others in an instant and smear yourself in the name of such a person? Moreover, Bai Xiangxiu had exposed her in public. Even if he wanted to spare her, it was impossible. Moreover, he didn't want to spare her. He was really crying because of her stupidity, okay? Also, the emperor also felt strange. Who was the man who dared to hit the emperor's woman? Since he dared to hit her, he must not be a stranger. Then between them, the more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. The emperor's face sank little by little. Lin Xianxia saw that the situation was not good and immediately said, "Emperor, please forgive my daughter's ignorance. She must be unable to let go of the things that imperial concubine Li of Gojoseon did, so she let people frame her. Please be magnanimous and forgive her arrogance." "Wait a moment, Lin Xianxia Darren, what you said is wrong," Li of Gojoseon and Longheng said from the side. The corner of their mouth raised a trace of coldness. Even the surrounding air became a bit colder. "What's wrong?" Lin Xianxia didn't like Longheng. He always felt that if he had married his daughter earlier, everything would have been fine. Why would he let her get into trouble? And this man was also useless. Don't look at him as a fighter. He couldn't even protect his own woman. He hated and despised him in his heart, so his tone was not good. There were only two people sitting in the field, Longheng and the emperor. But their momentum could be said to be different. The effect was the same, making people unable to breathe. There are two things wrong. First, the hunting ground has been cordoned off. Ordinary people can't enter. Even if they want to arrange for people to wait there to hit Miss Lin, I'm afraid their martial arts are very high. Even the current me is not their opponent. How many people in the palace are this kind of expert? Can a concubine order this kind of person? If it is Lin Xianxia's subordinate, then ask him to come out. As long as he can defeat this king, it will prove that he was the one who hit her. Lin Xianxia, do you have a candidate? Lin Xianxia almost died from anger. Where can he find a person who can defeat Longheng? This time, he didn't dare to bring too many experts to the hunt. He was afraid that the emperor would be suspicious. The royal family had always been paranoid. None of the ministers dared to bring their personal guards with them. Even Longheng had only brought 4 or 5 personal guards with him. But he didn't know that the servants brought by Longheng were also experts. It was just that these people couldn't see it. As for the second question, let me explain. May I ask, when did I offend noble Lady Qian? Why is this little girl completely unaware of it? Bai Xianxiu put on a very aggrieved look and gently leaned her body against Longheng, as if she was ready to cry or faint at any time. Bai Xianxiu, you bitch. Lin Qianzi finally couldn't take it anymore. She had carefully prepared so many things, but she was lucky enough to escape. If this continued, she was afraid that she would be blamed by the emperor when she returned to the palace. It would be better to take the opportunity to kill her and take revenge for the past. Thinking of this, she suddenly pulled off the only remaining golden hairpin from her head and stabbed it at Bai Xianxiu, saying, "Give me back the life of my child." Bai Xianxiu wouldn't suffer a loss. She lifted her legs and ran around Longheng. As she ran, she said, "Noble Lady Qian is crazy. Obviously that child fell to his death. She actually pushed the blame to me." Lin Qianzi said, "Obviously it was you. You still want to talk nonsense." The emperor's face was full of helplessness. His blue veins were already popping out. She was too embarrassing. Obviously, he didn't want her to mention what happened before she entered the palace. But this bitch only had a face and a good body. Her brain really needed to be changed. Stop her, don't let her go crazy. Finally, several palace maids went up and stopped Lin Qianzi. Her eyes were red and her expression was distorted. She almost couldn't see the charm of Miss Lin in the past. The female lead this was the female lead Bai Xianxiu actually sighed. Lin Qianzi said, "You don't need to shed crocodile tears. You killed my son. Sooner or later, you will suffer retribution." Bai Xianxiu looked at Longheng with a wronged expression. She blamed him for not making a move just now. Longheng blinked his eyes. Wasn't it better to let her make a fool of herself? In any case, she couldn't stab you. Prince, Longheng coughed softly. Too coquettish. She was out of tune, all right. Since noble Lady Qian still cares about this matter, shouldn't you help her resolve the doubts in her heart? Otherwise, she will continue to misunderstand. Her voice was so gentle that Longheng's eyes unconsciously narrowed again. However, he still calmly nodded and said, Princess Consort's words are reasonable. Come, bring him over. Not long after, a man with his hands tied behind his back was brought down from a utility vehicle by Long Heng's guards. He was a burly man with an extremely ugly appearance. His body seemed to have been tortured, and his 2 legs were completely immobilized. However, from his clothes, it could be seen that he was a soldier from an enemy country. He should be a general. After being thrown to the ground, he raised his head and cursed, Long Heng, you black-hearted man. When are you going to give me a quick death? I really don't want to live anymore. His throat had been stuffed with a hemp seed, so his voice was a little hoarse when he spoke. He didn't know how long he had been locked up. His entire body was sour and smelly, and the wounds on his legs had maggots. It was no wonder that he wanted to die as soon as he saw Long Heng. It would be difficult for him to die even if he wanted to, Long Heng said, it's nothing. I just want you to tell me about that woman. You can't hide the cause and effect. That's it? Alright, I'll tell you. Lin Xianxia suddenly collapsed to the ground. It was obvious that she knew this man. Then, the man said, I am one of the 3 tiger generals under the command of General C. The first time I saw this woman was a few months ago. General C sent people to capture her from the capital because he suspected that her son was. Lin Xianxia was afraid that her previous matter would be exposed, so she broke free from the crowd and picked up the hairpin to insert it into her neck. However, she didn't succeed because Long Heng sealed her acupuncture points. Then he watched her lying on the ground. She couldn't speak, but she could hear and think. Continue. She is now the imperial concubine of your country's emperor, right? The man of the 3 tiger generals grinned. The emperor felt cold sweat dripping down his back. He felt that the way this man looked at Lin Xianxia was a little different, but he didn't know what the difference was. This has nothing to do with you. Continue. Long Heng raised his eyebrows. The man trembled and continued, he suspected that her son was the son of General C's younger brother, Duan Yunying. But when she arrived at the military camp, she said that the child wasn't the son of that prince. General C then separated her from the child. Then, this woman arrived. At that time, she was wearing men's clothing. We don't know what method she used to kill our state teacher. General C wanted to ask her about her accomplice, but this woman's mouth was too hard. She was beaten until she was injured, but she didn't say anything. After hearing this, Long Heng clenched his hands. It could be seen how angry he was. The officials also took a deep breath. They looked at the delicate woman in the blue dress in front of them. They didn't know how she survived the punishment. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. One of the 3 tiger generals continued, but when General C was executing the punishment, that woman surnamed Lin in white somehow ran out and took the child away. General C wanted to keep his younger brother's bloodline, so he chased her back. Besides, how could a woman escape? She was quickly caught. But she kept trying to escape, saying that the child wasn't my younger brother's, but a man surnamed, what was his surname again? Oh, a man surnamed Luo. As he said this, Long Heng glanced at the forest on the side. He only glanced at it once before looking away with a cold smile on his face. Bai Xianxia felt that his gaze meant that there was someone there. She also glanced over, but saw nothing. That woman was already crazy to begin with. She couldn't even hold the child in her arms. After struggling for a while, she actually threw the child out. Everyone was stunned and no one reacted for a while. At this time, it was this woman, the one in blue. She also didn't know how she escaped. She was hiding in the dark, probably waiting for us to disperse so that she could escape. But when she saw the child fall, she immediately rushed out to save him. Everyone saw it clearly. At that time, even a martial arts expert wouldn't be able to save him, let alone her. In the end, the child just so happened to fall on something unknown and died. After hearing this, everyone's hearts turned cold. So she had killed the child by mistake. Bai Xiangxiu's eyes revealed a confused expression. Then, as if she had recalled something, she stared blankly. The man continued, I don't know what that woman was thinking. Oh, I'm talking about the woman in white. She actually suddenly said that the child was killed by this woman in blue. In the end, she was scolded by the woman in blue. I've never seen a woman scold someone so easily. It was so pleasing to the ear, haha. After he finished laughing, he coughed a few times and said, General C felt sorry for the child, so he had people lock up the woman in white. And then? Longheng asked. He really wanted everyone, including the emperor, to know what happened next. Then, everyone was happy for a long time. This woman's attitude had completely changed. She said she wanted to take revenge for her child. I thought she hated herself and didn't want to live anymore. It turned out she wanted to kill the woman in blue. Then, she seduced our general and asked him to help her take revenge. She even offered herself to the general to warm his bed. The general was not interested in a woman like her at all. He got tired of her after playing with her for a few days. Then, he rewarded her to us. Hee, the taste was pretty good. I still can't forget it. It was just that when he was doing it, he remembered that his brothers had played with it before, so he felt that it was a little dirty. She begged us to let her go while doing it, but who would dare to risk their lives to let her go? However, this woman was easy to coax. She would think that you had fallen in love with her and wouldn't let go even if you gave her a good look. Because of this, our brothers even fought over her, and General C was so angry that he locked her up. We didn't see her again until the tribe was destroyed. Even now, I still miss her body. Shut up, the emperor was so angry that he swayed in his chair and almost fell to the ground. Minister Lin knelt there, unable to say a word. In the end, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell unconscious. Longheng's expression was normal. He waved his hand and said, Take Minister Lin away to rest. Then, he nudged by Xianxia, who was standing next to him, who was stunned. She seemed to jump in fright before she understood and knelt down in front of the emperor. Your Majesty, this person has already told me everything, but I've kept it a secret. However, if I keep it a secret, I'm afraid that noble Lady Qian will hurt my wife sooner or later. That's why I found this person and told her everything. That child wasn't thrown by my wife. She accidentally fell and died. Then, she pushed the blame to my wife. Please, Your Majesty, make a decision on this matter. Bai Xianxia didn't expect the female lead to have such a wonderful past when she was in the enemy camp. She only thought that she had served that man, Commander Liu, because he was a lecherous demon who would take a few bites of meat that was delivered to his mouth. However, she didn't expect that he would give the female lead to another man. He didn't see her as a human being at all. Speaking of which, it wasn't his fault. He had always thought that the child was his younger brother's bloodline. Suddenly, he was thrown to his death by his own mother. Perhaps he was avenging the child. In any case, Lin Qianzi, the female lead, had reached the end of the line. Whether it was the emperor or Minister Lin, it would be difficult for them to protect her. Not for anything else, but because she had slept with so many enemy soldiers. This was clearly a great humiliation. I understand. Deal with that person first. The emperor said helplessly. However, that person actually laughed and said, Are you the emperor? I had fun sleeping with your woman. Even if I die, I won't die in vain. Before he could finish speaking, or rather, he had already said everything he wanted to say. Then, Longheng smashed his head with his internal energy. He fell to the ground with a thud. Yes, he had smashed his head. Moreover, he had killed him from a distance. The people around them either screamed and ran away in fright, or their faces were as pale as the emperor's. Although he had asked him to deal with him, he didn't say that he would do it in such a way. Moreover, there was a distance of about 10 steps between them. He actually took the other person's life with just one hand. If he wanted to kill the emperor, who was 5 steps away, it would be just as easy. Everyone thought of it, but no one dared to touch Longheng. This man's strength was unfathomable. However, why did he cover his wife's eyes with his other hand? You don't care about others, right? You can scare others to death, but you don't want to scare your wife to death. Is it really good to show affection in public like this? What's wrong? What happened? Why were there screams, vomiting, and the sound of someone falling to the ground? It sounded like someone had fainted, but what happened to make someone faint? Bai Xiangxia's eyes were covered, so she couldn't see anything. She had to ask. It's nothing. Clean it up, so as not to disturb the emperor. As soon as Longheng spoke, his subordinates began to drag the corpse away. Some ran up and wiped the grass, but they couldn't see what had just happened. However, the onlookers who hadn't fainted from fright were all complaining in their hearts, "Uncle Li of Gojoseon, you're not afraid of disturbing the emperor, you're afraid of disturbing your wife, right?" After the body was taken away and the scene was cleaned up, Bai Xianxia's eyes were finally opened. What she saw was the emperor waving his hand for them to stand up. Longheng's body swayed and leaned on Bai Xianxia's body. It seemed that he was seriously injured and couldn't support himself. Everyone was silent. Who killed that person from a distance? No one would believe such a delicate person like you, okay? But they soon found out that there were still people who believed it. Because Consort Li of Gojoseon actually asked nervously, "Prince, how are you? Why is your body so cold?" "It's fine." Longheng waved his hand and said, "Your Majesty, now that the truth is out, can we withdraw first?" "Wait a moment, Minister Long. We know that Madame Bai has been wronged in this matter. We didn't know about Madame Lin's past, and we can't let her stay in the palace anymore. From now on, Madame Lin will be demoted to a servant and will be brought by Li of Gojoseon and his wife to be trained. How about you punish her?" Then it's decided. Someone come, carry Madame Lin to Li of Gojoseon's residence. In addition, Madame Bai should miss the little heir. Tomorrow, let the old Madame return to the residence. The autumn hunt couldn't continue. The emperor waved his hand and everyone sat in their carriages to return to their homes. In the carriage, Bai Xianxiu changed out of her wet clothes with Longheng's help. She frowned and said, "I didn't expect that the emperor would give this trouble to us. What should we do?" "Up to you." Longheng took the opportunity to take advantage of her and was happy in his heart. "How about, I send you to be a bed warmer?" Bai Xianxiu had just finished speaking when she felt a pinch on her chest. She yelped in pain and glared at Longheng's mischievous hand. "Then what do you think we should do? She's a troublemaker. Wherever she goes, trouble will come knocking." Longheng watched her change her clothes and said to the people outside, "Call the people following us in." "Who?" Bai Xianxiu had just finished speaking when a bang came from the roof of their carriage. The sound wasn't loud, but it was certain that someone had fallen. "You should have heard it clearly. Why are you still following us? Do you want to beg for her, or do you want to kill her?" Longheng's voice was a little cold. Bai Xianxiu looked up and didn't know who he was talking to. "Neither. I just want to tell you that woman has nothing to do with me anymore. You can do whatever you want with her." "But where is the child's body buried?" It turned out to be Luo Yunqing. He wanted to make a grave for that child. Commander Lu buried the child, but no one knows where he was buried, so. She didn't know where she was either. Really? Forget it then. Even if she was not fated to be with that child. Bai Xianxiu didn't say that the child actually looked like Luo Yunqing. Anyway, he was already dead. What was the point of fussing about that? She suddenly thought of something and asked, "Did you hit Lin Qianzi?" "That's right. I didn't think that I would have almost killed you. But it doesn't matter. You've already dealt with it. I'm leaving. If we meet again in the future, I'll owe you a favor because you're the one who truly wants to save that child." Luo Yunqing finished speaking and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Among the men, Zhang Jishu was too cowardly, but he truly loved her. However, she always pretended not to know and used him. Luo Yunqing also truly loved her, but she was conflicted because he didn't love her the way she wanted him to. Duan Yunying was the only one she liked the most, but that man was using her. As for the emperor, I'm afraid that even if there was a little bit of pity, it's already gone. Bai Xianxiu sighed. Why did the plot deviate to this extent? She thought about the reasons. It seemed to have started with Longheng's change of heart. Could it be that the male lead's halo was greater than the female lead's halo? But when she thought about it carefully, there was a classic storyline in all female lead novels. No matter what the female lead did, the male lead would always clean up after her. Therefore, the female lead's current fate was completely because she met the supporting male lead and not the male lead. And she originally wanted to seduce the supporting male lead, but in the end, she inexplicably hooked the male lead in her hands. This was truly a wise action, even though she didn't know how she seduced him. When they returned to the Li of Gojoseon Fu, they first locked up Lin Xianxia. Now that they couldn't think of a way, they could only do this. Could they really let her become a servant? That would only cause chaos in the Li of Gojoseon Fu. When it was almost night, the old madam and the little Shitzi unexpectedly returned. The reason was that the old madam was happy to hear that the emperor wanted to release them, so she left the palace early with the excuse that her body wasn't feeling well. The emperor was so angry at Lin Xianxia that he fell ill. He wanted them to leave so they wouldn't bother him anymore. Therefore, the old madam took her grandson back to the Li of Gojoseon Fu that very night. She originally thought that this time, her son and this family would be in a precarious situation. She didn't expect to find that nothing had changed after returning, except that there was an additional mistress of the household. She originally intended to give the position of princess consort to Bai Xianxia, but recently, she had been bullied in the palace. She felt that taking a concubine as a wife would hurt the reputation of the prince consort. However, she also felt sorry for her eldest grandson. He was obedient and cute, and was becoming more and more like a son. It wouldn't be good for him to be known as a concubine's son for the rest of his life. Forget it, let them be. Besides, if it weren't for her, her son would probably still be locked up in Tranquil City. She had also heard about today's matter. She had suffered a lot for her son and was worthy of this position. When she got off the carriage, she saw Bai Xianxia, who had come to welcome her, crying her eyes out. It seemed that she missed Lin very much. Let's talk inside. The old madam felt that Bai Xianxia still needed to practice. The position of princess consort had to be dignified and steady. Everyone followed the old madam in. Bai Xianxia finally received her son. Her heart melted as she hugged him. The little guy had gained a lot of weight. His skin was so fair and tender that water could be squeezed out. He seemed to recognize his mother. He stretched out his little hands and smiled, looking very lovable. Prince, look, he still recognizes me. Yes, he's grown a lot. He's so heavy. Can you carry him? If I carry him, I'll get hurt. No, he's not that weak. After all, he's your son. Carry him, come. Okay. Longheng held the child in his arms and was flustered for a while. Bai Xianxia couldn't help but laugh at his clumsy appearance. Even the old madam couldn't help but laugh when she turned around. Then, she coughed lightly. She wanted to put on a show for her daughter-in-law so that she could learn what dignity was. In the end, what was with this warm feeling? The atmosphere was completely wrong, wasn't it? However, she couldn't bear to disturb this family's interaction. She went into the room and continued to say goodbye. After that, Longheng and Bai Xianxia bowed to the old madam and offered tea. You still have to invite the family banquet. Some things can't be omitted. Although your family background isn't too high, your family background is still considered clean. In the future, you should attend more banquets of the noble ladies in the capital so that you can interact more. I understand, mother. Bai Xianxia said obediently. Then, she asked, Mother, how is your life in the palace? They treat us well. Since you're back, mother needs to rest more. Longheng looked at his son. A trace of gentleness flashed across his eyes. Of course, but there's one thing that needs to be dealt with. What is it? Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Bai Xianxia asked curiously. She felt that Madame Dowager's smile was a little eerie. It was similar to Longheng's smile. Madame Dowager said, Is Miss Lin's contract done? It's done. Bai Xianxia felt a little uncomfortable when she thought about how the people in this world could be bought and sold as they pleased. However, Madame Dowager stretched out her hand and said, Leave it to me. Oh, okay. Bai Xianxia asked Xiaosher to bring the paper to Madame Dowager. It represented a person's fate. She was curious about how Madame Dowager would deal with her, so she asked, Mother, are you going to sell her to Minister Lin? She wanted to sell a favor to Minister Lin, but she needed to ask for more money. Unexpectedly, Longheng and Madame Dowager both glared at her. She silently felt that she was being despised by this mother and son pair. Return her to Minister Lin? I'm afraid he wouldn't dare to accept her even if you gave her to him. This kind of daughter is simply a curse to him. But, she's still his daughter. Minister Lin treated his daughter quite well. It's better not to have this kind of daughter. Madame Dowager looked at the contract and said, Granny's son, go find a familiar servant and ask her to find out which brothel in the capital is still open for business. Of course, I'm talking about the second-class prostitutes. The girls in the brothel were also divided into classes. Although the first-class prostitutes were prostitutes, they were more talented than others. What they did was not simply roll around in the sheets with the guests. Even if they wanted to see them, they had to be knowledgeable men or men with some status. However, the second-class prostitutes were different. The guests they received were all for the flesh business. Basically, all kinds of men came, but there were no noble guests. They only came to relieve their desires and did not have any pity for them. Who wouldn't do as they pleased after spending money? Therefore, the second-class prostitutes were not in a good situation. Bai Xianxia had been in this world for a long time, so she knew this kind of thing. She couldn't help but tremble. Madame Dowager's move was really ruthless. If the female lead was sent there, it would not be easy for her to escape even if she wanted to. What's more, this kind of action would definitely humiliate the emperor. Even if he was in the palace, he would still be depressed to death. No matter what, Miss Lin was still the emperor's woman. If she became a second-class prostitute, what would the man who slept with her think? Had he also become the emperor? Thinking of this, she actually smiled and said, Mother, your method is really too evil. No, it's really too good. Old Madame looked at her helplessly. If she was happy, then she was happy. How could she show it on her face? What would others think if they saw this? She handed Lin Qianzi's slave contract to Sun Mama and said, sell it for more money. 5,000 taels at the very least. They should know her price. She would never lose money. After we sell it, give the money to Wang Fei to nourish her body. Bai Xianxia was flattered and said, thank you for your kindness, old madam. Why do I feel that this money is a little prickly? But I'm also a little happy. What a dilemma. Long Heng was as solemn as ever, but the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Sure enough, his mother was able to think of a proper way to deal with this matter. The matter that had troubled them before had now been resolved. Because old madam had just returned to the estate, she did not say anything unnecessary. The whole family ate a sumptuous meal and then went to rest. Bai Xianxia also made a special note to wash Lin Qianzi's body clean and treat her illness. Otherwise, no one would be willing to pay such a high price. That's why it was said that being evil was a contagious disease. Xiao Lin wanted to sleep with them today because old madam wanted to spend time with them after not seeing each other for a long time. Bai Xianxia really did miss her son. After returning, she sat in front of her son's cradle and watched him without moving. There was always a gentle smile on her face, but she did not make any sound. It was as if she was afraid of waking him up. Long Heng took a bath and applied medicine. Because his bones and tendons were not injured, he did not take the superficial wounds seriously. In addition, the wounds had already scabbed over after 2 or 3 days. Now that things had come to an end, he wanted to be affectionate with Bai Xianxia. However, when he saw that she was hugging her son's cradle and refusing to let go, he couldn't help but frown. Perhaps he sensed something, for Xiao Lin actually woke up. He looked at Bai Xianxia and suddenly smiled. Then, he shook his little head and started looking for something. Bai Xianxia didn't know what he was looking for and thought that he wanted to drink milk. Who knew that the little fellow would cry after turning one round? The wet nurse came over to feed him and carried him. What's wrong? Why is he crying so fiercely? This had never happened before. Xiao Lin rarely cried. The wet nurse smiled and said, the little heir probably misses grandmother. He misses grandmother very much. When he wakes up and doesn't see her, he'll cry. So it was because he missed grandmother. Thinking about it, the old madam had been taking care of him recently. It was normal for him to be attached to her. Although Bai Xianxia was a little jealous, she felt that it was good for them to be close. Thus, she asked Long Heng, what should we do? Have someone send him over. It's not good for him to continue crying like this. It was good to send him over. Then, he could continue to hold the little princess consort. Bai Xianxia was so worried that she didn't have the heart to think about Long Heng's schemes. Thus, she carefully wrapped Xiao Lin up and had someone send him over to the old madam. She thought that the old madam was probably thinking about her eldest grandson at this time. Seeing that everyone had left, Long Heng hugged Bai Xianxia and said, "You gave birth to a precious child for mother." However, in his heart, he thought, "Your son is really good at sticking to people. Mother will probably be more lenient on his mother out of respect for him. That's right. He doesn't even acknowledge me anymore. I'm a little disappointed. It's fine. We'll just have another one to stick to you." Long Heng carried Bai Xianxia to the bed. She immediately struggled and said with a red face, "Don't mess around. You're still an injured person. You asked for it." "How did I ask for it?" "Little girl, you definitely won't be able to escape today." Not long after, the new consort of the Li of Gojosian's screams could be heard from the room. It scared the birds in the night sky into flying into the darkness. At this time, Lin Qianzi was in the darkness. She was really scared. Even after her acupuncture point was unsealed, she still didn't move. The emperor knew everything about her. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to return to the palace for the rest of her life. Thinking about Su Yun, who she hadn't seen for the past few days, would she think of a way to save her? She was the one who suggested that she seduce the emperor. Then, she could use him to avenge her son. In the end, in order to avenge her son, she lost another son. Now, she had nothing left. She didn't want to be Long Heng's servant. She didn't want to be Bai Xianxia's servant. Even if she knew that her son wasn't killed by her, she still couldn't forget her hatred for her. Thinking about it, it was probably because she had always been doted on by Long Heng. She was jealous. Thinking about how she had countless men, which one of them was truly good for her? Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Su Yun was right. Men were all wretches. They only wanted a woman's body, so a woman's weapon was also her body. As long as she could make them submit to her body, they would do anything for her. Was it because she hadn't forsaken love? Was that why she was being hurt like this? If only she was like Su Yun. She would always be the one hurting others. After a night's rest, she knew that she could no longer be that high and mighty noble. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have listened to the palace maids and used this method. However, she didn't expect Luo Yunqing to suddenly appear. Speaking of which, why did he suddenly appear? Was he related to Bai Xianxia in some way? Haha, she knew that the wretched woman wouldn't be an honest person. Even if she was honest, how could other men let her go? Obviously, she was surrounded by Song Jiayue and other men. Thinking about it, Long Heng was quite pitiful. He was already a cuckold. She was a little delirious now. She said whatever came to her mind. She reached out and slammed the door of her room. She said in a hoarse voice, "Bai Xianxia, you little wretch. Luo Yunqing ignored me because you seduced him. And Commander Lu and that state preceptor. One of them abandoned his sister-in-law because of your beauty, and the other accepted his own death. You're a jinx. If it weren't for you, Long Heng would be mine. 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 Got it?" She yelled for the entire night. She said all sorts of things to slander Bai Xianxia. The servants reported that the old madam was sleeping soundly with the little heir in her arms. The little heir couldn't be startled, so they couldn't wake the old madam. When they came to Apricot Garden, they couldn't enter either. It was said that there was a fierce battle going on inside. If they disturbed them, they would be killed by the prince. They had no choice but to wait. They had to wait until the prince was satisfied before knocking on the door. However, they waited until the middle of the night before the servants were asked to fetch water. The servants were envious, jealous, and hateful. "Prince, you're injured, but your physical strength is still so good. That's enough." Who was the one who was carried out in the morning? They were all a little confused, weren't they? After the servant went in, he told him about Lin Qianzi. Long Heng nodded and let them go out. Then he picked up the lump of mud by Xianxia that had accumulated on the bed and threw it into the water to wash. After that, he threw it back on the bed with a new set of utensils. Then he said, "I'll go take a look. When I come back, I'll wash and sleep." Don't break it." It's not easy to sell. I'm so tired. Xianxia reached for the new quilt and covered her naked body with it. Then, she curled up into a ball and fell asleep. Longheng couldn't do anything to her. He put on his clothes and brought people to the place where Lin Qianzi was locked up. He found that she was still hammering the door and cursing. He couldn't help but coldly snort and said, "Open the door." The servants opened the door. Lin Qianzi was stunned when she saw Longheng. She would never have thought that this cold-faced man was a man who loved his woman very much. In the past, he protected her openly and secretly. Even in front of the emperor, he covered Xianxia's eyes first and didn't let her see any filth. At that time, she was thrown there like a dead dog. No one cared and no one paid attention to her. At that time, she felt that she also wanted such a man to love and protect her. "Prince, I misunderstood you first. I shouldn't have run away. I shouldn't have let her have the chance to get close to you." Wrong. This king should thank you. Longheng's figure was like a ghost under the moonlight. Because he had just made love, there was a kind of faintly discernible sexiness on his body that could make a woman's heart drunk. Lin Qianzi now felt that this Li of Gojoseon was only frightening in the rumors. In fact, he was a very handsome man. Especially his wisdom and domineering. He was indeed the man that every woman could rely on. "Prince, in fact, I have always treated you differently from other women. It's a pity that we are not fated enough. What do you want?" "I just want to tell you that during the autumn hunt, that woman must have arranged with Luo Yunqing. Otherwise, how could he appear there so coincidentally? She wanted to make a fool of me and make you wear a green hat. Luo Yunqing has such good martial arts and is also very lecherous. Who knows what he did to her when he entered the palace?" Lin Qianzi was slapped in the face. Her whole body hit the wall for a long time before she recovered. "Prince, you have to believe me. You are not the only man by that woman's side. With her appearance, how could you be the only one? Someone come, cut her tongue." Longheng turned around and left. He didn't want to listen to her nonsense. "Prince, why are you doing this to me? I am also your wife. I have already come to the palace. If it wasn't for Luo Yunqing, I would be your princess." Lin Qianzi struggled. This was the first time she tried to please Longheng. Why did he ignore her? Just as she thought of this, Longheng unexpectedly came back. He had already forgotten the shame of that period of time, but when he heard her speak, he remembered everything. So he sneered and said, "This king came back and personally watched you carry it out. This is also a kind of enjoyment." He waved his hand and someone automatically put a chair beside him. Although the wound was a little painful and he was tired after working for half the night, he was happy to see this bloody scene. Lin Qianzi still wanted to say something, but two people had already grabbed her chin. Then, someone brought over a knife. Only then did she realize that this was not a bluff. They were really going to cut her. No. Unfortunately, no matter how she struggled, Longheng didn't see it. He was watching an interesting play. He watched as those people pressed down Lin Qianzi and then cut her. Wait a minute, Lin Qianzi's eyes showed joy. If he spared her today, then she would stay by his side even if she was his concubine. Unfortunately, cut a little lighter. Men still like to hear her scream. If there is no movement, it will be boring. The servants almost threw the knife away. They looked at Longheng in a daze. In their hearts, they thought, "Prince, does the princess know that you are such a pervert?" He waved his hand and said, "Hurry up, this king is still waiting to go back and rest." Lin Qianzi's heart turned cold. Her tongue was also iced cold by the knife. Warm blood sprayed all over her face. She covered her mouth and lay on the ground, screaming in agony. She drank her own blood, unable to stop at all. In the end, she was in pain, scared, and bleeding. Her vision turned black and she fainted. Longheng had seen this kind of situation many times, so he didn't care. It was true that a bloody scene could easily arouse a man's bestial desires. He only felt that his throat was dry. He ordered people to tidy up Lin Qianzi so that she wouldn't die. Then, he hurried back to Apricot Garden. Xianxia was sleeping soundly. Suddenly, her blanket was lifted. She was startled and looked at Longheng in confusion. She asked weakly, "What's wrong?" "I missed you." Longheng slid onto the bed as soon as he got out of his clothes. He didn't wait for Bai Xiangxiu's consent and started again. Even as Bai Xiangxiu was on the verge of collapsing, she was still wondering what kind of medicine Longheng had taken to become so powerful after returning. Those who didn't know better might even think that he'd been drugged outside. When she woke up the next morning, he had already left. She glanced around and felt that she should go pay her respects to the old madam. She also needed to arrange the matters in the residence. If something happened to Longheng, she had to be ready to help him at any time. However, she got up and put on her clothes with great difficulty. When her feet touched the ground, she swayed and almost fell down. Fortunately, the maids helped her dress and wash up before sitting down to eat breakfast. However, before breakfast was served, she fell asleep on the table. Everyone was stunned. What should they do? Yi Mama coughed softly. "I'll go tell the old madam that the princess consort is not feeling well. I'm afraid she won't be able to pay her respects." "No need. This king has already informed the old madam." Longheng was unexpectedly in a good mood when he came back from the morning court and found Bai Xiangxiu sleeping soundly on the table. He stretched out his long arm and carried her to the bed. He watched her sleep for an hour before she woke up and screamed, "I'm dead, I'm dead. I forgot to pay my respects to old madam. Why didn't you wake me up? It's already noon." I'm going to be hated." Bai Xiangxiu sighed. Since ancient times, the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was the most difficult to get along with. Moreover, it was such a dignified old lady. Longheng raised his lips. "You didn't do anything wrong. Why would she hate you?" "I've already informed the old madam. In the future, you don't have to go over so early in the morning. Mother has to take care of Lin, so I'll leave the household matters to you. It's a bit tiring, but with Shooting's help, it shouldn't be too tiring. Get up and eat lunch. There will be a show to watch later." What show would there be in the morning? No, in the afternoon, they ate lunch. Then, Longheng supported her as if they were taking a stroll and walked to the front. Then, she saw several people kneeling on the ground in the side courtyard. Bai Xiangxiu had a good memory. They didn't seem to be servants of the prince's residence. He couldn't help but frown. Who are these people? There were 3 people in total, including an old maid and 2 manservants. Their faces were full of sorrow. "Someone, bring a chair for Her Highness." Soon, someone brought 2 chairs over. They couldn't let Wang Fei sit while the prince stood, thus, the couple sat down. As for his attitude, he seemed a little heartless. There was no other way. Bai Xiangxiu didn't know the truth, so her attitude changed according to prince's change. This was probably how the so-called husband and wife look-alike came about. Seeing the 2 of them standing high and mighty, the old maidservant kowtowed while crying, "Your Highness, please be magnanimous and spare our young miss. As long as we can redeem her slave contract, our master and madam are willing to pay any price." "Oh? What do you think, Wang Fei?" "I'm not. Yuan Feng, you're not Xianxia. Don't push this problem to me. What's important is what you think." Bai Xiangxiu silently rolled her eyes and said obediently, "Prince, you can decide everything. Didn't men care about face?" She gave him a lot of face. Longheng was full. In addition, he fulfilled his promise, "Little girl, wait for me." He was in a particularly good mood. So, he showed mercy and said, "Well, if the Lin family really wants to redeem her, it's not impossible." "No way," he agreed just like that, "this person might cause trouble when she goes back. Our master will remember Prince's great kindness." "What do you need? My condition is very simple. All the property of the Lin family, including all the properties and servants. Also, let Minister Lin resign and return to his hometown. He should never set foot in the capital again." "What?" The old woman looked at Liu Guozhian in shock. She didn't expect him to be so ruthless as to want all the property of the prince. This king's idea won't change. If Minister Lin wants his daughter back, he must pay such a price. "Get out." Prince, please don't do this, I'll wait until tomorrow night at most." "Your Highness, our old master really wants to redeem the young miss." She is young and immature. Please be magnanimous and forgive her, throw them out. With a wave of Long Heng's hand, the servants picked up the women and tossed them out of the room. Is this really okay? Minister Lin won't agree at all. I didn't ask him to agree. It's strange. If he wants his daughter back, why doesn't he come here himself? The emperor ordered that the Lin family and Lin Xianxia break off the relationship and never see each other again. Oh, so that's it. That was why Minister Lin didn't come here himself. Even if he sent this old woman, it was very secretive. What about Miss Lin? Did she make trouble last night? Don't worry. She won't make trouble in the future. Long Heng sneered and then said, do you want to know why? Suddenly, I don't want to. Long Heng didn't force her and said, anyway, you'll know sooner or later. After watching the show with him, Bai Xianxia asked about the current situation. What should they do in Ning City? Long Heng said that the troops had returned to Ning City, but they didn't withdraw because they were afraid of trouble in the enemy country. The emperor also agreed, but he revoked all of Long Heng's positions in the capital. He wanted to make him a mere figurehead in the capital. Is this all the emperor can do? Wasn't this a little too light? Bai Xianxia looked at Long Heng strangely until he said, he has sent 2 people who think they are from a family of generals to Ning City, but I don't think anyone will welcome them. Why? Because I've already made it clear that if anyone wants to take over my position, they will find a way to make their lives worse than death. But there's still Prince Rong. Prince Rong will return to the capital soon. Although he looks honest, he's actually quite a scheming man. Judging the situation and sizing up the situation is his strong suit. Sizing up the situation? Right now, the emperor and I are in a deadlock. One has power, while the other has soldiers. If I want to rebel, he can only hold on for 3 years with his current military strength. After 3 years, this country will belong to the Long family. Long Heng, but in these 3 years, the enemy country might take advantage of the situation and invade. This country is in imminent danger. That's right. But if you don't take action, the emperor will sooner or later dissolve your military power. When that time comes, I'm afraid our family will be in great danger. Bai Xianxia frowned. It seemed that no matter what they did, it would be dangerous. So, I left a way out for myself. While in Ning City, I've already bribed almost all of the generals. I've already secretly moved their families to Shu County, except for you 2. Bai Xianxia looked at Long Heng speechlessly. This man was only in his 20s. How could his thoughts be so complicated? I have a wife and a child, so I don't want to always be passive. When I wanted to monopolize the military merits, I thought of this ending. Long Heng, thank you. Bai Xianxia hugged him tightly. She didn't know what to say. Now that she had a husband and a son, she was satisfied with everything. Now that the same thing happened to the old madam, she was very satisfied. A clever and capable son, a dependable daughter-in-law, and a well-behaved grandson. She didn't have anything else to ask for. The old madam's health improved as she was in a good mood. However, she didn't have much time to deal with the affairs of the estate, because one grandson was enough for her to take care of. Children were troublesome, and she only had one, so she was very delicate. Originally, the old madam was in charge of Lin Xianxi's affairs, but Long Lin happened to have diarrhea, so she didn't care. This matter fell on Bai Xianxia's shoulders, and she was a little depressed. Although her fear of the female lead had dissipated, it didn't mean she could do whatever she wanted. But it was obvious that her carefree husband was interested in watching her deal with this matter. At this time, he was sitting beside her, watching with a faint smile on his face. What should we do? Minister Lin's family doesn't seem to have sent anyone. Yesterday afternoon, he had come, but then he saw that Long Heng wouldn't compromise, and he couldn't find anyone to mediate. In the end, he gave up. Yes, at this time, Minister Lin gave up his daughter for the sake of his family business and his own power. In fact, his choice was right, because Minister Lin didn't only have one child. He had a son and a large family, so he had to sacrifice his daughter. In fact, Lin Xianxia should be happy to have such parents, because at least they loved her very much. Are we going to sell her just like that? Why don't you keep her by your side to serve? You can torture her for fun. Fine, Bai Xianxia didn't have the courage to keep her by her side to torture her. She twitched her mouth and said, "Let's sell her." It was good to sell her. That way, she would be out of her life forever. But there was another problem. Granny's son, who went out to contact the brothels, came back and said that several brothels had offered the same price. She wanted to ask which brothel she was going to sell her to. Granny's son was very efficient. It was said that she was originally a rough servant, but was promoted when they were in Tranquil City. The old madam relied on her a lot. She should be someone who knew how to get things done. Otherwise, old madam wouldn't have made an exception to promote her. Looking at her troubled expression, it seemed that Lin Qianzi's matter was really difficult to handle. "Bring him here." Sun Mama glanced at Long Heng. She saw that he was just watching from the side and didn't want to get involved in other matters. She knew that the prince was bored and wanted to see how Wang Fei would deal with this matter. So she had no choice but to invite the people in charge of the brothels over. There were 5 or 6 heavily dressed women lined up side by side. They didn't dare to be rash and immediately knelt down in front of the prince and princess consort. "Get up, everyone. Stand aside and wait." Yi Mama knew that her mistress didn't know how to put on airs, so she helped her. Those women were standing at the side. The smell of rouge on their bodies was very strong. Bai Xianxia hadn't had a good rest in the past 2 days, so her 5 senses were very weak. She slowly frowned and turned her face to one side. "Bring Miss Lin here." She had to face it eventually. Bai Xianxia unconsciously straightened her back. No matter what Lin Qianzi said today, she would defeat her. Anyway, she had won the battle between the supporting female lead and the female lead. But she didn't expect that after a while, the women pulled over a slightly swollen face. She was dressed up beautifully. Other than her face being a little swollen, there was nothing unusual. It was still a style that men liked. Bai Xianxia finally knew why these brothels wanted her. They really knew how to save money, didn't they? Sure enough, after seeing Miss Lin, their eyes lit up. But they didn't dare to make a sound because the prince and princess consort hadn't said who they would sell her to. Bai Xianxia was just about to speak when she saw Lin Qianzi suddenly rush towards her. Her eyes were red and she seemed to be very angry. She wanted to rush over and fight with her, but she was tightly grabbed by the 2 women and pressed to the ground. She knelt there and didn't dare to move. However, she was very strange today. She didn't scold her. It was at this moment that Long Heng spoke up. He said lazily, "She can't speak anymore because her tongue has already been cut off. So, she can't cause trouble for you. Even if she causes trouble, as long as you come to Liu Guozhouzian's mansion, there won't be a problem." Bai Xianxia could only express her surprise. "Male lead, is it really good for you to abuse the female lead like this? If you want to abuse someone, it should be her. Who would like a person who always wants to kill you? Listen carefully. Lin Qianzi's slave contract is in our hands. A beauty like her is really rare. You should know her value. Now that you are all here, I don't know who to give her to. How about this? The bottom line is 5,000 taels. This young lady will belong to whoever gives the highest price." Bai Xianxia decided to use modern bidding methods. After all, she had more money than she needed. Lin Qianzi didn't expect that she would be sold to a brothel. Moreover, she would be sold like a commodity. She was very angry, but there was nothing she could do. All she could make now was groaning sounds. She wanted to beg Long Heng to save her again, because he helped her in the beginning. But now, there was only ridicule and ruthless coldness in his eyes. From childhood to adulthood, because of her beautiful appearance and gentle personality, she was liked by men after reading a few books and writing a few poems. No matter where she went, she was pursued by men. So she developed the idea that if she was in trouble, she would go to a man and get help. But now it seemed to be shattered. Men were really lustful. Bai Xianxia felt that it was a bit unkind to do this, but she always felt uncomfortable when she looked at her husband with such a disappointed look. "Make a bid. If you don't, I will sell her to someone else." As soon as she said this, the brothel's madams immediately began to bid, from 5,000 taels to 7,000 taels. But any higher would be a bit of a waste of effort. In the end, Wangchun brothel offered 8,000 taels. This was already a very high price. If they offered 10,000 taels, they might not be able to get it back. Bai Xianxia also wanted to get Lin Qianzi out of the fu as soon as possible, so she said, I will sell her to your family in exchange for money. But in the future, she won't cause any trouble. You should be able to control her well, right? Of course. Which brothel didn't have a unique way to control women? Otherwise, how could they survive in the underworld? Bai Xianxia had someone hand over Lin Qianzi's indenture contract when she heard Lin Qianzi's quick reply. When she saw Lin Qianzi's murderous expression, she said, Miss Lin, I've always wanted to talk to you about this. You are really too cheap and self-righteous. You forgot that women need self-respect and self-love, and also need to be loyal. The result of being half-hearted is like you. But, this job is very suitable for you. After saying that, she waved her hand and the maids pulled Qianzi away. After Bai Xianxia received the money, she decided to use it to dress herself up. Thus, she bought some expensive rouge and face powder. She also left behind a few pieces of the latest and best cloth. Long Heng had chosen it with her. There was no other way as he was extremely idle right now. The clan banquet was scheduled for 10 days later and they needed to prepare. Today, they came out to prepare some related items. Of course, it was also to relieve their boredom. The female lead had been sold to a brothel. It was said that her business was very good. However, the men who went to find her were all of high status, so the brothel kept their identities a secret. She also saved up a lot of money for the brothel. The taste of the emperor's woman was not something that could be tasted all the time. When the emperor found out about this, he must have felt humiliated. However, he was able to endure it and did not cause trouble for Long Heng. Or rather, he did not kill the person and did not obtain military power. He could only endure it. Today, when the two of them were out shopping, they met a familiar face. Ji Zhongshu, his 2 concubines, an old servant and a manservant were said to have been chased out by the Ji family. The reason was naturally because they were afraid that he would implicate the Ji family. Although he was the grandson of the eldest son, it was not impossible to abandon him. However, when Ji Zhongshu left, he only took a small amount of wealth. In addition, he did not have any official position. His life in the future would be difficult. Bai Xianxia sighed and silently took out 2,000 taels of silver and gave it to Xiaoshi. She said, Go, give this to Ji Zhongshu Gongzi. Tell him that this money is for him to use. In any case, it was money from selling Lin Qianzi. It could be considered as compensation for his loss. Why do you have to be like this? He asked for it. If it was not asking for trouble, then what was it? Don't be so stingy. In any case, this money was not earned. Bai Xianxia still let Xiaoshi go. When she returned, she said that Ji Zhongshu had accepted it and thanked the princess for her help. Bai Xianxia nodded. 3,000 taels of silver was enough for him to use for more than 10 years if he was frugal. If he bought a piece of land or a shop, it would be enough to last him for a lifetime. You didn't mention that Lin Qianzi, right? If he dared to mention it, she felt that she should take back the money. This man was hopeless. No. At the mention of Lin Qianzi, Xiaoshi's tone became a little awkward. She had never liked that woman. That's good. Bai Xianxia thoughtfully watched Xiao Zhongshu leave. It was as if she had one less enemy. Then he thought of Su Yun. She was the most difficult one to deal with. It was strange that she hadn't done anything recently. Did something happen to her, or did she leave the palace? Long Heng said, You don't have to think too much about it. They reap what they sow. Yes, I know. Oh right, how should I deal with the Long family? Can you give me some advice? She knew that the Long family was not to be trifled with. Moreover, it wasn't that Long Heng didn't have any relatives, but they basically didn't contact each other. This time, because it was a big matter, they had to come. Bai Xianxia always wanted to know how to deal with them, but Long Heng's answer was always, why care about them? Just ignore them. Should she really ignore them? Bai Xianxia felt that it was necessary to think about it. But whether it was the old madam or those talkative mamas, their attitudes were surprisingly consistent. Since no one could give her any advice, she would think of a way to find out who the Long family's relatives were and who would come, especially the women. Yi Mama gave her a detailed explanation. It turned out that Longheng actually had two uncles, and they were both military officials. However, their positions weren't high, and they were only 5th or 6th rank minor officials in the capital. The most important thing was that they didn't have much ability. In the previous generation, they relied on Longheng's father to support the family. When he passed away, they thought about how to save the property left by their eldest brother. Thus, in order to protect these properties, the old madam, as the head of the family, fought with them many times. Longheng was also forced to leave the family at a young age to train in the army. When he made military contributions and was about to be conferred the title of prince, the old madam immediately made a decision and immediately proposed to split the family. That family's rotten mess was directly thrown out. Later, she heard that they also split the family, and each family didn't have a good life. Bai Xianxia silently remembered. She was a little busy because even if she didn't get married, she still had to pay her respects. In the eyes of the ancient people, if they didn't pay their respects, it wasn't a real marriage. On this day, the Bai family, who had been missing for a long time, finally appeared. Her mother actually came to see her with her younger sister. This was really a rare guest. Bai Xianxia was very curious about her maternal family. After all, she always wanted to know their attitude. When she saw them, she realized that there was a reason for Bai Xianxia's appearance. Obviously, this mother was nearing 40 years old, but her appearance was still very eye-catching. This younger sister was the same. Although she was only 1 year younger than Bai Xianxia, she was already a rare beauty. However, this beautiful younger sister's personality was a little similar to Bai Xianxia in the original novel. Because of her appearance, her attitude was a little arrogant. Although she looked obedient, her eyes were curiously looking around. "Mother, are you well?" "Yes, I am." "How have you been recently?" Madame Xiao was really crying. Bai Xianxia felt that at least she still had some familial affection for her. The two of them chatted for a while before Bai Xianxia directly asked, "Why haven't you and father come to visit me for so long?" "Ever since you entered the prince's estate, you have been busy with your younger brother's exam. Moreover, your younger sister's marriage has some problems. Her original betrothed husband's family inexplicably broke off the engagement. She has also been ill for a long time." As she spoke, Madame Xiao patted her younger daughter's hand, her eyes filled with tears. Bai Xianxia naturally followed her words and asked, why did they suddenly break off the engagement? She didn't even know what kind of family her younger sister was betrothed to. Moreover, what was wrong with breaking off the engagement? They could just find another one. It's because that family found a girl from a wealthy family and got married. They think that our family is not worthy. I wanted to ask you for help, but your father said that no matter what, he didn't let me come to you. Because of this, he didn't even come to the child's 1-month-old celebration. Elder sister, father might still be angry because you went back on your word and married into the prince's estate as a concubine. However, you are now the princess consort, so he can't say anything. Ronger, don't talk nonsense. Madame Xiao looked around. She was afraid that this matter would be heard by outsiders. If it were to reach Li of Gojoseon's ears, it would affect their future. Bai Xianxia understood. The original owner of her body had caused some trouble that made Master Bai unhappy. That was the main reason why they hadn't contacted each other. However, what did it mean to go back on her word? She subconsciously glanced at Xiaoshi. She saw that she was frowning but didn't say anything. From Xiaoshi's expression, it could be seen that she did not have a good impression of her mother and sister, even though she had been chosen before the original body's marriage. However, the little girl was honest and did not speak much. She had never said anything bad about them in front of her. Bai Rongre pursed her lips, but did not say anything. Bai Xianxia did not say anything either, her expression as natural as could be. Seeing her eldest daughter's calm demeanor, Madame Xiao thought to herself, as expected, a princess consort is different. Her temperament is much more stable. Now is good. From today onwards, our two families should interact more. This time, I came here because I have something to discuss with you. Mother, please speak. Now that you are the consort of the Li of Gojoseon and the adopted sister of Prince Rong, your status is different from before. Your sister's marriage needs to be considered. Recently, many families have come to propose marriage. Your father and I have no idea, so we wanted to ask for your opinion. An elder sister is like a mother, so we thought you should help us make a decision. So that's how it is. Mother, you don't know. I don't know much about the noble families in the capital, so I'm afraid I can't give you any advice. The original body was a young girl. Although she could have decided to marry Longheng as a concubine, the real decision-maker was either her father or this mother in front of her. Letting her decide on her sister's marriage sounded nice on the surface, but behind the scenes, wasn't she just trying to introduce her sister to a good husband? However, she did not know much about this by Rong. If she really had the same temperament as the original body, then it wouldn't be good for her to marry into any family. I have my eyes on a family. You must know about them. Madame Xiao smiled. She felt that her eldest daughter would definitely help. Which family? Could it be that her sister wanted to marry into the family as a concubine, just like in the novel? However, she did not want to disgust herself with the idea of her elder sister becoming a concubine. Fortunately, Madame Xiao did not do that. She smiled and said, the eldest son of the Song family in the capital, Sir Jiaoyue. What? Bai Xianxia almost threw the teacup in her hand as she stared at Madame Xiao. Although this younger sister was born very well, according to the modern concept, they were not worthy. The Bai family was just a small family with 5 or 6 servants in a courtyard. Even if the Song family was separated, they would still be a large family with several hundred people. Song Jiaoyue alone had 3 bedwarmers. She also had countless maids serving her, and all of them were extremely knowledgeable. If it weren't for the fact that she considered herself a transmigrator, Song Jiaoyue probably wouldn't even consider her worthy of his attention if she didn't possess a few extra things compared to the ancients. Appearance was important, but since ancient times, the reason why a beauty could make a hero drool was not only because of her appearance, but also because of her intelligence. Based on Bai Rong'er's arrogant attitude towards the servants of the prince's estate, it was clear that she was not an introverted person. Marrying Song Jiaoyue was truly Sir Jiaoyue's misfortune. She subconsciously scratched her face and smiled, Mother, let's not talk about the Song family. Even our family backgrounds are too far apart. Based on the relationship between the prince and Prince Song, this shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, you are already a princess consort. How bad can it be? Madame Xiao smiled. Her status was indeed a little lacking, but her eldest daughter had a good reputation in the capital. If this were to spread, even their parents would be proud. If it weren't for this, that stubborn old man at home would not have let them out. As for the sudden increase in standards, it was because there were more and more people coming to propose marriage. Ever since the last marriage was called off, there had been all sorts of high officials, nobles, 4th and 5th rank sons. There were also many who were of good age and similar appearance. However, compared to this son-in-law of hers, they were far too lacking. After choosing for a while, she finally set her sights on Song Jiaoyue. Bai Rong'er had even met Song Jiaoyue in private. For a moment, he was like a celestial being, and she was determined to marry only him. Madame Xiao was biting off more than she could chew. Because of Bai Xianxia's good looks and good horoscope, she wanted to curry favor with her after she was chosen by the prince's household. Because of this, she discussed with her eldest daughter and directly cancelled the verbal marriage between her father and a family before sending her in. Now that she thought about it, it was the right decision to send her in. Now that she was a princess consort with unparalleled glory, she did not contact her family at all. She was truly heartless. Bai Xianxia felt the anger in her chest rush up. How could she not know what she had swallowed just now? Didn't she want to say that she was related to Song Jiaoyue? What kind of relationship did she have with him? Yes, she knew that there were rumors in the capital. No matter how hard they tried to hide it, there were still people who knew about Song Jiaoyue's intentions. Therefore, it was not impossible for them to know. However, Madame Xiao had come over and wanted to use this relationship to her advantage. Was this really the thinking of someone who had her daughter's best interests at heart? Her expression changed, and she stood up. I'm sorry. Your daughter knows her lowly status and has no right to have any ideas about the prince's friends. Madame Xiao saw her change in expression and knew that she had almost said the wrong thing. She said, You are a princess consort now. You are different from before. You don't need to mention anything to the prince. However, your younger sister has not seen much of the world since she was young. Why don't she stay in the prince's household and help you? She can also learn how to be a wife. Elder sister, I haven't seen you in a long time. I miss you. Bai Rong'er used a small handkerchief to wipe her eyes, but she did not really cry. Bai Xianxia didn't like her very much, but she knew that if she didn't make Nei Xiao stay, there would be no end to it. So, she said, then stay for 2 days. But the rules of the prince's estate are very strict. If my younger sister does anything wrong, I will send her home even if the old madam doesn't say anything. Otherwise, the position of princess consort will change sooner or later. Her tone was not friendly, and Madame Xiao was annoyed. However, because her daughter's status was different now, she did not argue with her and left Bai Rong'er behind. After her mother left, Bai Rong'er became more well-behaved. She looked at her older sister from head to toe. She was really imposing. Everything he was wearing and using was of the best quality. Even the servant girls who served her were better dressed than ordinary people. Even Xiaoshi, that poor girl, had become more beautiful. Elder sister, we haven't seen each other for more than a year. I heard that you gave birth to a beautiful little nephew. Why haven't I seen him? He has caught a cold recently. He is recuperating at Madame Zhao's place. Bai Xianxia was tired of sitting and leaned to one side to look at the account books. Bai Rong'er came over and said with a smile, Elder sister, this prince's household is under your care now. It is so tiring to read so many books. Find someone to help you. Books, Bai Xianxia's mouth twitched. I don't have the time to read those books. These are account books. The prince's household account books? She picked up a book and looked at it. My goodness, so much money. One book is equivalent to 3 to 5 years of our family's income. Xiaoshi, go arrange a room for second miss to rest in. Also, prepare some necessities for her. Don't delay her. Yes, princess consort. Xiaoshi went to prepare. Bai Rong'er said coquettishly, Elder sister, it's not easy for me to come to the prince's mansion. Why don't I sleep with you? Yi Mama, who was beside her, almost fell. This prince had been sleeping at the princess consort's place almost every night. It should be said that the princess consort had already moved into the prince's courtyard. Is it appropriate for you to stay in the prince's courtyard? However, she couldn't be blamed for her ignorance. Even in small families, as long as they had some status, the wives and concubines would always live in separate rooms. The master of the house should also have his own room. How could he spend all day with his woman like a normal married couple? Even when her period came, they would not separate. However, since the prince was willing, as servants, they could not persuade him otherwise. However, her suggestion was too rash. This maiden's temperament was completely inferior to the princess consort's. This is the prince's mansion. There are rules everywhere. Yes, I know. Elder sister, can you bring me around the mansion? I really don't have time. There are too many things to do at the family banquet. Yi Mama, find 2 servants to bring second miss around. This old servant obeys. Just like that, she said she was here to help but ended up causing trouble. It was just a little girl walking around the mansion. There shouldn't be any problems. If she was too distant, they might discover that she was not the Bai Xianxia from before. Then, there would be more trouble. Unfortunately, the little girl whom she thought would not cause any trouble really did cause trouble. At noon, just as she was about to prepare lunch with Long Hung, a servant ran in from outside and said, Princess consort, Prince, second miss is fighting with Miss Biao in the garden. Second miss? Long Hung had just returned and did not know about the Bai family's visit. Bai Xianxia said gloomily, my younger sister. I see. I'll go take a look. When did that Miss Biao also come? This prince's mansion was really chaotic. Alright, since the family banquet was about to be held, it was normal for guests to come. But wasn't this little cousin a little too early? She hurriedly rushed all the way to the small garden with her people and saw the 2 girls personally fighting, pushing and shoving. Although it was not as barbaric as when she fought Lin Qianzi, at least it let them know that this was a fight and not a joke. Stop. What are you doing? Bai Xianxia was really angry. Why didn't they look at the time when they were fighting? Guests would come at any time now. If the two girls were to fight in the prince's mansion, she would be the target of gossip, wouldn't she? Sister, this woman is bullying me. Bai Rong'er ran over and threw herself into Bai Xianxia's arms, crying. The female cousin snorted and said, "Is she your younger sister? They really do look alike." "What do you mean?" Bai Rong'er turned around and shouted. Then, when she turned back, her expression changed. "Sister, this woman is clearly mocking you." Bai Xianxia rubbed her head and said, "Miss Biao, I'm really sorry. My younger sister was rude. Servants, send Miss Biao back." "Sister, you're the princess consort. Why are you apologizing to her? She's just a cousin. She's just relying on her relationship with the old madam. But she's already gone to coax her grandson. This prince's mansion is yours." Slap, Bai Xianxia reached out and slapped her. This younger sister was too arrogant. If she continued to speak like this, she would only cause trouble for herself. Although this cousin did not have any real power in the prince's mansion, if she really offended the old madam because of this matter, then her life in the prince's mansion would be very difficult even if she was the princess consort. You actually hit me." Bai Rong'er was stunned. Obviously, she was speaking up for her sister, but she did not expect her sister to hit her. Bai Xianxia said, "Send Miss Biao back. You come back with me." Bai Rong'er was very depressed that she had been slapped in public. She wanted to make a scene, but she could not say a word after being glared at by her sister. When did her sister's gaze become so imposing? She actually followed her sister back. However, as soon as she entered the study, she saw an even more imposing man sitting there. His eyes were cold, and his entire body was emitting a cold aura. Even if he was very handsome, when his gaze landed on her, she was so frightened that she immediately lowered her head. "Shower, did your Bai family use all their education on you? Did no one teach her to bow when she sees this king?" As soon as Longheng spoke, Bai Rong'er reacted. With a thud, she knelt down and said, "Greetings, greetings to the prince. Yi mama, send her back. Tell the Bai family that if they want her to come out and meet people again, they will have to teach her again." "Yes." Longheng's aura was too strong. Bai Rong'er did not dare to refute. Most importantly, she was also affected by the people around her. Her sister, the princess consort, did not dare to say a word, and the group of servants were all kneeling in fear. If he said something at this time, would he be killed? With such doubts, she was sent to the carriage. It was said that she was going to be sent back to the Bai residence. No, she still had not achieved her goal of coming here. She wanted to meet Song Jiayue and let him know that she was Bai Xianxia's sister. This way, he would most likely pay attention to her. When that time came, wouldn't it be easier to bring up the marriage? However, she did not expect that she would be chased out because of the matter with Miss Biao. When she thought of this, she did not want to go home and insisted on getting off the carriage. The prince's carriage had no choice but to stop. In the end, she almost fell down in her hurry. A hand supported her. When she looked up, she found that it was a girl with a veil. "Thank you. I've never seen such a beautiful girl. But it seems like you have something on your mind." The veiled girl seemed to be worried for her and frowned. "What can I have on my mind? I was just chased out." Perhaps it was because of the other party's kind help and words of concern, she felt wronged. However, when she felt wronged, she remembered that she had not eaten lunch. Her stomach was growling. The veiled girl smiled and said, "Why don't we go to a restaurant and have some wine? Since you and I are fated, I'll treat you." "How can I do that? You saved me, so I should be the one treating you. Don't argue with me. It's an honor to treat a beauty like you." Bai Rong'er blushed and was then pulled into the restaurant by the veiled girl. She seemed to come from a good family. There were 2 male servants by her side. They were very respectful and had a powerful aura. Even the dishes she ordered were things that Bai Rong'er had never tasted before. Suddenly, Bai Rong'er had a misconception that this woman was actually more noble than her sister. Therefore, after 3 cups of wine, she told her all the grievances she had suffered, from the Bai family to the prince's residence. By the time she finished, it was already night. The woman comforted her and even gave her many precious things. Then, they agreed to meet the next day. She would help her think of a way to make Xianxia see her in a new light. Bai Rong'er had long been intimidated by her sister's magnanimity. In her heart, she deeply believed that she could help her. Putting aside Bai Rong'er, Liev Gojoseon's residence was Liev Gojoseon and his wife. They had both come to the old madam to apologize, and Longheng had promised that he would not allow this girl to cause trouble again. The old madam had been frowning ever since her cousin Yu Xiaoshu came back. She wondered if Madame Bai had been pretending to be obedient all this time. At this time, her son and daughter-in-law came to apologize, and her anger subsided. Generally speaking, Madame Bai had handled the matter well. At least she had not allowed the matter to escalate. But the mouth was on someone else's body, so she could not do anything about it. She waved her hand to show that she did not care and said, "Now that Henger is free, he won't be going to the border for a while. Your cousin doesn't have it easy either. After the family banquet, Madame Bai, tidy up a courtyard and bring your cousin in." In the past, Bai Xianxia had only pretended to be confused. But this time, the old madam's intentions were obvious. She wanted to help Longheng take in a concubine. How could she forget that this was ancient times? Even if she had become the official wife, the old madam would not allow her son to only have her as his only woman. At this time, she could no longer pretend to be magnanimous. She lowered her head and bit her lower lip, looking as if she was about to cry. The old madam frowned, but Longheng's heart ached. He decided that when he had time, he would talk to the old madam in private. But now, he said with a cold face, "Mother, cousin just arrived today and she already quarreled with someone. If she marries into the family in the future, won't there be no peace in the family? Right now, Liev Gojoseon's residence is in a precarious situation and cannot afford any more trouble. Also, when did I promise her anything, and when did you promise her anything?" The old madam choked. This was a tacit agreement. When had there been any promises? But thinking of her cousin's personality, she could be a concubine. But her son did not care much about women, and especially hated those who were willful. If she came and caused disharmony in the family, wouldn't the gains not make up for the losses? Just as she was thinking, there was a thud, and Bai Xianxia fell to the ground. Wow, Lin Lin wasn't usually very close to Bai Xianxia, but when he saw that his mother had fallen, he immediately burst into tears. He even struggled to reach out his little hand to her, as if he was very nervous. Her tears flowed out like they were free. The old madam was also shocked. What's going on? Although she knew that Bai Xianxia had always been tough, she couldn't change her first impression of her. Her first impression of Bai Xianxia was that she was weak and easily bullied. Bai Xianxia had a weak body and fainted easily. Now that she was being bullied and her mother wanted to send someone to her room, she didn't dare to say anything. In the end, she fainted from anger and anxiety. He hurriedly carried her and said, "Why aren't you calling the doctor over?" Knowing that his mother was about to be carried away, Long Lin cried even harder and even began to sob. Yu Xiaoshu was the clearest among them. Obviously, Bai Xianxia's hand moved a little. She couldn't help but say hatefully, "Why are you panicking? She's just faking it." "Shut up." Long Heng was just about to leave when he heard her say that. His face turned pale with anger. The old madam was worried about her eldest grandson and was afraid that he would cry until something bad happened. However, Yu Xiaoshu said something like that. Even though she was usually calm, she couldn't help but get angry. She reached out and slapped Yu Xiaoshu. "Can't you be more obedient?" Yu Xiaoshu was indeed a troublemaker. She hadn't even moved in yet, but she had already caused so much trouble. She didn't blame Bai Xianxia because she fainted. Moreover, she was her eldest grandson's mother. Looking at the way the child was crying, it was obvious that they were related by blood. She had to give her eldest grandson some face no matter what. The old madam doted on her children, so her heart had already softened. Yu Xiaoshu's cousin, had never been hit by the old madam before. Now that she was standing there crying after being hit, the situation became even more chaotic. Long Heng was only responsible for carrying Bai Xianxia out and getting the doctor to take her pulse. The doctor hurried over and found that she wasn't sick after taking her pulse. However, who was he? He often hung out with Bai Xianxia to act. Based on their relationship, even if he didn't know what happened, he still said, the princess consort is depressed and should take good care of herself. If this continues for a long time, it will be very bad for her health. Longheng nodded and said, when will she wake up? It should be very soon. Don't disturb the princess consort. She will slowly wake up after resting for a while. After she wakes up, she should control her anger and emotions. Princess consort, I've tried my best to help you. He didn't know that Xianxia was very touched and almost considered him as a family member. Moreover, this doctor was too cunning. He changed his mind too quickly. It was a pity that she didn't let him learn how to play with power. However, she still had to drink medicine. She really hoped that he could prescribe something that wasn't bitter. As for Longheng, it was difficult for him because he was holding her hand and repenting and making a promise. Speaking of which, this was the first time she heard this man make a promise. Her heart was slightly sweet. Show her, I know you are wronged. I will explain it to mother. On the battlefield, you accompany me in the rain of blood. Not every woman can stay by my side. I, Longheng, am not an ungrateful person. Moreover, I have no interest in other women besides you. It's not like I didn't learn my lesson from the chaos in the harem. You can rest assured that we, husband and wife, and Lin will be safe and sound. Longheng won't think about other things. He didn't say anything elegant, or it could be said that it was very difficult for him to say such words. If she wasn't unconscious, he would have just said leave it to me. It would be strange if he let her feel relieved. You must remember what you said today. If you go back on your words one day, I will leave you and you will never find me again. Go to Huaer's side to look for him. Where would he find him in the modern world? Longheng was startled, then he sighed in relief and said, how long have you been awake? I've been awake since you told me all this. Actually, she didn't faint from the beginning. She just chose the right time to fall on the ground. It was just a little painful. It seemed that acting still had a price to pay. Also, she knew that her son wasn't born in vain. He knew how to care for his mother at such a young age. Based on the father and son's intentions, she felt that she could stand up and fight against those women who wanted to destroy her family. Once her fighting spirit rose, she was abnormally energetic. Her eyes were shining like a fairy. I'll tell mother now. What's with your expression? She looked like she wanted to eat someone, but she was unusually cute. Longheng pinched her face and said somewhat speechlessly, go. Just say that I didn't say anything to you. I'm just so depressed that I'm about to die. Longheng raised the corner of his eye. Although this was what ordinary couples often said, wasn't she teaching him to lie to the old madam? In fact, that was what he intended to do. In any case, it wasn't the first time he lied. He had lied in advance at Long Lin, but then there was a big reversal and he actually covered it up for them. Have a good rest and don't think too much. I'll talk to mother. You just need to focus on being your princess consort. Longheng comforted her and then returned to old madam's side. The conversation between the son and his mother was much simpler and more direct. He explained that he wanted to be a righteous person and how important Xianxia was to him. Then he talked about how he hated those women on the battlefield. There were so many women, but only Xianxia could make him believe. In the end, he felt that Xianxia was good at giving birth, so he didn't have to worry about children. Old Madam was also surprised. They were different from others and had always been together. So maybe she would have a child soon. What if she hurt her by suggesting taking in a concubine at this time and had a miscarriage? Forget it, she already had a grandson. They can do whatever they want. If her son didn't like them, then they would be sent out in the end. Thinking about it, it was different in the past. He didn't touch any of the three women. She waved her hand and said, go back. In the future, you can make the decision for this kind of thing. She doesn't come from a good family, but I won't look down on her. After all, she helped you. But it's good to contact that young master so as to avoid any trouble. Your cousin is also at fault today. When the family banquet is over, I'll send her back and let her parents find someone to settle her marriage. Thank you, mother. Longheng stood up and was about to leave when he saw Miss Gu standing at the door crying. She had always been afraid of him, but she had always liked him. Originally, she thought that since she couldn't become his wife after he got engaged, she could become his concubine in the future. Unexpectedly, he didn't consider marrying her even after being promoted to a concubine. Now, he didn't even want her. Cousin, why didn't you even look at me after I waited for so long? You're an unmarried girl. How can you be so shameless? Longheng turned and left, breaking Miss Gu's heart. She reached out to pull his sleeve, but Longheng was a martial artist, so how could she grab him? However, all of this was seen by the old madam. She frowned. She had long known that she was willful, but she did not expect her to be so shameless. It was one thing to fill her son's room with women, but it was another thing to see other women trying to seduce her son. Back then, Xianxia was her own choice. She was happy to see things develop to this extent. However, it was different if another woman seduced her son in front of her. She couldn't help but say some harsh words. She didn't expect Xiaoshu to run out. Old madam, this old servant will send someone to bring Miss Biao back, there's no need for that. Let her reflect on herself. It's too shameless for a young lady to pull a man's sleeve. By doing this, she was probably cutting off this thought. Hunger hated this kind of woman the most. Sigh. Originally, he wanted to tie the knot, but it seemed impossible. However, she did not expect Xiaoshu to be so bold. After leaving her place, she went to find trouble with Xianxia. She felt that the reason Longheng did not want her was because of this woman. Longheng wanted to let Xianxia rest, so he went to the study to deal with some matters. However, he did not expect that Xiaoshu would have the opportunity to break in. Xianxia hadn't really fainted, so she didn't rest. She was watering the flowers. Fodder and the Black Devil's snare were her treasures. She couldn't bear to throw them away no matter what. Although Longheng thought that one of them was too magical and the other was too dangerous, Xianxia did not want to put them anywhere else. She only prepared a separate room that was often ventilated. Then, it should not be poisoned or have hallucinations. At this time, she was discussing with Fodder to split the Fodder's branch. It had already grown very big. It had 3 branches, and there was another branch beside it. Fodder agreed. So, when she was thinking about which branch to cut, Xiaoshu came in. She grabbed her and slapped her. Slap, she was probably angry, so she slapped her very hard. This girl must be crazy. She was quite patient in the past. Why was she so impulsive today? Xianxia touched her face, showing that she was very confused. You bitch, it's all your cousin's fault for rejecting our marriage. In the future, I can't see him. It's all your fault. After saying that, she squatted on the ground and cried, as if she was the one who was slapped. Xianxia's mouth twitched. Because of the old madam, she would not go against her directly. If she did, the old madam would hate her. Xianxia wanted Xianxia to know that she had given her face, and also wanted Xianxia to feel that she owed her. So, Xianxia was stunned for a moment. When Xiaoshu asked if there was anything wrong with the wound on her face, she also began to cry. Yi mama, go to the old madam and tell her about Miss Biao here. Tell her to send someone to bring her back. I. Since she liked to cry, then everyone should cry. Xianxia sat on a chair at the side and also began to cry. Longheng came over after hearing the news. He didn't expect to see such a scene. Now, it was a problem for him to find someone to bring Miss Biao back. He might as well wait for the old madam's people to come over like Xianxia. But suddenly, Miss Biao's expression changed. She looked a little infatuated and a little absent-minded. Cousin, you've come. You've come to pick me up. We'll get married soon. I'll be able to marry you soon. His cousin actually stood up with a face full of joy. Moreover, she was extremely shy. Longheng took a step back. He felt that this situation was a little strange. Xianxia also stopped crying. Miss Biao's reaction just now was normal. At most, she was overly sad. But now, she was a little crazy. Xianxia felt that something must have gone wrong. Are you all right? Longheng saw that Xianxia's face was swollen and became very angry. He sternly said, Xiaoshu, get out of here right now. Don't ever take a step into Li of Grajosian's residence again. But Miss Biao actually giggled. While giggling, she pulled at her clothes and said, "Cousin, let's go to the bridal room. I'll give you my body. I'll always only want you." Pooh, Bai Xianxia almost vomited blood. Her face was pale as she turned around and walked out. This situation was too strange. She really couldn't watch it anymore. Long Heng also said to Xiaoshi, "Take Miss Biao out." Xiaoshi nodded. She also felt that she was covered in cold sweat. Miss Biao couldn't have gone crazy thinking about men, right? After everyone walked out of the room, Miss Biao actually swayed on the spot. Then, she rubbed her head and said, "What happened?" "Bai Xianxia, I won't forgive you." "Cousin. You. Why are you here?" Long Heng's face was as dark as it could get. He turned to the old servant beside him and said, "You should have seen what the young miss said and did just now, right? Follow her and tell the old madam everything she said without missing a single word. This old servant understands." The old madam sent someone over as soon as the old servant agreed. Although the young miss had been very excited just now, she suddenly had a splitting headache and didn't dare to act rashly. After all, Bai Xianxia was the princess consort and her cousin-in-law. After the servants took her out, she seemed to be weak and was almost dragged out. "All of you, leave." Long Heng waved his hand, and everyone withdrew from the room. "What happened just now? You seem to know something." "Actually, Miss Biao was rough with me in that room and was poisoned by hallucinogens. That's why she had such a reaction. Of course, she really wanted to consummate her marriage with you. She also just found out because the cactus said that the air in that room was bad, although only the crazy woman was poisoned. Yes, they called her a crazy woman because she hit their master." "They still have consciousness?" "Actually, all plants have consciousness, but humans can't hear them, just like animals. Scientists have proven this." Long Heng said, "As long as they're harmless to you, it's fine. Of course, they will only protect me." Long Heng felt that the devil's snare was simply a genius. His cousin Yu Xiaoshu's performance just now was spread to the old madam. She was afraid that she would be, "Prince, this old servant is back. The old madam has something for this old servant to tell you. Come in." The servant came in and said that the old madam had already sent Miss Biao back. She also asked her family to immediately marry her off and not do anything embarrassing. Long Heng nodded to indicate that he understood. He then said, "Go and instruct the servants to bring the food over. It's almost night. Let's eat together." Bai Xianxia said. "Your body is weak and you faint so easily. You can't stop eating. Eat." Was he trying to play the role of a domineering CEO? However, Bai Xianxia still ate. She was in a good mood to chase away the supporting female character in one day. Thinking about it, Long Heng was actually quite well behaved. Whether in the novel or in reality, he didn't really provoke any women. Therefore, there was no real female supporting character. It was just their one-sided love. However, she felt that with the character of every long novel author, they would definitely arrange a female supporting role for him in the future. It was just that she didn't know until she finished reading the book. At least for now, she was the only one in his heart. The few days after Miss Biao left were rather peaceful, and then it was the day of the family banquet. The people from the Long family had already arrived 2 days ago. Bai Xianxia really didn't have a good impression of these people. Although they were all officials in the imperial court, they were basically separated from Long Heng's family. But what were the looks in the eyes of those female guests? They looked at her with disdain. Yes, her family background wasn't as good as theirs, but other than that, she felt that her appearance and character were much better than theirs. For this reason, she, who was never gorgeous, began to dress up luxuriously. When she walked on the road, she was so beautiful that others couldn't open their eyes. Originally, Bai Xianxia was the type of beauty that could be thick or light. No matter how she dressed up, it could reflect the beauty of her body. After giving birth to Long Lin, even though her body shape didn't change much, her mature charm was incomparable to that of a normal young girl. In addition, she practiced some modern makeup techniques. She looked simple, yet very meticulous. Basically, no one could pick out any part of her body that wasn't beautiful. On the day of the family banquet, no one dared to say half a word to her. Only Xianxia knew how tired she was. When she returned to her room, she sat on a chair and rested for a while. Today, Xiaoshi had also returned. She even brought Prince Rong's big gift. She was very happy and let her rest in the room. Xiaoshi saw how tired she was and said, "Why don't you let this servant help you loosen your shoulders?" That's great. Hurry and give me a massage. There's still the second half to deal with. After receiving the guests, the second half was the wedding ceremony. Although there was a veil, they still had to change into red clothes. The second half? There's more to fight. I didn't think that being a princess consort would be so tiring. It's not as carefree as when you were in Tranquil City. How did you know? I heard from Brother Aquan. It's really very carefree there. Xianxia almost fell asleep from her massage, but the mamas came over to help her change her clothes. There was no other way. She would just treat it as getting married after the baby was born. She changed into the red wedding dress, then sat on the sedan chair and was carried to the front hall. Longheng was standing in front of the door. When he saw her coming, he personally came to receive her. He was also dressed in red today. He looked quite handsome, and the joy on his face was hard to conceal. Xianxia inexplicably blushed. They had been talking about the family banquet for so many days. Why did it take them so long to realize that today was their wedding day? She was getting married, wasn't she? Married to Longheng, married to the almost perfect male lead in the novel. Suddenly, she felt a little grateful to the author. If he hadn't written such a male lead, she wouldn't have been willing to stay in this world and marry him. She placed her hand on his. He was 5 or 6 years younger than her, and his appearance was top-notch. Although he was a little cold, he was still gentle to her. No, he just didn't say it. In fact, he was very good to her. With this thought in mind, she took on the role of the bride. Shyness, fear, solemnity, and other emotions came over her. She didn't even know how to take a step. Fortunately, Longheng was calm and steady. He supported her, who was beautiful beyond compare, to walk to the front. Bow to heaven and earth, and then they would be a real husband and wife. No, before that, would they be living together illegally? Xianxia frowned. She was deeply hurt by her own thoughts. No, they must bow to heaven and earth. Longheng didn't know why her expression kept changing, but looking at her faraway gaze, he knew that this girl was distracted again. At such a young age, her mind was not focused. At this time, she could still be distracted. He couldn't help but admire her. Wait a minute, you can't bow to heaven and earth. This woman is treacherous. She was supposed to be my wife. After saying this, a man rushed in. He was born with a small nose and small eyes, and his temperament was like that of a scholar. He probably sneaked in among the guests, so he was wearing a servant's clothes. Xianxia didn't know this person at all. Of course, she didn't know if the original body knew this person, but after Madame Xiao told her that day, she asked Xiaoshi and asked someone to find out. At that time, Father Bai did verbally promise to marry her to a family surnamed In. That young master In was a scholar, and his family was quite well off. But she didn't expect that less than 3 months after the engagement, and the In family didn't even find a matchmaker, someone from the Wan family came. Madame Xiao and the original body didn't want to marry into that family, so they tried to find a way to make Father Bai cancel the engagement. Father Bai was a person who studied the teachings of Confucius and Mencius. He was a person who had become stupid from reading too many books. Therefore, how could he agree to this kind of matter of climbing up the social ladder? However, he couldn't resist the cries of his wife and daughter. In the end, Xianxia was brought to the prince's estate. This was the cause, but she didn't expect the consequences to come at this time. This young master was that young master In, right? Why did he suddenly come looking for him? She soon found out because Bai Rong had already barged in with 2 servants. As she walked, she shouted, "Young master In, you can't be so impulsive." As she spoke, she paid attention to everyone's expressions. Although she was afraid, she thought of her sister's words. What's the use of having your sister act as a matchmaker? Why don't you show off in front of everyone? This way, Prince Song will know your sister's true nature and be touched by your righteousness. When the time comes, the Song family will personally propose marriage. Only then will you have face. Bai Rong'er was inexperienced and believed this without a doubt. Thus, she came here to put righteousness before family. Bai Xianxia pressed a finger to her forehead. Without thinking, she said to the matchmaker, "Continue the ceremony." Her aura was unprecedentedly strong. Bai Xianxia was someone who had commanded soldiers on the battlefield. When she said this, the matchmaker immediately said, "Yes, first bow to heaven and earth." Long Heng's lips curled. As if he didn't see anyone, he pulled Bai Xianxia and bowed. Bai Rong'er and young Master were stunned. This wasn't what they had agreed on. Didn't they say that any man would want to know more about this matter and delay the wedding? But why did they continue with the ceremony? They were completely ignoring them. Both of them were young and inexperienced, so they were stunned. Bai Rong'er was anxious. When no one was paying attention, she kicked young Master and asked him to seek help from the old madam. Young Master had no choice but to rush forward to beg the old madam. However, a hand pressed down on his shoulder. When he turned around, he saw a young Master dressed in embroidered robes. His expression was ice cold, causing people to feel a chill in their hearts. Bai Rong'er, on the other hand, was smitten. She'd finally met Song Jiayue. She hadn't expected him to be dressed in a different color today, but it didn't diminish his charm in the slightest. Young Master was not a woman, so he was not bewitched. He only paused for a moment before saying, "Old madam, Li of Gojoseon, this humble one's surname is In. I was originally the fiancée of Bai Xianxia, the eldest daughter of the Bai family. But she actually went back on her word and married another man. This is truly against the rules of etiquette. Please uphold justice for me. Second, bow to the elders." In fact, Bai Xianxia was quite afraid at this time. She was afraid that the old madam would suddenly make the decision for her, and then she would not be able to worship the old madam anymore. However, the old madam didn't move at all. She didn't even lift her eyelids. Bai Xianxia felt relieved and bowed again. Husband and wife bowed to each other. This was his last bow. Let's see who could stop him this time. The imperial edict has arrived. A shrill voice sounded, and almost everyone's attention was drawn to it. Bai Xianxia almost burst into tears. Wasn't it just a change of space to get married? Was it that difficult? She sighed. Just as she was about to turn around to receive the edict, she saw Long Heng pull her and then bend at the waist. Bai Xianxia's eyes instantly widened. She was so moved that she knelt down without thinking about anything else. It was just a simple bow, but she seemed to have understood something in this short period of time. Husband and wife were really different from others. It was unknown whether it was their perseverance that infected the crowd or the matron of honor knew her responsibility, but she could actually shout out the two words at the same time: "The ceremony is complete." As soon as the two words came out, Long Heng straightened his back and said, "Reward." Then, he brought his new wife to receive the imperial edict. Obviously, it was a very difficult ceremony, but for some reason, the people present felt inexplicably moved. Especially Song Jiayue. His hand squeezed so hard that young Master screamed. Now that the two of them were husband and wife, it was time for him to give up his thoughts. "Prince Song, I am Bai Xianxia's younger sister. Are you all right?" Bai Rong'er wanted to make her presence known, but she found that the other party didn't even look at her and directly followed to receive the imperial edict. Everyone knelt on the ground as a eunuch read out loud. The meaning was that Bai Xianxia's marriage had other implications, and they were to pause until they understood the situation. Long Heng's lips curled into a cold smile. He received the imperial edict and said, "Eunuch, I'll have to trouble you to go back and inform the emperor not to worry about this matter. The emperor has already passed the imperial edict to promote Madame Bai to the imperial consort of the Li of Gojoseon. This matter cannot be changed. She will always be the imperial consort of the Li of Gojoseon, regardless of whether the ceremony takes place or not." The eunuch's mouth twitched. Obviously, he hadn't finished the ceremony when he came in. However, he couldn't say that Bai Xianxia disobeyed the imperial edict. He only delayed the ceremony. If the imperial edict wasn't delayed by 2 hours, even the emperor couldn't do anything about it. So, he was late. Obviously, the emperor wanted him to announce the imperial edict when there were many people and people making a fuss. The emperor has spoken. I will wait here for you to investigate and resolve the matter before returning to submit the imperial edict. The eunuch felt gloomy. He really didn't want to stay here at this time. Arrange a seat for eunuch. Long Heng ordered. The servants arranged a seat for the eunuch. At this time, Long Heng and Bai Xianxia also sat down. With a cold smile on his face, he said, "Pull him up." Just like that, young Master and Bai Ronger were brought up. When they were brought up, they felt gloomy. They felt as if they had been brought to the main hall of the government instead of the victims. Speak. If you don't speak, you will be sent to the officials. Long Heng ordered. Young Master knelt down with a thud. He actually kowtowed to Long Heng and said with a trembling voice, "Prince. Prince, my surname is In. I am a scholar. Last year, Uncle Bai had a drink at my house. He promised to marry his eldest daughter to me." Oh? Long Heng didn't say anything. He wanted young Master to continue. Young Master had no choice but to continue, but she was greedy for riches and honor. She broke off our engagement and married into the prince's mansion. Such a fickle and untrustworthy woman, how can the prince take her as his official wife? Then what are you here for? No one dared to interrupt Long Heng's speech. For some reason, Bai Rong who was kneeling at the side, felt that such a brother-in-law was very attractive. High and mighty power always made a man seem very dignified and charming. Although Song Jiayue was also very beautiful, he lacked the domineering aura of a superior. At the side, she was in a daze. Her heart was shaking, and she didn't know who to choose. If her sister was punished and sent out of the prince's mansion, would she have a chance to marry into the prince's mansion? Bai Xianxia watched all of this coldly from the side. The guest's expressions changed and Bai Xianxia's thoughts changed. She couldn't help but twitch when she saw that her gaze was focused on her husband. Alright, she knew that the male lead was always very attractive, but Song Jiayue lacked his domineering aura. This kind of man could easily arouse a woman's desire to conquer. Men used force to conquer the world, but women used gentleness and tolerance to conquer men. Bai Xianxia secretly rolled her eyes. No wonder people said that young girls were easily attracted to middle-aged uncles. This time, she really believed it. Although Long Heng was old, his aura was already incomparable to those middle-aged uncles. So it was inevitable that he would attract these young girls. Young Master was also depressed. He had already said it so clearly, but why did Prince still ask what it meant? What else could it mean? Wasn't it just improper conduct and unsuitable to be a princess? And didn't he come here to tell him this? This is her lack of virtue. Prince needs to think carefully. After young Master finished speaking, Long family's second uncle's wife said, Prince needs to think carefully. 2 marriages had been ruined. So what if she was successful and famous? Wouldn't she still be a laughingstock? Bai Xianxia silently clenched her fist. Since she already felt that she had to become a warrior and chase away all these monsters to protect her family, then what was she hesitating for? She suddenly stood up and changed her weak attitude. Her gaze was sharp as she looked at young Master, causing him to tremble and lower his head. Young Master, right? I want to ask if we've met before this. No. The princess was truly too beautiful. It was a pity that they were not fated to be together. Then do you have any enmity? Naturally, no. Young Master's palms were sweating. He was even more nervous than when he looked at Prince. Then why did young Master create something out of nothing to frame me? No, that's not it. I'm not creating something out of nothing. Not creating something out of nothing? Then let me ask you. I've never met you before. How can we talk about feelings, betrayal, and betrayal? But, you and I have a marriage contract. Do you have proof? This. Scholars always keep their promises. That's a promise between you and my father, not between you and me. Moreover, my father was drinking in your house. A drunk person can say anything. Don't tell me that you took my joke seriously? Of course I'm not joking. Then, have you exchanged the marriage invitation? Is there a matchmaker? Is there a witness? The witnesses are my entire family. Bai Xianxia didn't even bother to cover her small mouth as she laughed. She was naturally beautiful, and her smile was magnificent enough to topple cities. Everyone around her couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Listen, everyone. Their whole family can testify. If someone in their family threatened to ruin my reputation, then who would stand up for me? There's no evidence, and you haven't even seen my face, yet you claim that I'm his wife. Isn't this too ridiculous? In the future, the drunkard's words count, and the world will be in chaos. I can testify for young master and father mentioned it at home, and at that time, mother also nodded. Bai Rong couldn't stand her elder sister's arrogance, so she suddenly spoke up. Oh? If that's the case, then they agreed after some discussion. May I ask why you wanted to cancel your previous marriage? They were the ones who cancelled the marriage, not the Bai family. Is that so? Using 300 taels to force the other party to cancel the marriage, was this also the Bai family's initiative? Bai Rong didn't expect her elder sister to know about this. She couldn't help but bite her lower lip and lower her head. He's just a scholar. When will he be able to pass the civil service examination? It's normal for the family to cancel the marriage. You're the shameless one. Bai Xianxia said, do you think anyone would believe a witness like you? Bai Rong was so angry that her face turned red, but she felt like she was drowned by the gazes of the people around her. Obviously, the elder sister said that such a situation wouldn't happen. What went wrong, however, the second aunt of the Long family said, this only proves that the Bai family is a treacherous family. That's enough. Long Hing shouted, the prince's estate already knew about this before the princess consort was married into the family. At that time, we even asked the Yin family if they agreed to cancel the marriage. The Yin family had already replied and agreed to this matter. At that time, it was just a joke. The Yin family didn't even use a single copper coin to resolve this matter. If we were to look into it and seize on this matter now, wouldn't we be in a difficult position? However, since this matter has already been raised, the prince's estate needs to make up for it. Otherwise, this matter can't be considered resolved. That's right, why make up for it? It was obvious that someone was causing trouble behind the scenes. Bai Xianxia frowned and looked at Long Heng. She didn't understand his intentions. Long Heng looked at Song Jiayue. Actually, if Bai Xianxia was a good sister, then he really wanted to push her to him. He didn't want that pair of eyes to grow on his princess consort. The eunuch asked, Prince, how should we deal with this? It's simple. This matter was originally the Bai family's fault. My wife was raised in the boudoir, so how could she know about this matter? Therefore, the ones responsible are the Bai family. Since the Bai family has another daughter, then marry her off to the Yin family as compensation. The corner of his mouth twitched as he spoke without hesitation. What? Don't. Young Master and Bai Rong objected at the same time. However, at this moment, the old madam spoke up, the people who went to the Bai family just now have returned. Master Bai has already agreed to this matter. Eunuch, you can go back and report this matter. The eunuch said, it is as the old madam said. Wait a moment. This king wants to know who reported this matter to the emperor. Long Heng felt that if it was based on the reaction of a normal person, he would have already divorced Bai Xianxia by now. This was because no family would accept such a treacherous woman. Or rather, she was heartless and could even climb up the social ladder. However, Long Heng had gone through thick and thin with her, so he naturally believed that she wasn't that kind of woman. Therefore, it was very likely that her mother was the one behind this. The old madam, on the other hand, was even calmer. She had already investigated this matter before she had gone to fetch them. Therefore, she was certain that someone had set them up and allowed them to go through the wedding ceremony. Now, there were too many people who wanted to deal with her son. She needed to distinguish between her own people and her enemies. Therefore, in this atmosphere where they shared a common enemy, this kind of plan that should have been successful had instead lost its effectiveness. The eunuch smiled and said, I came here under orders. I don't know anything else. Long Heng didn't expect the eunuch to reveal the mastermind behind this. He only wanted to let everyone know that someone wanted to deal with him, so they wanted to harm his assistants. For example, Bai Xianxia, who was now known as the female Zhuge in the capital. With Prince Rome's return, her story had reached a new climax and her fame had grown. Therefore, it was reasonable for someone to want to deal with her. Although no one said anything, the conflict between Long Heng and the emperor wasn't something that had only existed for a day or two. Everyone was more or less aware of it. The eunuch also felt that the atmosphere was strange, so he hurriedly left to report on his task. However, Bai Rong'er and young master did not know that their marriage had been decided the moment the eunuch left. Only after the eunuch had left did they speak to Long Heng. "Prince, this matter cannot be decided this way. I already have a wife." "Oh? Then you are a second wife. Since you've come this time, this prince can't let you go back empty-handed." "No, it's not our fault. It's all her fault." Bai Rong'er pointed at her sister, Bai Xianxia, as if she was the one who had come to cause trouble. Bai Xianxia glanced at her and said, "I have never caused trouble for anyone. In this life, I will not leave my husband and child as others wish. Therefore, if anyone wants to harm me and this family, they should first consider what kind of cruel retaliation they will receive." She did not hold back at all as she spoke. She even walked in front of Bai Rong'er, lifted her chin, and spoke word by word. All right, wasn't her current image a little too domineering? Almost everyone fell silent in an instant. Sigh, her image had been completely destroyed. Did the old madam think that she was too domineering? Turning around, the old madam was shocked, but she did not feel disgusted or angry. Actually, he did not know that the old madam had always thought that she lacked the domineering aura of a princess consort. Now, she realized that she had underestimated her. During this period of time with her son, she had learned to be domineering. Very good, now she did not have to worry about not being able to control the servants. Being able to handle herself in front of so many people, she was indeed qualified to be a princess consort. "No, I didn't. It was a masked sister. She asked me to do this." Bai Rong'er was scared out of her wits. She could only tell the truth. She was afraid that Long Heng would marry her to young master. More importantly, he was a man with a wife. If she married him, she would be a second wife. Power was a mysterious thing. Even if Long Heng had nothing to do with her family, no one dared to refute his words. However, she didn't expect that her matter would reach the ears of His Majesty. Basically, it was already decided, and it would be difficult for her to go back on her words. "Sister, are they masked?" Bai Xianxia and Long Heng exchanged glances. Both of them seemed to understand what was going on. It was Su Yun. She was the mastermind behind all of this. Moreover, she must still be in the palace. Otherwise, how could the emperor get the news so quickly? It had to be said that the transmigrated girl had a certain degree of ability, especially Su Yun, who knew how to use her status as a rich girl to oppress others. The two idiots in front of her were probably instigated by her. But why did they stop for so long before starting to play tricks? What exactly happened in between? What's your relationship with that woman? Bai Xianxia asked coldly. It's okay, it's just a coincidence. So, you helped an outsider to harm your sister? She's not harming me. She's just giving me ideas. Huh, you're still treating her as a good person? Bai Rong'er, do you know that you've been harmed? Forget it, Prince. Since today is a joyous occasion, let's not let these people ruin everyone's mood. Take them away and lock them up. She would interrogate them in detail later. No, you're my sister. Why do you have to lock me up? Bai Rong'er was shocked. She didn't expect things to be so serious. In the past, when they were at home, she often joked with Bai Xianxia. Now you remember that I'm your sister. Do you know that your actions might ruin your sister's reputation? In the end, she might even die to prove her innocence. Why should I be polite to you when you're trying to kill your own sister? Bai Xianxia waved her hand, and the people who came forward to take Bai Rong away. Young master was scared silly. He immediately said, "Don't blame me. Bai Rong'er gave me 100 taels to do this." Take them away. Long Heng chuckled softly. These two cowards had already confessed the truth of the matter after being frightened. However, this was enough. He didn't want others to hear the rest. It was like a monkey show. Once they left, the world would be peaceful. What happened next was that even if the Long family wanted to belittle Bai Xianxia, they couldn't find any opportunity to do so. After what happened just now, Bai Xianxia didn't pretend anymore. She gave out all kinds of orders calmly and knew when to advance and when to retreat. When everything was over, she had already become the mistress of Li of Gojoseon's residence. She was the revered consort of Li of Gojoseon. At night, people from the Bai family and the Yin family came. They both begged for their children to be released. Because their families didn't know about this, it was their own decision to come. One came for money, and the other wanted to use her sister to climb up the social ladder. The people from the Bai family were her mother, Madame Xiao, and her younger brother. When Bai Xianxia saw her younger brother, she felt a little better. Therefore, her words weren't as cold as before. She said lightly, "You can take her back, but there is one thing. She must marry into the Yin family." "How can that be?" "The Yin family is just an empty shell. They have nothing." Madame Xiao had always treated her youngest daughter as the apple of her eye. How could she agree to her being married off so hastily? She asked for it. There is no way to turn this around. Didn't we discuss to marry her into the Song family? Mother, I hope you can understand. After what she did, it's already very difficult for her to marry into the Song family, let alone marry into the Song family. What did she do? She's just telling the truth. Madame Xiao was also agitated. She stood up and said loudly, "Mother, don't say that. Second sister almost killed elder sister." Bai Shuiru also stood up. He didn't expect his mother to say something like that. The truth? The truth is that she almost killed elder sister. Well, it's settled. Even the prince has no right to interfere, because the eunuchs in the court have gone back to report this to the emperor. Does the Bai family want to defy the emperor's order? What? There's such a thing? Madame Xiao was shocked, and her expression changed. But she immediately said, the emperor can't interfere with the affairs of us commoners. The emperor can't interfere with you, but if someone wants to disturb his close minister's wedding, what do you think he will do? Bai Xianxia was threatening them. Since they didn't treat her as a person, there was no need for him to be polite. I will send more dowry for younger sister's wedding. He glanced at Madame Xiao with a cold smile, and then asked someone to send them out. The Yin family also agreed because they couldn't defy the emperor's order. However, young Master An's wife was probably unhappy because she suddenly had a younger sister who was also a co-wife. They thought that things would settle down and they could rest for a few days, but they didn't expect to receive an invitation from the palace. It was an invitation from noble consort Su. It was nothing more than a simple palace banquet. The emperor indeed had a lot of concubines, because every 3 years there would be a few outstanding beauties selected. But this wasn't the time for the selection, so why would noble consort Su suddenly appear? That person couldn't be Su Yun, right? But she actually publicly invited her to the palace. Was she planning to take revenge? Perhaps, there were some devious ideas from another transmigrator waiting for her. For this reason, Long Heng sent someone to investigate that noble consort Su. She turned out to be a refugee from Shu County. Because she was walking on the road, the emperor took a fancy to her and brought her back to the palace. After the emperor favored her, she was immediately conferred the title of noble consort. This story was simply an ancient version of Cinderella. If this girl wasn't as beautiful as a flower, how could she be chosen by the emperor who had seen countless beauties? It was said that her name wasn't Su Yun, but Su Luo. She was indeed as beautiful as a fairy. There's a loophole in the story. Oh? Think about it, a woman as beautiful as a fairy came from Shu County to the capital, but she wasn't snatched by other men on the way. Isn't that amazing? But that Su Yun's appearance has already been ruined by me. Could it really be her? It seems that we can only meet her and see what her face looks like. Is it a disguise or is it real? In any case, you can't hide. Be careful. Take a detoxification pill before you go. Okay. She didn't expect Long Heng to be so thorough. But it was good to be prepared. Bai Xianxia also felt that she should be fully prepared. She gathered all her energy and went to the palace. Because it was a banquet hosted by a noble consort, men weren't allowed to enter the palace. The old madam wasn't invited because the noble consort had clearly written on the letter that she only invited young women and women. However, Bai Xianxia had an extra servant girl named Ah Song by her side today. Don't look at his slender and beautiful body, he was actually a man. Of course, Xiaoshi didn't know his identity. She only knew that this person was sent by the prince, so she kept staring at him. Bai Xianxia discovered that she had made a dignified hidden guard, a man, shy from staring at him. Her face actually blushed, and her eyes looked elsewhere from time to time. Obviously, entering the imperial palace was a very depressing and stressful affair, but seeing their situation, she couldn't help but want to laugh. Wang Fei, why does the corner of your mouth keep twitching? Xiaoshi asked curiously. Bai Xianxia touched the corner of her mouth and said, "No, you're mistaken." But in her heart, she was laughing like crazy. She always felt that the interaction between them was particularly interesting. The imperial palace was a place that drove people crazy. She was used to living in Li of Gujozian's residence. She always felt that this place was unusually uncomfortable. This was especially true for a beauty like her. As soon as she entered, she received all kinds of strange gazes, as if she had come for the only man in the palace. To be honest, her man was more than 10 years younger than him and was more capable. Even if her man was an ordinary scholar, she didn't want to abandon him to chase after such a man. There were too many wives, too many to count. Which woman in the imperial palace didn't belong to him? He probably didn't even remember how many he had slept with and who he had slept with. It was almost impossible for such a man to be faithful. As for separating his body from his heart, she also couldn't accept it. Women also had needs. Don't treat them like wooden people, okay? This was the thinking of modern people. So Bai Xianxia felt that if Su Yun was really that noble consort Su, then she definitely didn't really love the emperor. She was just using him as a game character to capture him. Just like the female protagonists in some palace novels, she used men as tools to fight for power and didn't care about them at all. When they arrived at the imperial palace, the guests first rested for a while before being brought to the noble consort's residence. She didn't expect noble consort Su to be so favored. She was even more ostentatious than the empress. And from beginning to end, no one mentioned the empress. It seemed that the distribution of power in the imperial harem was very strange. Everyone walked in and sat down according to the arrangement. After a while, fruits and food were served. It was very exquisite. After everyone sat down and said a few words, someone announced that the noble consort had arrived. Then, they saw a young woman slowly walk in. Her appearance definitely didn't lose to Bai Xianxia's. She was about 20 years old. Although she was young, in this era where little Lolas were getting married, she was considered old. But it was undoubtedly the most attractive age for men because young women were too immature. She secretly stared at her own chest. Although it had grown a lot after giving birth to Shaolin, because she was still young, there was still room for growth. So, based on her current appearance, it still wasn't as big as this beautiful noble consort's chest. But, based on her appearance, she knew that she wasn't Su Yun. Perhaps it was a disguise. But what kind of disguise technique could make someone look so good? It was like someone had painstakingly drawn a masterpiece, but it was a bit different from the aesthetics of this era. Her face was a bit like the face of a snake spirit that was popular on the internet. Her chin was very sharp, her nose was very sharp, and her eyes, why did she feel that her eyes were a bit familiar, as if she had seen them somewhere before? Thank you for coming. This consort has prepared some wine and singing and dancing. The voice was also a bit familiar, but she couldn't figure out who it was. Thank you, noble consort. After everyone finished speaking, the singing and dancing came up. There was still a bit of a special shadow. It wasn't much, but it was very strange. Imperial consort Li of Gujozian. Noble consort Su suddenly spoke. Bai Xianxia raised her head and smiled, that's right. Noble consort Su smiled, rumor has it that imperial consort Li of Gujozian is a great beauty that everyone loves. Now that I've seen you, your beauty is truly enchanting. Noble consort, you're too polite. What the hell is Xianxia? You're not polite at all. This consort felt like we've known each other since the first time I saw you. You're truly amiable, truly delightful. Why don't this consort acknowledge you as a younger sister? how could this be a good match? What the hell is Xianxia? How could it be? This consort should be the one trying to reach out to you. Isn't that right, everyone? Why don't you all be witnesses? This consort will acknowledge you as a younger sister. She stood up happily and said, bring wine, this consort wants to have a drink with my younger sister. Someone brought wine and noble consort Su personally came to Bai Xianxia's side. Bai Xianxia could only stand up. She really didn't want to acknowledge this older sister, but there was no other way. She took the cup of wine and said, noble consort, you're too polite. After the two of them drank some wine, Imperial consort Su grabbed her hand and whispered some insignificant things to her intimately. She even had the misconception that she really didn't have any relationship with Su Yun. However, Bai Xianxia still wanted to try, so she pretended to drink too much and rubbed her forehead, saying, noble consort, I'm really sorry. I usually get drunk after drinking a little wine. No, come, let's sit together. Noble consort Su sat down with her, but Bai Xianxia was so dizzy that she swayed left and right. She even reached out to touch noble consort Su's face and giggled, noble consort, your face is so smooth. What skincare products do you usually use? This face felt so real, it didn't seem like a disguise at all. So, she really wasn't Su Yun? Bai Xianxia frowned. Noble consort Su said, tomorrow, big sister will send a portion to little sister, how about it? Many thanks, big sister. Ever since I came to the capital, my family has grown distant. It's naturally great to have a sister to hang out with. Damn, what do I do when I hear familiar words again? Which sister in the capital wouldn't like a beauty like noble consort? Obviously, her face wasn't Su Yun's, but why did it feel so familiar? Just as they were wondering, someone outside announced, His Majesty has arrived. All the officials' wives panicked. They were here to attend noble consort Su's palace banquet. They didn't expect His Majesty to come. Bai Xianxia also stood up. Fortunately, she didn't forget that she was pretending to be unconscious, so she swayed a little. Noble consort Su hurriedly supported her. It really was a beauty's embrace. Her breasts were surging. Something wasn't right. They didn't seem as big as she imagined. Instead, they seemed to be padded. The feeling down there was different. Ancient women were generally very reserved. Even if they had big breasts, they wouldn't stick them out. They would even do their best to tie them up when they went out in order to make it easier for them to walk. This was also the origin of long sleeves. They all felt that it was inconvenient to walk with their breasts out because there were no such things as bras back then. She had modified it for herself. It was slightly better than the ancient doo-doo, but it had a fixed function. She hadn't had time to study it yet. It seemed she had to study it when she got back. Although she didn't want to seduce other men, she had to find a way to maintain the novelty of her marriage. However, she still had to wait a little longer. Long Heng hadn't lost interest in her at all. As long as she made a move, this man would burn with lust without hesitation. It was best not to try unnecessary things. Obediently wait a while. Little sister, since you're drunk, why don't you stay in the palace and accompany this consort today? While he was distracted, he actually sat down. However, the position he was sitting in was a little strange. On the far right was the emperor, followed by consort Su, and then her. The emperor had a strange look in his eyes as he looked at her. His gaze made Bai Xianxia shudder. She had been through it before, so she knew very well what it meant for a man to look at a woman like that. No, Lin is very clingy with me. If I don't go back, I'm afraid he'll make a scene. Of course not. He was ignoring her. He was already giving her a lot of face by just smiling when he saw her. The child was a very good excuse, so noble consort Su didn't force her to stay. However, when she stood up to return to her original seat, noble consort Su stopped her and said, since you're feeling dizzy, then sit here and don't move. Otherwise, you'll fall. Bai Xianxia felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. The emperor was actually talking to her in front of his own woman. It would be a pity if imperial consort Li of Gojoseon didn't drink. I wanted to drink with you. After all, it's very difficult to invite Longheng to drink. Bai Xianxia faintly smiled and said, I don't dare. What a joke. The emperor and the wife of a minister were sitting here drinking and chatting. If this spread out, it wouldn't be good. She silently lowered her head and tried to reduce her presence as much as possible. Perhaps it was because she was too quiet and didn't touch the wine anymore. However, noble consort Su actually prepared homemade grape wine and even personally poured a cup for her to taste. Bai Xianxia knew that grape wine didn't exist in this world. At first, she was thinking about how to save her life. Later, she was thinking about how to survive. After that, she was busy saving Long Heng. She didn't have the time to study these things. Now, when she saw the grape wine, she was just as surprised as everyone else. What is this? Even if this woman wasn't Su Yun, she must be related to Su Yun. Otherwise, where did this grape wine come from? This is the grape wine I made in my spare time. Grape? Yes, you must try it. She picked it up and only took a sip. She really felt that it was delicious. She felt that noble consort Su definitely wouldn't poison her in front of everyone. Moreover, she had already taken some antidote. But after taking a sip, she felt abnormally dizzy. Even her body felt hot. She felt that it was a bit difficult to sit up. She swayed and was about to fall. Noble consort Su said, "It seems that you really are dizzy. You should go to the back and rest for a while before going back." Bai Xianxia really couldn't walk anymore. She handed her hand to Xiaoshi, who she trusted the most. Then, 2 palace servants helped her to the palace's bedroom. Xiaoshi, soak a towel in cold water and bring it over. Ah Song, remember that if someone asks you to leave later, immediately think of a way to come back. There was definitely something fishy. She felt that she was a bit hot. This kind of heat was abnormal. If she guessed correctly, it must be the legendary aphrodisiac. It wasn't like she hadn't been poisoned before, so she was very familiar with this feeling. After Xiaoshi came back, a palace maid took the cold towel in her hand before she could put it on. They said that this was something that they should do. Then, they drove her and Ah Song out. Ah Song knew that things weren't good. After being locked in a certain place, he quickly jumped out of the window. Xiaoshi said strangely, "Where are you going?" "This is the imperial palace. You can't run around. If you want to save the princess consort, take me with you." Ah Song was so frightened that his hand shook off her hand. Then, he left without saying a word. Xiaoshi didn't expect him to run so fast. She didn't dare to shout loudly and attract the palace maids. She hurriedly made the bed look like someone was lying on it. This way, they wouldn't suspect that Ah Song was missing. Ah Song remembered Bai Xianxia's orders. He quickly came to where the princess consort had been resting and jumped in through the back window. There had been a Taijian standing there. He had knocked him unconscious. When he looked inside, he almost fainted. A bright yellow silhouette appeared by the princess consort's bedside. His fingers gently caressed the princess consort's somewhat delirious face as he smiled. "No wonder Long Heng was so infatuated with your looks. You really are a stunner. I wonder what kind of expression Long Heng would have if he had you. I'm afraid he'd be angered to death. I really want to see him like that. He'll no longer be my opponent if he loses a support like you." Ah Song stilled. He had never thought that this kind of situation would occur. But what should he do? Kill the emperor? He didn't dare. But if this continued, the princess consort would be at a disadvantage. When they returned, she would be dismembered by the prince. He weighed it in his mind. As expected, he was more afraid of his master than the emperor. So he suddenly rushed forward and slapped the back of the emperor's neck. But he hadn't thought that Bai Xianxia hadn't completely lost consciousness. She was holding a golden hairpin in her hand to stab the rude man who was about to approach her. As a result, the unlucky His Majesty bumped into it. Obviously, he had fainted and was awoken by the needle, but Ah Song knocked him out again. Bai Xianxia almost laughed out loud, but it wasn't appropriate for her to laugh in her current situation. She could only weakly say, "Cold water." Oh. There wasn't anyone else here, so Ah Song quickly found cold water. Bai Xianxia didn't hesitate at all and poured it all over his head and face. This wasn't like the poison of the enemy country, so cold water was more or less the antidote. She then removed the hairpin from His Majesty's body and said, "Bring the eunuch over." Ah Song obediently brought the eunuch over. Bai Xianxia instructed him to assume a proper posture, then pricked her own arm. Fresh blood began to flow out from the wound. Because of the pain and the cold water, her poison was basically neutralized. After all, it wasn't a strong poison, so it was easy to neutralize. She placed the hairpin in the eunuch's hand, then sat on the bed with a cold expression and said, "You can leave." "Princess, what are you trying to do?" But Ah Song had no choice but to jump out. As soon as he stepped out, he heard the princess shouting, "Guards, protect His Majesty, there are guests." Ah Song almost fell. Did it have to be so intense? But thinking about the situation just now, he felt that there was really no better method than this. It was just that the eunuch was out of luck. Bai Xianxia's shout attracted a group of people to run in, including noble consort Su, who had been waiting outside to watch a good show. What's going on? She was a bit confused. Things shouldn't have developed like this, right? At this moment, Imperial Consort Li of Gojoseon, who had been curled up, suddenly pounced on her like a little white flower. She fiercely plunged into her arms, causing her to almost lose her breath. Then she cried, "Sister, save me! This eunuch went crazy and wanted to attack me. Fortunately, His Majesty suddenly appeared and saved me." His Majesty saved her, but looking at the situation in front of her, it was indeed possible. Noble Consort Su immediately frowned and said, "Why aren't you helping His Majesty to the bed and calling the imperial physician over?" "Sister, I'm so scared." The temperament of a little white flower immediately manifested, causing Noble Consort Su's entire body to stiffen. However, she couldn't push her away. Why did things turn out like this? Wasn't she supposed to be sleeping with the emperor? Then she sent people to catch them in the act, and she was convicted of seducing the emperor. The emperor took pity on her and brought her into the harem. Then, the two of them slowly forced her to tell them the formula of the gunpowder bomb. After all, an ancient woman was nothing if she lost her man. Once she got the formula, she could only be a dead person, because she hated this kind of White Lotus woman the most. But now, this woman was crawling on her chest and rubbing her clothes with all her might. It was really annoying. When the doctor finished bandaging the emperor's wound, the eunuch also woke up. The first thing he saw was the hairpin in his hand. He was shocked and hurriedly threw it away. The blood on it had not dried yet and was dripping onto the ground. At this time, Xiaoshi and Ah Song were also released. When they saw that Bai Xianxia was injured, although it had already been treated, Xiaoshi felt her vision go dark and she almost fell down. Fortunately, Ah Song supported her. She trembled as she rushed over and asked, "Wang Fei, what happened to you?" "Woo-woo, I don't know if the prince offended someone in the palace. Someone actually wanted to assassinate me. It was all thanks to the emperor risking his life to save me that I was able to escape this disaster." Bai Xianxia finally let go of noble consort Su and hid in Xiaoshi's arms to cry. Unexpectedly, something like this happened. "You've suffered, Wang Fei." Xiaoshi felt distressed for her master and couldn't help but cry as well. What was wrong with these ancient women? Were their tears free? In just a short while, two of them had already cried. This was really a demonic sound. "Alright, this consort will definitely give you an explanation." Noble consort Su raised her voice as if she wanted to stop these two women from crying. Fortunately, the emperor woke up at this time with a confused expression. Just as he was about to speak, he saw a fragrant wind and a figure kneel in front of him. Wasn't this the Baishur that he had just wanted to QB? She was crying like a pear blossom in the rain, but he felt a bit of pain below his lower abdomen. If it went a bit lower, he wouldn't be a man anymore. He broke out in a cold sweat and suddenly sat up. His face was filled with anger. If it wasn't for his injury, he would have already kicked Baishur. He had never been so depressed before. It should be said that no woman had ever dared to hurt him, but she had done it. He had never suffered such a serious injury in his life. He was really angry and anxious, but with so many people suddenly in the room, he couldn't open his mouth to scold her. Most importantly, if it was a woman from his own palace, he could do whatever he wanted. But it just so happened that she was Long Hang's woman. Just as he was thinking about how to deal with it, the woman suddenly said, "Many thanks to the emperor for saving my life. If it wasn't for the emperor, I would have been killed by this eunuch." What? The emperor was shocked. The eunuch was so scared that his face turned ashen. When did he want to assassinate imperial consort Li of Gojoseon? It was clearly the emperor who wanted to QB her, okay? Was it really good to lie with your eyes wide open like this? No, this servant, how could he explain? The emperor didn't let him explain. He waved his hand and said, take him out and execute him. He dared to hurt imperial consort Li of Gojoseon. The eunuch couldn't even explain before he was taken out and executed. After he died, the emperor said, send the body to Li of Gojoseon's palace. Let Li of Gojoseon deal with it as he pleases. How could the body be dealt with? Xianxia was also tired from crying. She leaned her body to the side and said, many thanks to the emperor, imperial consort Su for helping me. If it wasn't for the emperor. This time, she only cried but didn't shed any tears. Alright, Jin sees that imperial consort Li of Gojoseon is also tired. It's better to return to Li of Gojoseon's palace as soon as possible so that Li of Gojoseon won't worry. Yes, many thanks to the emperor. Xianxia had been waiting for him to say this for a long time. She had Xiaoshi help her up, and then turned to leave after thanking him with all sorts of etiquette. She hadn't hesitated in the slightest during the entire process, but she hadn't been rude either. She only delayed a little, but it made imperial consort Su and the injured emperor unbearably angry. They deeply felt that this woman was quite difficult to deal with. After Xianxia got on the prince's palace's carriage, she fell on the carriage and didn't move. At this time, a figure came in and faced the cold wind. She shivered, and then she was embraced by a warm and safe embrace. She didn't know why she wanted to cry, but more than that, she was actually throbbing. Well, it seemed that her poison hadn't been completely cured. Longheng, the voice was hoarse and a bit sexy. Longheng only felt his body stiffen. He anxiously asked, what happened? Let's go back to the prince's palace first. I'm cold, no, I'm also a bit hot. Longheng could only lift the curtain and say, let's go quickly. The carriage rushed to the prince's palace. Longheng carried her out of the carriage and went straight to his courtyard. Xianxia was not so polite to her own man. When she reached the room, she did not check to see if there was anyone around. She pulled on Longheng's lapel and reached in with her small hand. Longheng almost fell. He quickly put her on the bed and waved his hand. Xiaoshi, who had just followed in, was pulled out. She was still depressed. Wang Fei was injured and still needed someone to take care of her. Why did the servants have to come out? But Longheng, who was in the room, had already seen that Xianxia was different. He was very familiar with the enemy country's goo poison. How could he not know that their country specialized in this kind of strange thing? The anger in his heart could not be quelled. He suddenly raised his hand and smashed the table to pieces. Obviously, Xianxia, who was on the bed, was injured. She did not let him be at ease. She said, Longheng, come here. Longheng had no choice but to take out clean clothes from the side cabinet. She was injured now, so how could he casually touch her? He could only wait for the effects of the medicine to wear off. Unfortunately, Xianxia's killing power was absolute. After a few rounds, Longheng was defeated. He voluntarily pulled up the bed curtain and became the antidote. After that, a weary Xianxia recounted everything she'd seen and heard. When Longheng heard what the emperor wanted to do to Xianxia, he sat up in his underwear and walked around the room a few times like a trapped beast. Xianxia had no choice but to get up and say, Longheng, what's wrong with you? Aren't I fine? You're fine this time, but it's hard to say if you'll be so lucky next time. If I didn't let Ah Song follow you, the situation, don't worry, I'm not an idiot who can be bullied by them. Haha, very good, very good. Originally, I only wanted a peaceful place. I didn't want to be rich and noble. I just wanted my family to be safe. But he didn't agree. He actually coveted the wife of a minister. He actually dared to make a move on you. I, Longheng, have risked my life for him, and this is what I get in return? Lower your voice. Let him be. If I can't even protect the things that are important to me, what kind of man am I? If word gets out, I'll be embarrassed. Don't get too excited. No matter what he is planning, he must have made a big mistake this time. Alright, he is gravely mistaken. Bai Xianxia was afraid that he would go crazy and enter the palace with a sword to chop people. She hurriedly pulled him, whose eyes were red, onto the bed. She held his head and comforted him. I'm fine. Don't be angry. We can think about how to play them to death slowly, right? Long Hung was originally very angry, but after hearing Bai Xiangxiu's words, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he suddenly reached out and pinched her face. He said with a smile, "What trick have you come up with this time?" "There are plenty of tricks, but we need to think about it in the long run." "Ah, you always have a way to extinguish my anger." But, Long Hung hugged Bai Xiangxiu. As a man, he would never admit that he was actually a little angry, but more afraid. Yes, he was afraid of losing the woman in front of him. She was so lively and cute. If he lost her, he was afraid that his life would be worse than death. Bai Xiangxiu could be considered to understand Long Hung. She hugged his head and used it as a pillow. As she comforted him, she thought about how to send one of the cactus sprouts to the palace for Consort Su. Unfortunately, this excuse was a bit difficult, so she and Long Hung couldn't come up with anything and went to rest. Who would have thought that Consort Su would bump into the muzzle of a gun and help Bai Xiangxiu deal with a family matter? That was, Madame Xiao had come to request that her younger sister Bai Rong-er's marriage be rejected and that she should find another good family. At the very least, she should be the main wife and not a secondary wife. Just as Bai Xiangxiu was feeling vexed, this noble lady from the palace arrived. Bai Xiangxiu reached out a hand and shooed her away. Since someone from the palace had come, Nei Xiao didn't dare delay her daughter's matters. She could only leave with resentment. Bai Xiangxiu received this Consort Su and specially invited her to Apricot Garden. In her heart, she was even more certain that Consort Su was related to Su Yun. Otherwise, how could a proper consort of the inner palace be so bold as to run outside? In order to test the waters, she had the servants place the cactus Hua on the table. They chatted while drinking tea. His Majesty ordered me to come take a look at younger sister's injury. Is it better? It's much better, but it still hurts a bit. I can't lift heavy things. His Majesty's injury, is it better? As she spoke, she lowered her head and let Consort Su misunderstand that she didn't have the face to see her. Regardless of whether it was intentional or not, this ancient woman's first thought after being remembered by a man was always to blame herself. Consort Su also noticed something and couldn't help but sneer in her heart. Consort Su, be careful. This thing is prickly. Bai Xiangxiu reminded her and then had Xiaoshi and the others move the things away. Xiaoshi was puzzled. Why did they have to move things away when they had just been asked to move them in? However, Consort Su waved her hand and said, "No need. The cactus is very good on the table. There's no need to place it elsewhere." However, Bai Xiangxiu was startled and said, "This thing is called a cactus?" Consort Su guessed that they probably hadn't seen this kind of thing before, so she said, "That's right. This kind of cactus is very good for people when placed in the room. It can also treat burns and some poisonous boils." She purposely showed off her knowledge in front of this woman. As expected, this woman was very surprised. "I didn't expect that being ugly would have so many benefits. At that time, I only wanted to play with it because it looked unique. I didn't expect it to survive." Cactus, what a special name. "Master, Hua isn't ugly." Hua felt wronged and suddenly interrupted. Bai Xiangxiu glared at it and didn't say anything else. Consort Su said, "In the future, every family will definitely have this thing. Because it's easy to cultivate, it can survive just by plucking a leaf. It also has some functions." "Is that so? It seems like it's a treasure. How about you take one back? This younger sister didn't prepare any gifts when you came to the prince's estate today. Since you said it so well, I'll give it to you." "This, many thanks, younger sister." There was nothing wrong with raising a cactus. At the very least, it could purify the air. Imperial Consort Su accepted the gift without any hesitation. She even asked to see the old madam and Long Lin. Bai Xiangxiu didn't refuse and really brought her to see them. During the process, she told her that Long Lin wasn't young anymore and that the old madam was bringing him back to their hometown to pay respects to their ancestors. After all, when a child grew up, he would have to be listed in the ancestral register. Of course, this was just gossip. It was also to give the old madam and Long Lin a reason to leave. At present, Long Heng still hadn't made any moves, so Consort Su didn't suspect anything. Her reason was quite proper. After all, the ancient times placed great importance on inheritance. However, Bai Xianxia's heart was beating like a drum. This Consort Su was undoubtedly Su Yun, but she couldn't figure out why she'd changed her face. Moreover, it definitely wasn't a disguise. Could it be that the ancient plastic surgery was so amazing? How could he make a woman who was considered to be above average look so beautiful? Since when did this kind of technology exist in ancient times? This was simply heaven-defying. If this plastic surgeon was in the modern era, how much money would he have to earn in a year? That was too scary. No, maybe she was just imagining things. He probably had a space or some other ability. Wasn't that even more ridiculous? If she had this ability, she would have used it long ago. Bai Xianxiu felt like her brain wasn't working well, but she didn't show it on the surface. She carefully cut the leaves and planted them. In her heart, she was thinking, you were the one who wanted to move this listening device back, so you can't blame me. Where's Princely? I don't see him in the residence. His Majesty asked this consort to apologize to him for yesterday's matter. I wonder, he went out to hunt. After such a big incident, he went out to hunt. Could it be that he didn't put this so-called consortly of Gojoseon in his eyes? He's someone who can't stay idle. Furthermore, His Majesty is also injured. You should go back and let him recuperate. Prince will naturally be grateful. That's right. Grateful? He went out to hunt early in the morning and didn't enter the palace to express his gratitude. This meant that Bai Xianxiu had already told him the truth. That man definitely wasn't someone who would swallow his anger. Why did he do this? To be precise, did he really go out to hunt? Long Heng walked in from outside just as she was wondering what was going on. He was even carrying a small, bloody deer in his hand. Bai Xianxiu wasn't scared of blood anymore, but when she saw the puddle of blood on the ground, she couldn't help but frown. Consort Su also frowned. Did he really go out to hunt, but why did he come in with this bloody thing? This is? Long Heng looked at this woman strangely. His first impression was that he knew her even though her face wasn't familiar. Consort Su? He had heard about her from outside a long time ago. This is Consort Su Nyang. Prince, what are you doing? Hurry and take her out. This was probably meant to scare Imperial Consort Nyang. However, looking at Imperial Consort Su's expression, not only was she not frightened, she even had a trace of doubt. Sure enough, he wasn't an ordinary person. At least, Bai Xianxiu was 100% sure that he was Su Yun. This deer's blood is great, especially the lifeblood. I'll have someone bring you a bowl to drink to replenish your blood. Does Consort Su want some as well? There's no need for that. You guys go ahead. It's not good for the bleeding to last too long. Perhaps it was because Long Heng's murderous aura was too strong, and because of the hatred of disfigurement, Su Yun was always a little afraid of him, but at the same time, he also hated him. She stood up and was about to leave when Bai Xianxiu handed the cactus to the palace maid beside her and said, "It's best to keep it indoors." I know. Just like that, Consort Su left with her men. However, she still felt relieved. Long Heng really did hate them. As long as they forced him to make a move earlier, it would be fine. The army was in Shu and he couldn't transfer over. If he wanted to take revenge on the emperor, he had to rely on these people in the capital. However, the majority of these people had already expressed their loyalty to the emperor. As soon as he made a move, he would immediately be exposed. When that time came, the entirety of Gojoseon residents would no longer exist. That Long Heng that she hated and that Bai Xianxiu that she loathed would no longer exist. She was still angry because she, a dignified modern person, had always suffered in the hands of Bai Xianxiu, this ancient woman. She had the appearance of a white lotus flower, but her schemes were deep. Most importantly, she even dared to stab the emperor and made them suffer in silence. With her by Long Heng's side, sooner or later, she would become a disaster. Perhaps it was because the same sex repelled each other, but Su Yun really hated this Bai Xianxiu. However, she was certain that Su Yun wasn't a transmigrated woman. After examining her for a long time, she couldn't find any modern traits in her. Even if she was a little smarter, it wasn't impossible for other people to play with flowers and plants. As for the emperor, when she thought of this man, she was speechless. He was a stallion. Wasn't he just injured and couldn't take care of those concubines, yet he was already flustered and exasperated. If it wasn't for his status, she wouldn't have used this public toilet. However, there was no other way. Only by following him could she display her skills. If her belly was a little better and she had a child, then this world would be hers in the future. Right now, Suyin felt that she was treating the palace as a place to work and the emperor as her boss. A subordinate who didn't want to be promoted wasn't a good subordinate, so she was thinking about being promoted. If she wanted to be promoted, she had to get rid of the people in her way. When she reached the highest position, she could raise a few male companions to play with. Wasn't even Wu Zetian like this? She didn't want to leave her name in history, so what was there to be afraid of? While planning, she returned to the palace to deal with her boss. He couldn't move by himself right now, so he needed her help. As a modern woman, there were many ways to let him know that even if he didn't do anything, he could still be as happy as an immortal. At Li of Gojoseon's residence, Long Hung hurriedly threw the deer out when he saw her leave. He had the servants wipe the blood off and said, "Do you feel uncomfortable?" "No, I'm used to it on the battlefield." Bai Xianxia frowned and said, "Say, how can Suyin change her face to such a beautiful one? It's so strange." Long Hing said, "How do you know she's Suyin?" Sure enough, it was that woman. He had this feeling, but he wasn't as sure as Bai Xianxia. Her words carry contempt for all men. This is very similar to Suyin. Moreover, there's a woman's intuition in it. Do you believe it? Whether you believe it or not, she's definitely Suyin. So we must find a way to deal with this woman. Otherwise, you'll have endless trouble. Okay, but how do we get rid of her? Why don't we start with how she became like this? You must know that a woman who has become beautiful doesn't like others knowing her past. So if this matter spreads, it'll be a blow to her. Most of the beauties who had plastic surgery were like this. Anyway, she was fine now. If they wanted to harm her, they had to be mentally prepared to take advantage of her. Long Hing pinched her little face and said, "I'll listen to you." However, he didn't expect to find out something big. That was, a lot of miracle doctors had gone missing a while ago. Although the reasons for their disappearance were different, they had gone missing. Moreover, they were all good at treating external injuries. Some of them went to the palace and were sent out. Some of them didn't go to the palace but had some fame. In short, at least a dozen miracle doctors had gone missing, whether they were from the Jianghu, enemy countries, or ordinary miracle doctors. During the investigation, Long Hung brought back a tale. It was Yu Kuang, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. He had been missing since he returned to the capital. He didn't even say goodbye and left in a hurry. Bai Xianxiu thought he had something to do in the Jianghu and didn't ask much. She didn't expect to meet him again today. Yu Kuang was still as graceful as before. However, when he saw Bai Xianxiu, he smiled and said, "Long time no see." They greeted each other as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other in a long time. Bai Xianxiu also raised her lips and said, "Long time no see. How have you been?" Long Hang's mouth twitched. Obviously, he knew that there was nothing between the two of them, but he just didn't want them to stand together and talk. Obviously, it was a very common conversation, but it was also very unpleasant to hear. If you have something to say, then say it. Once you're done, then scram. Cough. Long Hung. No matter what, he was still their benefactor. Was there a need to be so cold? Long Hung was depressed. Recently, Bai Xianxiu had been calling him by his name. This was also his own fault. He always liked to call her by his name when they were in private. Thus, Bai Xianxiu would call him by his name from time to time even when there were other people around. She would only be polite when there was an outsider. Yes, after the two of them became husband and wife, nothing seemed to have changed. Long Hung was enjoying this change while silently accepting it. He didn't dislike it, but he felt that it was getting harder and harder to control the little girl who would faint even when bleeding. Or perhaps, he had made her stronger. Because on the battlefield, she was indeed different from the past. Even his mother said that in the past, she didn't think that she was suitable to be the mistress of the household of Li of Gojosian because she came from a small family. Because she was too timid and too low-key. But now, it seemed that she had changed. At least, he didn't need to interfere with the matters of the prince's household. He could leave it to her without worry. Yu Kuang didn't mind at all. If it had been Song Jiaoyue, he would probably have left with a wry smile and a heart-wrenching expression. However, Yu Kuang was thick-skinned and sat down on his own accord, taking a sip of the tea that a servant passed to him. After drinking, he said, 2 godly doctors went missing in the Jianghu. I found them in the capital, then I met him and him. Him? Bai Xianxia followed his gaze and saw that there was no one outside. That person is too ashamed to meet anyone, especially you. Long Heng's tongue was so venomous that Bai Xianxia wondered who it was that he loathed so much. Just as he was wondering, a figure suddenly jumped in from outside. His qinggong was very high, so he was not discovered in advance. However, as soon as he moved, 2 people immediately followed him in. They were Long Heng's secret agents, and one of them was Ah Song. Ah, boy, Xiaoxia waited on them from the side. She was familiar with these men jumping around, so she didn't find it strange. She was curious about Ah Song because they had worked together before, but Ah Song was a woman at that time. Got it. It's a guy. Don't get too excited. It seemed that Xiaoxia was shocked by Erie's words. She was a little dumbfounded. Long Heng ignored him. He waved his hand and said, get out. The shadow guards went out, but Bai Xianxiu clearly saw that Ah Song went out with a red face. What was going on? Did he have feelings for Xiaoxia? The more she thought about the way the 2 of them interacted that day, the more she felt that it was possible. Moreover, Ah Song was young and easily shy. He should be a good man. Unfortunately, he was a shadow guard, and his work and rest schedule were not normal. It was also a high-risk job. Usually, when the master was in trouble, he would immediately stand up and protect them, or even use his body to block. Fortunately, his master was quite strong, which reduced some of the pressure for them. Hey, even if you don't welcome me, at least you don't have to be distracted, right? Luo Yunqing was very depressed. He was obviously ignored by the female master as soon as he came in. When he kidnapped her before, he found that this girl was special. Now it seemed that she was really dense. Oh, hello. Bai Xiangxiu's eyes drifted back in from outside, but she didn't notice that her backyard was about to catch fire. Luo Yunqing touched his nose and said with a smile, Prince, only you can stand this one. She was similar to Lin Qianzi in some aspects. She was impolite, but also different in some aspects. She would never show her shyness or femininity in front of other men. She was generous, as if the 2 of them were brothers and sisters. She's very good. If Li of Gojosian said this, Bai Xianxiu would definitely look at him with a shy and cute face. This old Wang was selling melons and praising himself. This was clearly a public display of affection. Unfortunately, the one who said this was Yu Kuang, and he said it in a tone that said, I'm very familiar with you, and we're not outsiders. In an instant, Long Heng's face darkened. Bai Xianxiu covered her face with one hand and lowered her head. This child's bad habit of being straightforward still hadn't changed. This was the Jianghu. If he was in the imperial court, he probably wouldn't know who he had offended. At least, that stingy emperor would have killed him long ago. You guys have a problem. He forgot that there really was a ruffian here, so he couldn't say anything good. Long Heng finally couldn't bear it and shouted, if you don't want to stay, then get out of here. What are you doing here again? Bai Xianxiu was so frightened by her husband that she trembled and hurriedly changed the topic. Isn't it because I lost a friend? It's the godly doctor who brought you out of Red Maple Mountain Villa. He suddenly disappeared. His wife and child came to find me, so I can only help to look for him. Oh? So it was you who contacted them to bring him out. Just as he finished speaking, he had already moved. This person was usually quite calm, so why was he so impulsive when he saw Luo Yunqing? However, after thinking about it, she understood. She found out that she was pregnant on the day of Long Heng and Miss Lin's wedding. At that time, she was almost aborted by Luo Yunqing. Thinking about how the adorable Shaolin was now gone, she also felt her heart ache. Thus, she originally wanted to stop him, but at this moment, she added, "Prince, why don't you go out and fight so that you don't break our things?" Luo Yunqing staggered and almost fell. He said, "Your woman is too petty. If you don't talk about serious matters, this king will throw you out." "I didn't have time to talk about it. Let's stop first. We'll fight after I'm done." Bai Xianxia didn't know that her words just now made the two men unable to continue fighting. If something was broken, would it still be called a fight? Thus, they stopped thinking about it and suddenly sat down separately, as if they hadn't moved at all. Bai Xianxia secretly praised how magical it was. Luo Yunqing really did have something to say and told her about the godly doctor's disappearance. It turned out that the godly doctor was invited away by a family with a large sum of money. However, when Luo Yunqing went to look for him, he found that there was no such family at all. That family had stayed there for a few days, and it was said that they seemed to have come from the capital. Thus, he chased them all the way to the capital and met Yu Kuang. There was originally a godly doctor near Baiyun Mountain, but now there was no trace of him. The method of his disappearance was actually the same as what Luo Yunqing said. After chasing him, Yu Kuang found an inn. It was said that there were many outsiders there a few days ago. In the end, the inn was burned down today, and they encountered each other. That inn was originally secretly opened by someone from the palace. This king went there today to find out who was behind it, but he didn't expect that it would be burned down completely. However, it's not like he didn't find that person. Who? She came to Li of Gojoseon's residence today. Before she came, she stopped outside the inn for a while. I don't know who was sitting inside, but when I returned to the residence, I knew that noble consort Su had arrived. Noble consort Su was a very suspicious person. Bai Xianxia didn't even need to think before she said, "This matter definitely has something to do with her. I think those miracle doctors are all dead to be able to change her face to that state." "Face?" Yu Kuang asked curiously. Bai Xianxia told him about how noble consort Su was Su Yun, and how noble consort Su had changed her appearance. "You mean to say that after that woman became beautiful, she killed everyone in order to cover up the truth?" Luo Yunqing almost couldn't believe it. He felt that it was too crazy. Bai Xianxia knew that if it was her, she wouldn't do such a thing. But if it was Su Yun, she would definitely do it. "Then you mean to say that there's no need to look for those godly doctors? They're all dead?" Long Heng said. "Yes." Bai Xianxia said. "But if they're alive, we have to see them. If they're dead, we have to see their corpses." Yu Kuang said. I don't know about other things, but you can never imagine how the imperial court handles corpses." Luo Yunqing said. The people of Jianghu had a grudge with the imperial court, so Yu Kuang agreed. Long Heng said, "It's impossible to leave no traces behind. But there's no need to investigate. Since she's definitely the one who did it, we have to make her give herself away." "What do you mean?" Bai Xianxia seemed to have understood his meaning. Long Heng looked at the two of them and said, "If you want to seek justice for the godly doctors, then I'll leave this matter to you. Aren't you afraid that the imperial court will fall into chaos?" Luo Yunqing smiled. "So be it. After all, if they can do such a thing, why would they be afraid of chaos? Very well, we've been quiet for too long. It's time to come out and move around. In that case, Luo Yunqing and I will handle this matter." Yu Kuang said. Everyone studied for a while and realized that Imperial Consort Su was a ruthless person. Yes, not only was she ruthless, but she was also very careful, so they couldn't find any evidence to prove that she was the culprit for the time being. However, they were not investigating a case. Why would they need to look for evidence? They just needed to know that she was the one who did it. The corner of Long Heng's mouth was cold as he tapped the table with one hand. He had been like this ever since Yu Kuang and the others left. "What are you thinking about?" "I'm thinking about how to change the person in charge of the imperial court." Can I ask, who will it be?" "Guess." Long Heng gently lifted Bai Xianxia's chin, and a smile appeared on his face. Then, he leaned in and whispered into her ear, "What do you think about being the empress?" "Actually, if you really want to, I don't mind." Haha, I knew you would say that. Mother and Lin Lin have already prepared to return to their hometown. I will arrange for them to go to Peace City from the countryside. You want to go back? But His Majesty will definitely not let the tiger return to the mountain. What if I'm in more danger in Beijing? I'm afraid that will only make the tiger jump over the wall. What if they don't even have a chance to jump over the wall? What method? Bai Xianxia asked curiously. She had a feeling that her husband already had an idea. In short, make a fuss with them first. The bigger the fuss, the better. Make them focus their attention on you and not on me, the idle prince. Oh, I understand. You want to use us as bait to shift the target. Once we catch something, we'll make a big deal out of it. This was easy. She was more than happy to do so. No wonder Longheng had been keeping a low profile recently. He seemed very casual. However, she couldn't tell if he wanted to be the emperor himself or let someone else do it. But who would that person be? Who would have the ability to take over the throne? The crown prince was only 10 years old. Unless, Prince Rong, he was the only relative of the imperial family. However, he had always been honest and indifferent to fame and fortune. He also didn't have any real power in the imperial court. However, there was one thing she was certain of. The fact that Prince Rong could survive until now proved that he wasn't a fool. However, during her time in Tranquil City, she had a feeling that Prince Rong wasn't an ordinary person. When it was time to make a decision, he didn't shirk his responsibilities. However, he was too low-key. Sometimes, he would give all the credit to Longheng. At that time, she was puzzled as to why he would do that. But now that she thought about it, it was probably because he was too outstanding and attracted the stingy emperor's suspicion that he was plotting a rebellion. It wasn't proper for a minister to rebel, but it was different for him. She wasn't familiar with this kind of thing in ancient times. However, thinking about it, she couldn't help but feel a strange sense of cruelty. In modern times, there were very few relatives in each family. Therefore, under normal circumstances, they were very close. It was rare for people to fight for power like in ancient times. Since Longheng wanted them to make a fuss, they definitely couldn't do it lightly. Yu Kuang and Luo Yunqing organized a group of Jianghu people to spread a few rumors. These rumors were all made up by Bai Xianxiu. Firstly, there was an imperial concubine who was originally very ugly. However, in order to gain the emperor's favor, she found a godly doctor to treat her ugly face. In the end, she became beautiful and became an imperial concubine. Secondly, the emperor kidnapped a concubine of a prince from an enemy country. However, her face was disfigured. In order to treat her, the emperor invited several godly doctors. However, he didn't expect the beauty to be so vicious. In order to prevent the news of her ugly face from spreading, she killed all of the godly doctors. Originally, there was less than one dead godly doctor, so people had already noticed this. Once this rumor was spread, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Countless victims' families came to the capital and filed a lawsuit against the authorities. The godly doctor was originally a very powerful existence, especially when their family members were rich and powerful. Who would just watch their family members disappear for no reason and ignore them? Originally, it was fine if there were no rumors. However, once there was a clue, people immediately came from all directions to find it. This matter became bigger and bigger, but there was no response from the imperial palace. Even more so, the authorities wouldn't accept it. The more it was like this, the more it had the opposite effect. Those victims' families actually banded together and prepared to file a lawsuit against the emperor. Of course, the people who contacted them behind the scenes were being instructed by Luo Yunqing and Yu Kuang. Originally, they wouldn't oppose the imperial court. However, the two missing godly doctors were reputable figures in the Jianghu. Many people had received their kindness, so there were many people who wanted to stand up for them. Luo Yunjing had been entrusted with this task by a friend, while the Wulin Alliance heads had naturally done it for the sake of peace in the Wulin world. Bai Xianxiu had been too embarrassed to thank them, so they'd told her this. She was originally quite embarrassed. After all, it seemed like she was using others. Then, she knew that they also had their own responsibilities. She was just an opportunity. However, only now did she know that according to Luo Yunqing and the others' calculations, close to 12 godly doctors had disappeared from various places. This didn't even include the ones secretly captured from the enemy country. There were 12 of them. How could they be killed just like that? Bai Xianxia didn't understand. Was Su Yun crazy? Or was he obsessed with reading novels? If it were written according to novels, the transmigrated female leads would be all sorts of ruthless, murderous, and crafty plots. Even so, there would still be people who would like her and love her to bits. Right now, Su Yun was walking down this path. However, those were human lives. Bai Xianxia felt that people who didn't care about human lives were terrifying. Even though Long Heng seemed very cruel, he still respected life very much. If the enemy surrendered, he wouldn't kill them easily, especially for his own selfish reasons. At this time, she heard the news from Su Yun. That's right, the other party's cactus seemed to have taken root, so what heir could hear their conversation? There must be someone supporting them from behind. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare go against your majesty for the sake of a few people. That's what Consort Su said. They're just commoners. What can they do? That's what His Majesty said. But there are so many rumors out there right now. This isn't good for us. We need to think of a way to make them stop. Consort Su, that's what you said. That's right. Then, beloved consort, what do you think? It's impossible for them to get the divine doctor, but we can create a fictional Jianghu pervert who specializes in capturing famous doctors. As long as divine doctors continue to go missing or get killed, they'll know that this matter has nothing to do with the imperial palace. How can they find or punish the Jianghu's people? That's what Consort Su said. Good idea. Beloved consort, you're always so resourceful. Your Majesty, that's what you said. Bai Xianxia couldn't help but frown. She had always thought that she wasn't a kind person, but this idea had cost several lives. She felt that she should discuss it with Yu Kuang and the others. However, she had to find an excuse for her eavesdropping. Thus, she told Long Heng that he had someone in the palace as an excuse to cover up the fact that she used the cactus to eavesdrop. To be honest, this kind of thing could only be believed by Long Heng, who shared the same bed as her. Others would probably treat it as a joke. When Yu Kuang and Luo Yunjing heard that Bai Xianxia wanted to kill someone, they were both stunned. Bai Xianxia suddenly felt that her three views were still in the right place. This is the first time I feel that a woman can be so ruthless. Luo Yunqing could be considered to have been hurt by a woman, but although his woman was a bit naive and a bit saintly, she was definitely not vicious. Sometimes, he would rather she be more ruthless, like Bai Xianxia. She knew that Yu Kuang liked her, but she had always avoided him. Usually, they wouldn't even meet alone. She was probably afraid that Long Heng would be jealous. On the other hand, she probably didn't want to leave any hope for Yu Kuang. Although this method looked ruthless, it was not necessarily a bad idea. Therefore, although Yu Kuang had a good impression of her, he only got along with her like a friend. He didn't get too excited or force her, because from the beginning, he seemed to know that it was impossible. But liking a person couldn't leave, or events made them always together. But what was this? As long as the two of them guarded their hearts, nothing big would happen. In the past, he didn't think there was anything wrong with being affectionate, but now he didn't want to have anything to do with others. Being affectionate would hurt people, but being ruthless would let you know what you were doing. Of course, being ruthless didn't mean being ruthless to life. Jianghu people killed people, but there was a limit. Otherwise, wouldn't the world be in chaos? Bai Xianxia was stumped. She didn't even know how to stop Su Yun from killing people. Now, we can only spread what we heard and let those godly doctors protect themselves. In addition, we can also tell these people that this was originally a scheme to cover up the matter. The truth will be announced in advance, so they can't do anything. The one who spoke was Long Heng. He walked in from outside. What a joke. His little wife was close to two grown men. One of them had always had ulterior motives towards her, while the other was a playboy. It would be strange if he could be at ease. He just happened to hear that these three people were stumped, so he voiced his opinion. Bai Xianxia knew that this was the only way. She frowned and said, "We must spread the news in the shortest time possible." Otherwise, many people will be sacrificed. Yu Kuang stood up and left. He was a man of action. Luo Yunqing said, "At least enjoy the food in the prince's residence before you leave." But they probably didn't have time to be carefree. Without a choice, he could only find his own forces to work. When they thought that they were moving quickly, 2 godly doctors had already disappeared. Soon, someone found the corpse of the previous godly doctor. Slowly, the new ones were also found. Their hands were all chopped off. The reason was that they couldn't save an injured person in Jianghu. For a moment, there were such sayings in the capital. No one knew who to believe. Fortunately, those godly doctors thought of ways to protect themselves, which had some effect. At this time, someone from the imperial palace also responded. Naturally, they talked about the imperial consort's background and appearance. They even held a garden party. The purpose was to let everyone see how virtuous the imperial consort was. Su Yun was indeed bold. She actually saved a child who had been pushed down in the garden party. Indeed, this action was spread by the people of the capital. How magnanimous and gentle the imperial consort was. Bai Xianxia sat in a tea house and watched all of this. This was clearly a trick. Every female lead would save 1 or 2 servants in the novel to show their friendship. But Su Yun made up this plot for others to see. No matter how one looked at it, that child was pushed under the carriage by a soldier. If the carriage couldn't be stopped, the child would be dead. Bai Xianxia squeezed the cup in her hand. Now that the old madam and Shaolin had left, she wasn't afraid of going against Su Yun. Since she wanted to pretend, then she would let her pretend until the end. She whispered a few words to Xiaoshi and went down to find the people waiting downstairs. They were ready. Then, a woman shouted, "Imperial consort, please uphold justice for me." Su Yun was stunned. She didn't seem to have arranged for this. But she had just shown her magnanimity. Naturally, she wouldn't change her attitude immediately. Thus, she had the soldiers let the woman in. Unexpectedly, the woman knelt down and begged her to take revenge for her husband, who was also a godly doctor. Before he was killed, he used a carrier pigeon to send a message. It proved that the person who killed him wasn't some perverted man, but a woman whose face was injured. Su Yun's expression immediately turned ugly. "Do you have proof?" "Yes." He gave me a portrait of the woman and said that he left a mark. As long as the woman used the old family's ancestral medicinal wine to wash her face, a word would appear. "What word?" "The murderer." "Is that so?" "Then it'll be easy to find this person." "Imperial consort, since there are rumors that you're the woman whose face was injured, could you please use your husband's family's ancestral medicinal wine to wash your face?" On the other side, Luo Yunqing, who was watching the show and protecting the woman in the tea house, was very depressed. He finally understood how ruthless women could be. How was the woman pretending to be the Holy Mother supposed to answer such a question? It was obvious that her expression had changed. "I almost believe the godly doctor's wife's words. That woman of yours really has a lot of ideas. She will never be my woman." Yu Kuang looked at the other side of the building. They were separated by more than a street. Bai Xianxia didn't notice his gaze at all. She only lowered her head to watch the development below. "Su Yun, you're really amazing, but you have to have a clear conscience to pretend to be the Holy Mother. You're not the female lead Lin Xianzi." Before she turned evil, she was a true white lotus. Seeing Su Yun's pale face, the person beside her said, "You're being unreasonable." But Su Yun said at this time, "There's no need to be like this. Sister, you and I are both women. It's rude to do this in front of so many people. Can you follow me to the palace?" "I'll try it out then." These words were fine, but the woman said, "I know that the imperial concubine is in trouble, so I prepared a towel. It's made with medicine and can completely replace the effects of medicine. You just need to wipe it on your face." "Rude, who knows if that thing of yours is poisonous?" Su Yun's servant said. "Of course it's not poisonous. You can ask anyone to try it." "Let me give it a try." A gentle voice sounded in everyone's ears. Then, a woman who wasn't inferior to the imperial concubine walked over. She was very young and beautiful. Most importantly, the way she walked was so beautiful that it couldn't be any more beautiful. Even if she wasn't sitting on a luxurious palanquin, even if she wasn't surrounded by people to protect her. Greetings, Imperial Concubine Su. Madame Bai is willing to try it on behalf of Imperial Concubine Su. Bai Xianxia found the best opportunity to walk down and appear in front of everyone. No matter what the people in the capital thought of her, she had to drag Su Yun down with her today. Madam, do you really want to try? The godly doctor's wife asked curiously. Yes, give it to me. Bai Xianxia smiled and stretched out her hand. The godly doctor's wife handed the towel to her. However, just as Bai Xianxia was about to put the towel on her face without any hesitation, Consort Su walked down. She stopped Bai Xianxia and said, "How could I trouble Consort Li of Gojoseon? Let this consort do it herself. Noble Consort Su's body is priceless. If she were to be injured, they wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. I'm just the daughter of a lowly official. Even if I have something to do, it's voluntary. I won't let others make things difficult for them." Bai Xianxia didn't let go and pulled the towel back. However, Su Yun smiled and said, "If it wasn't for the poisoning, why would this queen blame them? She would not allow Bai Xianxia to show off at such a time. How suspicious would she be? Moreover, this matter was clearly a trap set by this woman. If she didn't wipe it, it would prove that she was suspicious. If she wiped it, who could guarantee that the towel wasn't tampered with? However, seeing that Bai Xianxia dared to wipe it, she felt that it should be safe. Thus, she snatched the towel and gently wiped her face. She didn't dare to use too much force and only lightly wiped her face. She didn't find anything strange, so she smiled and said, "Are there any problems now?" Just when everyone felt that there was nothing wrong with her, something happened. Streaks of blood appeared on her face at the fastest speed. The streaks of blood were either vertical or horizontal, making her beautiful face look extremely terrifying. Su Yun also felt the pain. She screamed and covered her face, shouting, "Catch her!" She poisoned the towel. However, the godly doctor's wife rushed towards her like a madwoman and said, "Murderer, you're a murderer." I lied. What murderer on your face is fake? This towel only has some blood-sucking medicine. As long as there are internal injuries on your body or face, they will immediately show. This was originally a method my husband used for autopsies. I didn't expect it to be used like this. You vicious woman, you have so many internal injuries on your face that I can't even count them. Nonsense, you're clearly the one who poisoned it. Su Yun didn't feel any pain. She just felt a little hot. She felt that she must have fallen into a trap. She didn't expect that Bai Xianxia had also thought of this step. Alright, since you said that there's no poison, let her try. After saying that, she pointed at Bai Xianxia. Bai Xianxia didn't panic at all. Even if she really didn't know whether the thing on the towel would harm her or not, she still didn't know. This was the so-called "if you haven't done anything bad, why should you be afraid of a test?" Thus, she took the towel and covered her face. Then, she gently pulled it down and said, "If something happens to me, this sister, your little life won't be guaranteed." However, nothing happened to her. Her face was still intact. The godly doctor's wife was already crying. She couldn't take revenge because she was being held down. She hissed, "What prince is guilty of the same crime as commoners? Why can the emperor's concubine live well after killing so many people? Why does my husband have to die after curing so many people? It's not fair, it's not fair, it's you. You're all working together to harm this consort." When Su Yun's subordinates heard what she said, they already made their move. They all grabbed at Bai Xianxia and the godly doctor's wife. However, Bai Xianxia said, "Consort Su, what you're doing is wrong. I don't know this woman at all. I only came out to help you. Why do you say this without any evidence?" She secretly twisted her arm and cried. The little white flower's expression made everyone's heart ache. Upstairs, Luo Yunqing fiercely pressed down on Yu Kuang and said, "Don't be agitated. Your woman won't suffer." I said she's not. She's my woman. He emphasized the word "my woman." He spoke very slowly, but his face was a bit red. "I say, how old are you yet you're still so shy? Could it be that you haven't had a woman yet?" Luo Yunqing looked at the immortal like Yu Kuang in shock. Seeing his face turn from pink to green, he felt that this was a possibility. He hurriedly let go and smiled, "Then I'm sorry. I think you should go. At the very least, you should try to lose your virginity." Yu Kuang's face darkened. He didn't have the same thoughts as Yu Shu, but he also felt differently about this woman. However, he never thought in that direction because she never gave him any fanciful thoughts. Now that Luo Yunqing mentioned it, he felt that it was a blasphemy to her and to himself. Luo Yunqing, she's not Lin Qianzi, who can change men every day. These words weren't polite at all. Luo Yunqing's expression also became very unsightly. He sent a palm strike at Yu Kuang, causing him to retreat. Then, he turned around and leaped down the stairs, disappearing without a trace. Yu Kuang watched him leave and let out a sigh of relief. Why did his personality change when he talked about her? Even he felt very surprised. Meanwhile, Bai Xianxia had been pressed down by noble consort Su's men. She hadn't been in much pain at first, but she'd pretended to be so weak that she couldn't even stand up to a gust of wind. She'd even cried out that she'd been wronged. Xiaoshi had long been taught to act well. She rushed over and cried, "Don't touch our madam. Her old injuries from the enemy's slash haven't healed yet." Old injuries? That thing wasn't heavy to begin with. It had long healed. But now, she was pretending to be in serious pain. It was almost as if she couldn't breathe. Why pretend? You guys planned this so carefully, it hurts. Don't be like this. My arm is broken. Bai Xiangxia's acting skills were top-notch. From being young and inexperienced to being mature, she had already deceived countless people. So, when she pretended to be in pain, many people couldn't stand it anymore. Hey, what's wrong with you eunuchs? How can you treat two weak women like this? Moreover, she's Li of Gojoseon's consort. She's the female Zhuge who helped the Li of Gojoseon defeat the enemy army. A single sentence stirred up 1,000 waves. Originally, everyone was angry but didn't dare to speak up. But when someone spoke up, they opened their box of anger. The resentment of the people caused a backlash. Some people even had conflicts with the soldiers in order to protect Bai Xianxia and the godly doctor's wife. Su Yun had always advocated using violence to curb violence. So, without thinking, she said, "Suppress these rioters. They all have the intention to rebel. Don't let them live." Yu Kuang took a deep breath. It was finally his turn. He jumped down from the building. He didn't expect that Luo Yunqing's men would also appear. So, the Wulin people dressed up as commoners joined the fray and quickly suppressed the soldiers. They darted around the crowd from time to time to protect the safety of the people. Su Yun, seeing that things weren't going well, had people carry her away first. She didn't return to her official residence. Instead, she went to the capital and had the officials send troops to arrest the rioters. The official knew that this was the emperor's most beloved concubine, so he didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly ordered the soldiers to set off. Su Yun believed that no one in the capital dared to challenge the imperial power, so these people were arranged by Bai Xianxia and Li of Gojoseon. As long as they were controlled, this matter could be suppressed. But what she didn't expect was that although the situation in the capital was originally calm, everyone was already dissatisfied with the palace. This was probably the same as the effect of the suppression that had been suppressed for a long time exploding in an instant. Therefore, when the soldiers went there, they really had a conflict with the people in the capital. Even Bai Xianxia didn't expect it to be so serious. She hadn't even entered the prince's mansion, but she was already protected by many people in the capital. This was very strange. Even if these people had the guts, it was impossible for them to act like this. Taking a closer look, Xianxia felt that his face was a little familiar, but he didn't know where he had seen him before. When she returned to Li of Gojoseon's mansion, she directly lay down. Soon, Longheng came back and told her to tidy up and go to the palace to take the initiative to ask for forgiveness. Bai Xianxia suddenly pulled him back and whispered, "You won't blame me for making such a big deal out of this? Now the capital isn't quiet anymore." "Ha, you're thinking too much. This is good, very good. I didn't expect that you could do it so well." Longheng patted her head. He knew that she hadn't had an easy day. Bai Xianxia relaxed when she heard that he didn't blame her. It seemed that with this man by her side, she could do anything. Therefore, the husband and wife went to the palace and were received by the angry emperor. He also didn't expect that Su Yun would go out so confidently to prove that she had nothing to do with this matter. Who knew that after she came back, her face would become even more disgusting than before? Not only that, the area under the emperor's feet was no longer safe. There were even people causing trouble in front of the palace. A few people were caught, but they were all commoners. They only helped because they couldn't stand Consort Su's behavior. They didn't do anything too extreme. After interrogating them for half a day, he couldn't kill them all, so he let them go. Consort Su quarreled with him over this matter and even said that he was soft-hearted. He really did like how different she was. He liked her boldness, her intelligence, and even more, her ruthlessness. Because only she could keep up with his footsteps, unlike other women who would hide whenever something happened. But today, she had gone too far. She had forgotten her own identity. As a result, he angrily walked out of her room, not even asking if her face could be recovered. After seeing that terrifying face and then looking at Bai Xianxia, there was a deep contrast. It seemed that the fake would never be as comfortable as the real one. Although her face was beautiful, it felt especially stiff. The main reason was that she hadn't fully recovered, so she didn't even dare to laugh too loudly. "Get up, it's cold to kneel on the ground. I heard that you were injured. Why did you still come to the palace?" The emperor was relieved, and his tone became a lot better, but it was a little ambiguous. Long Heng clenched his fists, but didn't get up. "Your Majesty, please forgive my wife's rudeness to Consort Gue. She just wanted to help Consort Gue, but she didn't expect to cause Consort Gue to misunderstand. We will get to the bottom of this matter." "Many thanks, Your Majesty. I hope Consort Gue won't think too much." How could she think too much? On the other hand, Consort Li of Gojoseon was frightened. How about she stay in the palace and have the imperial physician take a look? The physician has already seen her. Her body has always been weak, so she will be fine as long as she goes back and rests. Then, you can go and rest. However, the matter in the city, this subject will tell others that Consort Su is magnanimous and has forgiven my wife. I hope this matter will be resolved. You may leave. Seeing a beauty weakly fall into another man's arms wasn't a good feeling, but Long Heng actually protected her very well. Even looking at her a few times was a luxury. Why was such a gentle, well-behaved, and most importantly, smart woman by his side? His wife was too arrogant. However, he still had to show some concern. After all, he had banished the empress to the cold palace because of her. Now, she was in charge of the entire harem. Suddenly, he had a feeling that as an emperor, he couldn't do anything about a consort. Now that he thought about it, that Su Yun was too smart. He didn't know when she had contacted several ministers who supported her in the court. He originally didn't think much of it. After all, he could make her the empress. At this moment, he successfully saw his empress's terrifying face. In the past, when she wore a veil, her forehead and eyes were still visible. But now, even with her face covered, her forehead was full of red lines, like a cut wound, making people unable to look at her directly. She couldn't be the empress at all like this. If foreign envoys came, it would damage the country's reputation. When will Consort Gue's injury recover? He didn't want to look at her again and looked at the imperial physician. There weren't many physicians in the imperial hospital now. They were probably afraid of this Consort Gue and the rumors outside. The imperial physician was old, so he couldn't help but kneel on the ground in fright. This medicine is indeed not poison, and it also has the effect of healing the wound faster. However, because the healing process is too fast, the surface wounds have been abandoned. If you want to heal them, you need to remove them and apply the medicine again. However, I don't know how much the wound will recover. The imperial physician's wife and children had already been sent away. He was the only one who was not afraid of anyone. Thus, he spoke very directly without any hesitation. This also included the fact that after examining the imperial concubine's face, he found that her face was indeed made with superb medical skills. For example, the skin on her face should have been transplanted from another human, which was why it was so beautiful. However, because it was impossible to transplant the entire face, some of the wounds, such as those red marks, were stitches. Since he had already seen through it, he also knew that the rumors outside were true. He couldn't help but feel resentful towards the imperial concubine. Because among the missing divine doctors, there were colleagues and friends. Moreover, he wasn't lying. The imperial concubine's injuries were indeed difficult to treat. You're saying that this concubine's face was disfigured? Suyun stood up and asked hatefully. It's just that the recovery time is slower. After all, he still had to save his life, so his tone was not too harsh. Even so, this angered Suyun. She reached out and threw his medicine box to the ground. Get out of here. If you're so useless, what's the point of keeping you in the palace? The imperial physician breathed a sigh of relief. Was he finally going to be chased away? In fact, he had wanted to leave long ago, but because there were not many imperial physicians left in the palace, the imperial household department would not let him go so easily. However, if his master chased him away, it would be different. He could leave immediately. He didn't even pack his things. After kowtowing, he immediately left. Don't be so impatient. We will find someone to treat you. The emperor was also annoyed. It seemed that she wouldn't be able to calm down today. He originally wanted to have a good time with the beauty after his injuries were healed, but looking at her face, he lost interest. She was even worse than the empress. However, if it was the imperial concubine of the Li of Gojosian, the taste would be very good. Although he was the emperor, how could there be such a smart and beautiful woman by his side? Obviously, he was the one with the most power, but he couldn't even get a woman. Moreover, it was a bold woman who dared to stab him. Everyone had their own moments, and the current emperor was one of them. He was clearly the most powerful person in the world, but why couldn't he get what he wanted? After the emperor left as if he had lost his soul, Suyun touched her face. She knew that it was no longer possible to get those so-called divine doctors to treat her. At the very least, there were only a few old, weak, sick, and disabled people left in the palace. It was useless to keep them. Now, she could only look for them among the people. Otherwise, that stallion man would lose interest in her sooner or later. Just as she was thinking, she heard a subordinate palace maid come back and say that the emperor seemed to have gone to a new noble. That noble was known in the palace as Consort Little Li of Gojosian. She was famous in the palace for pretending to be weak. Even when the old madam came, she said that she had the shadow of Madame Bai on her. However, her appearance was not very similar. It was just that her temperament was slightly more delicate. Men were all like this. They always paid attention to a woman's appearance. Now that she was disfigured, she could only let him be. Suyun felt emotional for a while and then pulled herself together. She decided to leave the palace to find a doctor to treat her face. However, when she came out, she was depressed because there were no more doctors in the capital. After asking around, she found that they had all fled to other places. There were only one or two who hadn't left. There was a long line in front of the door. Business was especially good. It was difficult for her to get in line. She could only spend a lot of money to see a doctor. However, that doctor only took one look at her face and then sneered and sent her away. However, from his expression, she knew that this doctor was very clear about her identity. What do you mean? You dare to refuse a patient? Is there any law? Suyun naturally wanted to reason with him. Why was she refused treatment when she had spent a lot of money to get in front of the line? In the end, the doctor said to the people in line outside, "Everyone, this madam is here to treat the injury on her face. It is because of this face that you are here in line. Can you give this one some face and return the money you took from her? I won't take a single cent for today's treatment." After the doctor finished speaking, everyone seemed to understand what he meant. Even if they didn't openly judge, the look in their eyes had already changed. Some hot-blooded men threw the money on the ground and spat, "I don't want your stinky money." Then, almost everyone threw the money on the ground. The curses became more and more unpleasant. Suyun didn't expect such a situation to happen. Were these people thinking of rebelling? Why didn't they take the money? Moreover, when did she become so famous? It was obvious that someone was making things difficult. In the dark, Bai Xianxia asked Longheng, was it you? No, it was her own doing. The imperial doctors in the palace have all left. Every doctor in the capital has some connection with the imperial doctors in the palace. It's just a gimmick. However, I didn't expect that her matter would spread to the streets and alleys. Longheng had only pulled some strings behind the scenes, and the situation had turned out this way. There weren't many doctors left, so it was easy to find out where she went to treat her face. But little girl, this move of yours is not bad. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to fix her face. He lightly pinched her. Although it was a little harsh, the effect was very good. Bai Xianxia speechlessly looked up at him and said, how could this be my idea? Longheng patted her head. That's right, how could his little girl be so ruthless? Actually, I asked them to poison her. Longheng rubbed his head. Alright, he'd forgotten that his little wife was becoming more and more dandy. This was probably due to him spoiling her all the time. It was obvious that she was becoming more and more open than before, and her temper had also become a lot worse. However, this was also her true temperament. Longheng felt very comforted. However, they didn't know that because of this matter, Suyun hated Longheng more and more. After returning to the palace, she summoned the emperor and the two of them secretly plotted to kill Longheng next to the cactus bud. Bai Xianxia was just about to go to bed, but just as she lifted her leg, she heard the Hua air calling her. Longheng saw that she wasn't moving, so he reached out and held her waist. Didn't we agree that you would do it today? Why are you being lazy again? His voice was sexy, causing Bai Xianxia to shiver all over. She forcefully patted him twice and lightly reprimanded, don't mess around, the Hua air is talking to me. Although Longheng knew that his little wife had a special ability, he still felt that it was strange for her to talk to plants. Today, it seemed like he had a chance to see how Bai Xianxia talked to the plant. Thus, he got up to watch her talk to the cactus. But after watching for a while, he realized that she was talking to herself. He couldn't hear what the ugly plant was saying. He only felt that the black devil's snare looked very strange. There seemed to be blood flowing within the black color. And the flower always withered after blooming for a while, just like the saying no flower lasts 1,000 days. But after running from Shu to the capital and going through so many twists and turns, it still looked the same. Oh, no, the flower was clearly bigger than before. Under the night light, it looked a bit like a man-eating flower. Raising these strange creatures, in a sense, she could be considered a strange person. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly heard Bai Xianxia scream. She ran to his side and said, oh no, those two bastards actually want to hire assassins to kill you. What do we do? Pay attention to your image. How can you even curse? Oh, I forgot in my excitement. No, this isn't the time to talk about this. His Majesty and Suyun want to kill you. What do we do? Bai Xianxia was so excited that her face was red. Her eyes twinkled and she looked very cute. I couldn't ask for more. Longheng held her little face in his hands and smiled. Aya, now isn't the time to talk about this. Bai Xianxia blushed at his ambiguous tone. She didn't notice that she was so excited that their faces were almost touching. Longheng was dressed very sexily. He only wore a pair of bloomers that were loosely tied around his waist. The belt looked like it would break at any time. It looked like it would break at any time. There was a dangerous kind of beauty to it. He only had a robe draped over his upper body, which looked as if it could fall off at any time. It was very worrying, but this completely showed off his seemingly powerful muscles. Even sitting lazily made people feel a little pressured. It would have been better if she didn't look. Once she looked, she felt that it was very attractive. Bai Xianxia unconsciously spaced out. But the other party pinched her burning face and said, what are you thinking? I'm saying that I'm begging them to kill me. Ah? I've already arranged it. Madam, you don't have to worry. Just rest at home with this king. However, I'll have to trouble you to accompany me. I'm afraid I'll be lonely if I don't have time to accompany you in the next few days. No, absolutely not. No? Then this king will teach you how to be lonely. Why are you getting worse and worse? This king should be the one to say that. The princess consort is really getting worse. Bending over to let this king admire her, isn't that seduction? I'm not seducing you. I'm talking about serious business, okay? This king is doing this for business. It's good to be able to enjoy your various expressions every day. I can't win against you in an argument. Ah, be gentle, be gentle. I'm about to tear it down. No, this king has already found out your bottom line. Thus, the night that was supposed to be very serious became very improper. The indecency lasted for most of the night. In the face of a man whose physique was getting better and better, Xianxia could only lie in bed to recuperate. However, she didn't stay idle. She directly moved the cactus to her bedside. If there was any news, it would be easier for her to know. It wasn't until the next day that she heard Su Yun's words that she seemed to have taken action. It seemed that she didn't trust the people around her. She would only speak of these things when the emperor was present. Now, she and the emperor had the same goal, which was to kill Long Heng. However, when it came to killing her, the two of them had different opinions. Su Yun's meaning was that she had already found a powerful organization to kill Long Heng. The price was also agreed upon. Then, she could also kill this consort of the Li of Gojoseon with a little bit of money to save herself the trouble. However, the emperor didn't agree. He said that there was nothing to be afraid of about a woman. He even wanted to keep her alive to talk about the gunpowder bomb. Su Yun said, "Why keep her alive? As long as you give me some time and manpower, I will be able to research that thing sooner or later. The wound on my face will also be healed, as long as I can find a doctor who can treat it. At that time, you will have both beauty and ability. Why are you still in love with that little girl? What good does she have to make you, the emperor, so infatuated? You, what nonsense are you talking about? Zhen, just think that she is still useful. Emperor, you and I both know that since you didn't get her last time, sometimes you even call Madame Bai in your dreams. Even when you are with those women in the harem, you have them pretend to be weak and easy to bully to please you. Don't think that I don't know this, but being infatuated with a woman is always the beginning of an emperor's destruction." "Pa, what pa?" Xianxia suddenly heard Huer say the word pa and asked in confusion. Huer thought for a moment and said, "It's the sound of a human skin touching another person's skin. It was the night before yesterday, when this sound kept coming from your room, ah." "Don't say any more, I know." Xianxia immediately reacted. This should be the emperor hitting Su Yun. It seems that their relationship was really fragile. Since he hit Su Yun, they should have parted on bad terms. After the emperor left, Su Yun seemed to have gone crazy. In the end, when no one was around, he said, very good, very good. Since you are heartless, don't blame me for being unjust. If I get by Xianxia, she definitely won't let me go. Then, I might as well pull you down from this position. It seems that consort Su really has gone crazy, but it's not without benefits. Just let them do whatever they want. She just needs to tell Long Heng to be careful of being assassinated. However, recently, Long Heng seemed to like running out, so it was difficult to find him. Fortunately, he always came back at night. She told him about consort Su's matter. Long Heng's expression was still indifferent, as if he didn't care about their matter at all. What he was most interested in right now was how to torment Xianxia until she couldn't get out of bed for 6 days. It made her want to just press this man down on the bed and strangle him to death. Unfortunately, she tried to strangle him, but his neck was too hard. It didn't have any effect at all. Xianxia wasn't too worried. She felt that Long Heng wasn't someone who would joke around with his life, so he should be on guard. However, she never expected that not long after Long Heng went out, he would be carried back. He was covered in blood and on the verge of death. It seemed that he was seriously injured. Xianxia felt her entire body turn cold. Looking at Long Heng in this state, she couldn't hold back her tears. What calm and self-control. Her body went limp and she almost fell. Xiaoshur and Xiaoshur supported her on her left and right. Only then did they help her into the room. Long Heng was lying on the bed. The estate's physician was bandaging his wounds. However, that much blood stimulated Xianxia's eyes. She felt that it would be difficult for a person to live with so much blood. However, she also hoped that he would get better. At this time, the physician said, "The prince has lost too much blood. I'm afraid." Although Long Hung was a little confused, he could still hear everything. He couldn't help but move his fingers gently. Shuer, who had just returned, was already in a state of mind. He chased most of the people out, leaving only Xiaoshi and Xiaoshi, who were supporting Bai Xianxia to the small bed. "Can't you finish everything at once, or let her go out first? Go take a look and see why she fainted." The doctor agreed and left. He originally wanted to say that she had lost too much blood and was temporarily unconscious, but she fainted before he could finish. He couldn't do anything about it, could he? Moreover, if it wasn't for the prince's instructions, it wouldn't have been that serious. He silently walked to Bai Xianxia's side to take her pulse. Shuer skillfully bandaged Long Hang's wound. He had developed this kind of skill on the battlefield. Even Long Hang nodded in satisfaction. This kid had finally grown a lot. He worriedly looked at Bai Xianxia's side. He saw that the doctor's brows were furrowed so much that his entire face was wrinkled like a steamed bun. He felt that something big must have happened. He struggled to get off the bed. Shuer hurriedly said, "Prince, your wound has split open. Please don't move anymore." What happened to her? Long Hung was anxious. Because of the sudden arrival of the assassin, he didn't even have time to explain to Bai Xianxia. He thought that she had trained on the battlefield. Who knew that she would faint just like that? This didn't make any sense. After a detailed examination, the doctor raised his hand and heaved a sigh of relief. "Congratulations, Prince. Congratulations, Prince. Princess Consort is pregnant." "Ah?" Long Hung was completely stunned. The doctor lowered his head and said, "She's been pregnant for about 2 months now. Her pulse is very stable, and she's only a little shaky from the shock. She'll be fine after taking a few doses of pregnancy-stabilizing medicine." "Oh. Quickly go and prescribe the medicine. She was pregnant 2 months ago in Peace City. Then, he came back from so far away and experienced so many things. This child must be made of iron." The corners of Long Hang's mouth curled up into a smile. He actually felt that this unborn child already had the qualifications to make him proud. The doctor still wanted to bandage him. Long Hang said, "Go out and tell them that I'm dying. Tell them to prepare for my funeral, but I have something to tell them. No one else is allowed to come in, and don't inform the old madam. Otherwise, I'll punish them severely." "Yes." Long Hung looked at Bai Xianxia's pale face. If she hadn't been scared by him, she wouldn't have fainted. He hoped that she wouldn't be scared when she woke up. "When the princess consort wakes up, you can tell her that this king is fine." He felt a slight warmth in his heart. It seemed that he still had a place in this girl's heart. He liked this feeling very much. Because he had lost too much blood, he slowly fell asleep in this happiness. Bai Xianxia woke up with a start. Even in her dream, she saw Long Hang covered in blood. Long Hung, she sat up abruptly, her entire body covered in cold sweat. "Princess Consort, the prince is fine. He's fine. Don't be agitated," Xiaoshi hurriedly explained. Xiaoshi also supported her and pointed to the bed. "The prince just fell asleep." "Fell asleep?" Bai Xianxia naturally didn't believe it. She stood up and walked over. Seeing that his breathing was even, she let out a sigh of relief. This kind of great sorrow and joy seemed to have exhausted all her strength. She swayed and almost fainted. Suddenly, a hand supported her and said, "Don't be anxious. Take it slow. Lie down." Bai Xianxia was very happy to see Long Hung wake up. She said, "Your injury. It's fine. Take it slow." Long Hung wanted to support himself, but Bai Xianxia pressed him down. Then, she silently lay beside him. Looking at the bandages all over his body, tears fell. "Don't cry. It's really fine. Half of the blood is someone else's." After a pause, he said, "You can go out. Bring the princess consort's medicine in when it's done." "Medicine? If you're fine, I don't need to drink it. Lie down obediently. Don't move. Aren't you the one injured? It's just a flesh wound. It'll heal soon. You're the most important." Something seems wrong? Long Heng felt sorry for her, but it seemed a little abnormal to feel so sorry for her. What's wrong? Don't talk about this. Did Su Yan's assassin hurt you? This time, I won't forgive her. She's gone too far. No, I got hurt on purpose. Why? Don't you know I'll be worried? Don't be agitated. Listen to me. After that, Long Heng explained his entire plan to Bai Xianxia. Bai Xianxia was stunned. She didn't expect Long Heng to do so many things in secret. There were so many things that could overturn an era. Long Heng originally wanted to give her a surprise, but she was different from before. If she was too depressed, it would be harmful to her health. So, she said, now that you know, you shouldn't think too much, okay? Yes, but isn't it just a ruse? Why would you really get hurt? You have to make them believe you. After all, I left them alive. Long Heng, in the future, no matter what you do, you have to think about me and the child, okay? You know? Since you know, why are you still so agitated? What if there's an accident? No what? Bai Xianxia looked at him in confusion. Why did she feel like she didn't understand what he said in Chinese? Only then did Long Heng remember that she was talking about Shaolin. However, looking at her staring eyes and begging to know, he found it very interesting. So, he teased her and said, guess. Guess? Guess what? I'm not in the mood to guess. Bai Xianxia wanted to hit him, but she stopped when she saw that he was covered in injuries. You have our child here, so you have to be careful. Long Heng was afraid that she would get agitated again, so he reached out and touched her lower abdomen. What? Bai Xianxia sat up excitedly. In modern society, it was not so fast to have a second child, okay? She couldn't accept it for a moment. Was it really okay to be so easy to give birth? Wouldn't the government take care of it? No, it should be said that she didn't want to be a mother again so soon. Shouldn't she at least rest for a few years? However, there were no contraceptives in ancient times. If she continued like this, she would start a football team in less than 10 years, she covered her face. This was too scary. She really wanted to research condoms or something. That's not right. There seemed to be a kind of medicine here. It was said that after taking it, there would be no need to get pregnant. It was usually used by concubines. Or, if she really couldn't do it next time, she could use that. Although it was a bit bitter, it was better than having a child all the time. What are you thinking? Next time, after you break me, it's better to drink contraceptive soup. You're the princess consort. Why would you drink that? He really didn't understand what she was thinking. What kind of wife would use that kind of thing? But, if you keep giving birth like this, it won't be good for your health, right? That's true. Long Heng pressed her down and said with a smile, however, it's also good to have a few more sons. In the future, when father and son go to war, they will be invincible. You're thinking too much. Bai Xianxia rolled her eyes at him. She wouldn't agree to let her sons go to war. Rubbing her stomach, she once again felt that it was unreal. She remembered that Shaolin had some reaction back then. Why wasn't there any reaction this time? Was it because it wasn't time yet, or was he too strong? If he was so strong, it would be great if it was a son. If it was a daughter, it wouldn't be very likable. However, she hoped that it was a daughter. That way, she would have a son and a daughter. But she wouldn't ask Long Heng if he preferred a son or a daughter. He would definitely say that he preferred a son because they could go to war together. Long Heng's injuries recovered quickly. As he said, it was only a superficial wound. However, the rumors outside were very serious because the residents of the Li of Gojosian had even brought a coffin in. Although the consort of the Li of Gojosian looked fine, she was haggard. When she walked, she had to be supported by 2 maidservants. The residents of the Li of Gojosian was in a gloomy mood. There were even assassins attacking from time to time. However, because there were some martial artists protecting them, the assassins didn't succeed. Su Yan seemed to be planning to escape from the palace. The reason was that the emperor hated her so much that he wanted to disband her power. Su Yun naturally wasn't someone who would sit still and wait for death. Thus, during this period of time, she and the emperor had been fighting both openly and covertly. It was a pity that she didn't have a child. Otherwise, she would very likely want to kill the emperor and become the empress dowager. Suyun wants to tell the enemy about you. She's thinking of a way to send someone. Very good. I couldn't ask for more. Long Heng was reading a book with his clothes draped over him. This injury was too good. He didn't have to worry about pushing down his princess. She was so delicate that she couldn't even take small bites of fruit. It seemed that she really didn't have any appetite. Why can't you ask for anything? I'm afraid that they won't dare to make a move just because they heard about it. If there's a spy, they'll move more diligently. That's true. Open your mouth and eat fruit. It's good for you. I'm injured. You're pregnant. It's the same. We both need to replenish our blood. I really don't know what to do with you. Long Heng could only read while enjoying his wife's service. He felt very good. However, she was a little busy. She deliberately fed him for fun and kept stuffing food into his mouth, leaving him helpless. Not long after, Long Heng came over, and the two of them ended this somewhat childish game. Long Heng said that he didn't have to eat dinner tonight. Your Highness, there have been more assassinations recently. But today, it's peaceful and no one came. Understood. Continue to be on guard. Yes, and Prince Song is here to see you. I wonder, her master was more wary of Prince Song than of thieves. No, it was even more serious than thieves. As long as he came, she would use all kinds of excuses to chase him out. But now that he had announced to the outside world that he was seriously injured and could not be treated, it would be inappropriate if he did not see him. But every time he met someone, he had to put on an act and vomit blood or something. Long Heng was a straightforward person. He didn't want to continue this kind of thing, so he didn't meet many people. Long Shooting's intention was to ask him to find a way to put on an act if he wanted to meet someone. Blood plasma had to be prepared on the spot, right? Let him in. There's no need to prepare blood plasma. The room is full of smell. There were still people living in this room, especially by Xianxia. He didn't know where she learned the rules. Obviously, he was injured and couldn't do anything, but she still had to sleep next to him, as if husband and wife shouldn't be sleeping separately. Moreover, he was used to it and let her do whatever she wanted. Bai Xiangxiu's thought was that modern husband and wife didn't sleep separately. Unless there was a fight, they had to sleep together no matter what. In the past, when she had her period, the servants stopped them from living together, but Long Heng felt that it was troublesome to move here and there. Moreover, he didn't mind, so he slept and didn't go out. In this way, Bai Xiangxiu was spoiled. If he wanted to move out, she would definitely be angry. Once, when she was feeling uncomfortable, he wanted to move out and wanted Xiaoshi to take care of him. In the end, she said, if you move out, don't move in. Long Heng didn't like being threatened, but it depended on who the person was. Men always inexplicably lost all their face in front of their wives, but he was still willing to endure it. Long Heng was in such a situation. He thought that she might be acting coquettishly and didn't want him to leave, so he didn't leave. Since then, he didn't mention anything about moving out or asking her to move out. Bai Xiangxiu called Xiaoshi and the others to clean up the bed. Because of the commotion just now, there were fruit residue everywhere. It was fine to look at them, but Prince Song was a guest. When they were done with the Song Jiaoyue, Long Heng walked in. He was very worried about Long Heng. He didn't think about Bai Xiangxiu. The two of them were close friends. How could she not come to see him when she heard that he was in trouble? However, he was stopped every time he came. He became more and more anxious. When he was told that he could come in just now, he thought that he would see the dying Long Heng. In the end, he saw him lying on the bed with his long hair down and looking good. Bai Xiangxiu was beside him, and she didn't look as sad as the rumors said. In an instant, he seemed to understand something. He smiled bitterly and said, "What the hell are you doing? Don't you know what I want to do? It's nothing more than luring the snake out of its hole. But, do you have to make yourself like this? If I don't lie down, will they dare to take action? Someone, prepare tea and snacks for Prince Song." Bai Xiangxiu wanted to leave after giving the order. As a woman, it was sometimes not good for her to interrupt when the men were talking, especially when Song Jiayue and her situation were special. Back then, Su Yun wanted to defame her. There were many rumors about them in the capital, so she wanted to avoid suspicion if she could. However, just as she turned around, Long Heng grabbed her hand and said, "It's cold outside. You're not in good health now. Don't walk around. It's fine to sit here." Oh. Oh. Wasn't he always afraid that they would meet? Why did he let her stay this time? In the past, he didn't like to be too intimate in front of others. Why was he acting normal today? "I'm afraid that I'll be lying in the coffin in a few days. When that time comes, you'll have to work harder. No matter what, you have to protect yourself and him." After saying that, his eyes looked at Bai Xianxiu's stomach ambiguously. Damn, Bai Xianxiu immediately understood. "Long Heng, you're showing off your love for a man who hasn't married yet. Aren't you dark?" Okay. She lowered her head silently, indicating that she didn't know the man who pretended to be weak in front of her. "You really want to do this? But if they want to check the body, they'll definitely come to check. When the person is still alive, how can I show it? If it wasn't for that corpse, I would have been lying in the coffin long ago. After all, the godly doctor's wife and disciple aren't godly doctors. It's a little slow to make a fake face." That corpse? It's already prepared. It's a death row prisoner who willingly sold his body. If something happens to you, the border will be in danger." Long Heng sneered. He had been in charge of the border for so many years. It was time for him to rest. Resting meant faking his death. Long Heng didn't plan to do this, but he didn't expect that others wouldn't do anything if he didn't die, so he could only fake his death. Song Jiayue frowned and said, "But if you fake your death, you won't be able to come back to life. Even if you want to live, they won't agree." I've already thought about the result. When the time comes, the whole family will go to Ning City and live a peaceful life far away from the emperor. Ning City, it's not very peaceful there. He meant that Bai Xianxiu might not be able to adapt to the climate there, but Long Heng continued, "I believe that this king's princess consort will also like the life there. I like it." At this time, even if he didn't like it, he had to say he liked it. Song Jiayue couldn't do anything about this couple. He always felt that Bai Xianxiu was the one who was at a disadvantage. But compared to other men, Long Heng was the best, because he didn't have other concubines, and he didn't even have a concubine. The feelings between the two of them were real, and he couldn't compare to him in this aspect. He had a few concubines by his side, and recently, he made Jusei, who followed him out, his concubine. Knowing that Long Heng was fine, he was relieved and said, "Since you've already decided, then I will fully support you. But if you want to go further, then the Song family can only remain neutral." What he meant was that he personally supported them, but he still had to remain neutral towards the Song family, because he couldn't implicate his family. Long Heng naturally understood, and he nodded in agreement. Song Jiayue didn't need to know their plan, he only needed to know that they would be fine. Then, he also knew Long Heng's intentions, because he didn't ask him to help him. This proved that he knew the importance of the Song family to him. Lunar calendar, 10th month, 20th day, Li of Gojosian died at home due to his heavy injuries. On October 21st of the lunar calendar, the funeral was held. The people who came to send off Li of Gojosian lined up from Li of Gojosian's mansion to the outside of Beijing. That day was very lively. Even the emperor came to see this meritorious subject for the last time. Imperial concubine Li of Gojosian ordered people to open the coffin. The emperor held the coffin and wept bitterly, saying that he had lost a great talent. On October 22nd of the lunar calendar, Imperial concubine Li of Gojosian was diagnosed to be pregnant with a posthumous child. In order to take care of the fetus, she did not step out of the imperial residence of Li of Gojosian. When things came to an end, Bai Xianxiu frowned with one hand holding her waist that was about to break. She put her other hand on the hand of Long Heng, who was pretending to be a guard, and said, "It will be difficult for you to come back from death. That will depend on whether or not they can help. Noble consort Su should have taken action by now, right? She planned to escape for a few days. The emperor wants to deal with her, so she can only go to the enemy country. Moreover, there are spies there and they are preparing to take her away. How are you going to deal with her? I have already agreed to hand her over to the family of the godly doctors. After all, they have helped me a lot. Moreover, with the help of Luo Yunqing and Yu Kuang, are you still afraid that she will escape? She has many tricks up her sleeves and is used to coaxing men. With her current appearance, who can she coax? Then you mean, if I become ugly, you won't like me? Well, Bai Xiangxiu's temper was especially bad after she became pregnant. She was almost always looking for trouble and nitpicking all kinds of things. Long Heng felt that he had accidentally stepped on a minefield again and hurriedly said, how could that be? Wang Fei, you are kind-hearted and have such a good temper. Even if you become ugly, this king will definitely like you. That's more like it. Bai Xiangxiu's gloomy mood turned to sunny and the atmosphere became much better. Long Heng's heart was filled with depression. When did he become like this? In order to make a woman happy, he could say such mushy things. He really was crazy. Bai Xiangxiu didn't care about Su Yun's life or death. This world had its own rules. She had harmed so many people and should be punished. As for what kind of punishment, she couldn't control it and couldn't save her. Even if she wanted to control it, she couldn't. This child was tormenting. She didn't vomit or make a fuss, but she didn't feel well and couldn't eat. Or it could be said that whatever she ate didn't taste good. Long Heng's recent movements were very obvious. Even if the emperor had neglected Li of Gojoseon's Fu because of Su Yun, he still had to be careful. As for Su Yun's escape route, Bai Xiangxiu just so happened to have a trusted servant girl by her side. Bai Xiangxiu immediately knew what to do. Su Yun wanted to escape with a maidservant by her side. Of course, there were also a few palace servants who were very loyal to her. She had already thought of a way to disguise herself as a eunuch and escape the palace with a group of people. This was common in novels, so others couldn't think of it, but Su Yun could. Bai Xiangxiu told Long Heng about this in advance. He also arranged for people to intercept them far away from the capital. The day passed by rather slowly. Bai Xiangxiu's neck had grown long from waiting, but there was still no news from him. Because he knew that the enemy country's people were very powerful, Long Heng personally went out. His injuries hadn't healed and the three men's attributes didn't match. Maybe Su Yun wouldn't be able to catch the three of them and would start fighting. When that time came, she would have the heart to bang her head against the wall. They didn't return until nighttime. Bai Xiangxiu heard sounds outside and put on her shoes and clothes. Just as she walked to the door, a huge pet pounced at her. But before it could reach her, it was kicked aside. Long Heng coldly said, if you want to go crazy, go somewhere else. Yushu felt very wronged. He finally came out and saw Sister Bai, but he didn't get to hug her. Yushu? She didn't need to look up to know that it was a full moon night. What's wrong with him? He didn't look right. Luo Yunqing threw the mud-like person to the ground and curiously observed the wronged Yushu. But Bai Xiangxiu didn't have time to explain, because she noticed that the three people had brought Su Yun back. She looked very miserable. Her scary face was exposed, and her slightly curved hair was all stuck to her face. Is it snowing outside? No, the water was splashed by the godly doctor's relatives. She was almost dead and only had one breath left. She insisted on coming to see you. Luo Yunqing looked at Bai Xiangxiu. He didn't understand why this woman called Su Yun wanted to see her. Bai Xiangxiu nodded and said, you guys go out. Long Heng took out a very thick rope and tied one end around Su Yun's neck, while the other end hung from the beam. This way, she wouldn't be able to walk too far. Otherwise, she'd be dragged back or hung to death. As for why he didn't tie her hands and feet, Bai Xiangxiu looked curiously and found that Su Yun's fingers were all broken. Her nails were pulled out and the blood on them was black and purple and had solidified. Her palms were also tortured. There was almost no place left. Looking at her feet, blood flowed out. But because of the shoes, she didn't know what it looked like. It probably wasn't any better than her hands. Long Heng reached out and grabbed Yushu, who was about to act coquettishly, before leaving with Luo Yunqing, who had a serious expression on his face. Su Yun's style was quite unique, so Long Heng granted her wish before she died. However, he was afraid that Bai Xiangxiu would be in danger, so he decided to stay outside. But before he closed the door, he said, "Wake her up with a splash, don't waste time." Oh, oh. Bai Xianxia waited for them to leave before sitting down and sighing. Facing Su Yun, she thought of the female lead and suddenly felt that it wasn't so bad to live with her tail tucked between her legs. Although she didn't experience any ups and downs, at least her life was stable. Alright, she was now a widow with a dead husband, stable my ass. Just as she was thinking, Su Yun woke up. She first groaned in pain, then slowly regained consciousness. She opened her eyes in confusion, but when she saw Bai Xianxia, her last bit of energy seemed to have been lifted. Who are you? Obviously, everything was going well before I met you, but everything changed after I met you. Su Yun, your failure wasn't because of me, but because you didn't take human life seriously. Huh, why can others do it, but I can't? That's a novel, a TV series, not real life. You're really a transmigrator, you really are. Very good, you actually treat your fellow countrymen like this? How cruel. Su Yun, don't say that others are cruel. Even if you knew that I was your fellow countryman, so what? With your personality, would you have shown mercy to me? I'm afraid that you would have tried to test me and get rid of me. Just like in Ning City, wasn't the plan of attacking Wei to save Zhao to test me? Then you sent someone to sneak in, and the target was me. So what? You're the enemy who wanted to help me. But in my eyes, they're also enemies. Obviously, we're from the same country, but you still wanted to help. Have you seen the family members of those godly doctors anxiously searching for their loved ones? Have you seen how miserable those women were after losing their husbands and their sons after losing their fathers? Have you seen it before? The wife of one of the godly doctors had just given birth, and she died of blood loss after hearing the news. You can't see these things at all. You only have eyes for yourself. For the sake of your own power and status, for the sake of your own enjoyment, you treat others like ants. For someone like you, this is already a good ending. Shut up. What about you? Do you think it's okay to seduce men to fight for you? What's the difference between you and me if you hide behind and enjoy yourself like a little white flower? I didn't let my man kill innocent people. I didn't let him force others to do things for his own selfish desires. That's the difference. Everyone is selfish. Aren't you selfish too? I'm selfish. I can do anything to protect my family, but I would never kill so many people just because of my face. Of course, I don't expect you to understand. You're a spoiled rich girl who doesn't have the slightest bit of respect for others. You know me from before, right? Su Yun seemed to have found the reason why she was defeated. So this person knew her. Then who was she? Was it her scheming cousin, her love rival, or one of those bitches who couldn't bear to see her living well? I know you. That's why I know your temperament. I know that you never put anyone in your eyes. That's why I didn't tell you who I was. But now, even if I told you, you wouldn't be in any danger. You. Su Yun couldn't even straighten up. She had no strength left. Even her eyes couldn't see the face of the person in front of her. Tell me, who are you? Let me die in peace. Sure, I'm the flower girl you look down on the most, Lu Yangyang. Ha ha ha, so it's you. Are you trying to take revenge on me? No, I just want to live a quiet life. Abandon the quiet life of the past? Lu Yangyang, don't be stupid. That's impossible. Sooner or later, your soul won't belong here. No, I belong here. I have a child and a husband. You have nothing, whether it's modern or ancient. No, I have everything. What do you have? People who miss you? It's just for the novelty in your brain. Those who are loyal to you are probably dead or injured now. And you don't care about them. So, you came to ancient times and ended up alone. That was cruel enough. In fact, she was taking revenge in this situation. Yes, she also had hatred. Whether it was in modern times or ancient times, she had left a shadow in her heart. If she didn't take revenge, wouldn't she be too saintly? Don't scold her for adding insult to injury. She also threw stones at others in the past. Moreover, she was happy to throw a few more at people like her. Lu Yangyang, I curse you to die a horrible death. Your man betrayed you, your son will die a horrible death. Slap, Bai Xianxia couldn't take it anymore. She slapped her and said coldly, curses are outdated. Or do you think you have this ability just because you transmigrated? Longheng, come in. Longheng, I know you're outside. Su Yun shouted like crazy. Longheng had no choice but to rush in. Seeing Bai Xianxia close to her, he quickly pulled her away and said, be careful, she doesn't hurt you. It's okay. She's now. Before Bai Xianxia could finish, Su Yun interrupted, Longheng, I told you before. Don't think that this little bitch is sincere to you. She has another identity. She came from the same place as me. She will leave you sooner or later, leaving behind a gorgeous body. Also, she's not a good person, she. Crack. It was really just a crisp sound. Su Yun's head turned and she fell to the ground. She couldn't say a word. Bai Xianxia was shocked. Yushu said innocently, sister, she can't take a beating. Yes, who can take a beating from you? However, a life was lost just like that. Bai Xianxia was a little stunned. Longheng patted her head and said, don't be afraid. I'm here. I'm not afraid. I just feel that she shouldn't come here. She sighed. Although she was a scourge in the modern world, at least she didn't kill so many people because of the constraints of society. But after coming here, she felt that she had become unique, which led to such a result. Sometimes, people really can't take themselves too seriously. Luo Yunqing said, she's dead. I don't think we should keep the body. I'll go through the trouble of throwing her into a mass grave. Luo Yunqing didn't want to disturb the couple's lovey-dovey moment, so he decided to move the corpse out and leave as well. Who knew that a black whirlpool would appear on the ground as soon as he touched the corpse? Luo Yunqing reacted quickly and jumped out of the way. Su Yun, on the ground, was enveloped by the whirlpool and disappeared. All of this happened in front of their eyes, and it happened very quickly. In the blink of an eye, the corpse was gone. It really just disappeared. No one would believe such a strange situation. But it really happened. Longheng felt his heart tremble. He actually felt that Su Yun's words weren't completely untrustworthy. Especially by Xianxia, who was in his arms. She was indeed very shocked, but she immediately calmed down as if she knew what was going on. She knew more about Su Yun than others thought. Perhaps it was as Su Yun said, she was hiding something from him. If one day, she also disappeared like this, what would he do? Not many people would miss Su Yun here, but Bai Xianxia wouldn't. She had a son, a family, and soldiers who respected her at the border. He suddenly exerted force on his hand, causing Bai Xianxia to cry out. She looked at Longheng in confusion. She didn't understand why he suddenly exerted so much force, almost squeezing all the air out of her chest. What the hell is going on? How can a person suddenly disappear like this? Luo Yunqing was awakened by Bai Xianxia's scream. As a normal person, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Don't mention this to anyone. You guys go out. Longheng waved his hand, but only Luo Yunqing left. Yushu didn't leave. He said weakly, sister won't disappear, right? She won't. Bai Xianxia felt Longheng's hand tighten. She had no choice but to say these two words immediately. Obviously, they all suspected that she would disappear or something. It was no wonder. After all, Su Yun had said so many strange things before he died. Longheng wanted to know everything about her, but if he wanted to take her away and interrogate her, he had to get rid of her little tail, Yushu. He almost tugged on Bai Xianxia's leg as she walked, but his expression was undoubtedly that of a child, pure and innocent. As a pregnant woman, Bai Xianxia couldn't abandon him, so she let him lie on the bed while she and Longheng sat and chatted. Although they were chatting, Longheng had been staring at her for a long time without saying a word. You have something to ask me? Did you come from the same place as her? Will you really disappear like her? Of course not. Why would I disappear? What are you hiding from me? What is your relationship with Su Yun? I have nothing to do with her. Bai Xianxia knew that it was impossible to explain the fact that her soul came from another world, so she only said, maybe it's because she's different from me, so she misunderstood. You really won't leave? Of course not. Don't worry. Bai Xianxia had no choice but to say, I've given birth to one, and I'm pregnant with another. Where can I go? Long Heng was relieved when he heard this. Yes, where could she go now that she had him and 2 children? He gently hugged her, but Yushu suddenly sat up on the bed and said, Where am I? No, this voice and this expression, it was clearly Yu Kuang. Bai Xianxia felt strange and said, How can it be you? It's not even dawn yet. I don't know. This is your room? Yes. You've always been too indulgent with him. Yu Kuang smiled slightly. He didn't expect that Yushu, who was used to causing trouble, would always be so indulgent with him. Since there's nothing else, get lost. Long Heng said. Yu Kuang had no choice but to get down from their bed and leave. But before he left, he said to Bai Xianxia, he probably didn't like to see the 2 of you together, so he left. In fact, he knew Yushu very well. Although he didn't know what had just happened, he could still guess why he suddenly changed. After Yu Kuang left, Long Heng also asked people to change the bedsheets before he was willing to go to bed to rest. Alas, men were always stingy. After a few days of peace, everyone was still immersed in the matter of Liu Guozhian's death. News came from the border that the enemy country was ready to make a move and began to harass the border again. The emperor and the ministers were afraid but also eager to try. They were afraid that the country would lose Long Heng, a great general. Those who were eager to try were the newly appointed generals. They all rushed to the border to repel the enemy. This way, they could make a name for themselves. But at this time, a portion of the ministers proposed to let the emperor personally lead the army. The reason was naturally that the emperor's reputation had been getting worse and worse in recent years. If he was successful this time, then his reputation would soon be higher than the dead Long Heng. Moreover, the enemy country had already closed their doors last time. Even if they attacked again, they didn't have any real military strength. As long as the emperor went there, they could quickly defeat them. Men were very hot-blooded. The emperor couldn't resist more and more ministers' suggestions and was moved. In the end, even Minister Lin also made the same suggestion. After thinking for a long time, he agreed to lead the army. Bai Xianxia was very surprised after hearing this news. She asked Long Heng, How did you convince Minister Lin? I used several connections to tell him that as long as the emperor personally led the army, his daughter would be rescued from the brothel and arranged for her to become a nun in a nunnery. No wonder he agreed. So it was for this reason. But, doesn't he know that the emperor might be in danger? In their minds, the enemy country is no longer a threat. Because these people have never fought before, they don't understand the principle of the ever-changing battlefield. They don't know, but they still dare to go. These people are really bold. Just like in modern times, if you didn't know the inside story of a certain industry, you would definitely lose miserably. Of course, Long Heng's purpose was to make them lose. Even if they didn't lose, they would lose. Long Heng had been secretly moving fast recently. Bai Xianxia had to take care of the baby. The 2 talked for a while and then she went to take a nap. However, she inexplicably had a dream. In the dream, Su Yun's body suddenly appeared on a big bed in a hotel. The waitress who was taking a guest to see the room opened the door and saw it. She was so scared that she screamed and then called the police. Because Su Yun went back wearing ancient clothes, she was naked when she put it on. So, the next day after she was taken away by the police car, the report in the newspaper was like this: Rich girl went to a hotel with a male star, naked to death. The report described her tragic death. If it wasn't for the DNA comparison, there was no way to know who she was. What was even more strange was that she disappeared from the hotel for a few months and then appeared in the same place. It was a mystery. However, this kind of rich girl was always reckless, so no one cared about what she had experienced. The only one who was truly sad was probably her father, but because he had a son with his new wife, who was more than 20 years younger than him, he was only sad for a while before going to play with his son. When Bai Xianxia woke up, she pressed her hand to her head. Su Yun's life seemed so helpless. No matter if it was the men she had a relationship with or the men who were pursuing her, they quickly forgot about her when they heard the news. When she thought that she would be forgotten, she felt uncomfortable and actually covered her face and cried in the middle of the night. Xiaoshi had no idea what was going on. She ran in and asked in a daze, "Princess, what's wrong with you? Does it hurt anywhere? Do you need a doctor?" "No, it doesn't hurt anywhere. I just want to cry for a while. Don't mind me." Xianxia waved her hand and drove Xiaoshi out, making her more and more worried. But there shouldn't be anything wrong with her body. Could it be that the prince provoked her? Just as she was thinking, she saw a black shadow walk in. She was used to it and knew that this man must be the prince. She lit the lamp and said to Long Heng, who was dressed in black, "Prince, you're back. I don't know why the princess is crying." "Do you think?" Before she could finish, Long Heng had already walked in. He saw his little wife sitting on the bed, crying and wiping her face with a handkerchief. Her posture was very beautiful, like a pear blossom in the rain. "What's wrong?" He frowned and sat down patiently to comfort her. A man could be angry outside, but when he came back, he had to yell at his little wife. He was afraid that she would die sooner or later. Her body was so weak. "Nothing, I just want to cry." Xianxia sobbed, making Long Heng feel helpless. He had always heard that women liked to be sad. He didn't believe it at first, but now he really believed it. Otherwise, how could she sit there and cry after waking up? "All right, stop crying." He took off his clothes and sat down. He did not take a shower. If he took a shower in the middle of the night, he would not have time. He still had to get up early and go out tomorrow morning, so he had to spend more time with his wife to prevent her from crying like this, as if she had suffered a great grievance. "You must be tired. Lie down and rest." Long Heng hesitated for a moment. Originally, she wanted to lie down on the bed and sleep. However, she had walked for a whole day. Her body was fine, but her shoes must be smelly. Looking at how fragrant and soft Xianxia was, he really didn't want to smell his little wife. Thus, he turned around and said, "You sleep first. I'll go wash up." Even though Xianxia's eyes were swollen from crying, she could still see the tiredness in his eyes. She hurriedly pulled him back and said, "Forget it. You're so tired. You still have to get up early tomorrow. Don't take a shower. Come up and sleep." Long Heng's heart warmed. He said, "Don't let the smell make you cry again." Xianxia said, "I'm not that delicate." She ran off the bed and pushed Long Heng to sit on the bed. Then, she personally took off his boots. "Don't. It's very dirty. The smell is quite bad, but it won't make me sick. Quickly lie down." Xianxia let him lie down. Then, she pulled the blanket over him. She lay on the outside and nestled her head next to him. Long Heng fell asleep in a short while. His breathing was even. Xianxia knew that he liked to be clean, so sleeping like this would definitely be uncomfortable. Thus, she quietly went down and asked someone to bring hot water. She dipped a towel in it and then walked to the bedside to remove his clothes. She helped him wipe his body and hands. After that, she even wiped his legs and feet. She put on his clothes and then lay down to sleep. This time, there was a man lying next to her. She felt very fulfilled and slept very soundly. But what she didn't know was that after she fell asleep, Long Heng hugged her tightly as if she was a precious pearl. He lovingly kissed her on the forehead as the corners of his mouth curved up into a sweet smile. What did Long Heng do to be able to marry such a lovely and gentle little wife? Perhaps a multi-talented woman like Su Yun was likable. Perhaps a sentimental woman like Lin Qianzi was lovable. But in the end, he couldn't beat her understanding, her courage, and her gentleness. Although sometimes she didn't care about trifles and even a little willful, she didn't go overboard. She only made people feel that she was gentle and lovely. Long Heng felt that it was enough to meet her in this life. The two of them fell asleep in each other's arms. Xiaoshi, who was outside, finally breathed a sigh of relief. She came out with the lamp. As soon as she closed the door, she turned around and felt that someone was standing behind her. That person panicked and hurriedly covered her mouth with his hand. Then, he stuffed something into her hand. Xiaoshi didn't understand what was going on, but the person was already gone. She raised her hand in a daze and was surprised to find that it was a hairpin. Xiaoshi blushed. Wasn't this a private exchange? She hurriedly put the hairpin away, but forgot to stare blankly at the dark night sky. She stayed in the room for nearly an hour, but couldn't fall asleep no matter how hard she tried. The next day, Xianxia saw the national treasure, the panda. She almost spat out the tea in her mouth. Xiaoxi's nerves could run 3 trains at once. How did she become like this today? Then, she watched as she did all kinds of things wrong and broke countless cups. Even Xiaoxi's good temper became anxious. She said, "What are you doing? Have you lost your soul? This set of teacups is the princess consort's favorite. You've already broken 2 of them." It's okay, it's okay. Xiaoxi, come here. I have something to ask you." "Yes." Xiaoxi walked over in fear. Her face turned red when she thought of what happened last night. Xianxia was experienced. How could she not understand her behavior? She asked Xiaoxi to go out and asked in a small voice, "Why do you look like you've lost your soul?" No, no. Xiaoxi looked outside from time to time. She was thinking about Ah Song. He really got her into trouble. If the princess consort knew about their private exchange, she would sell her away. Is it Ah Song? How did you know? Xiaoxi knew that she said something wrong and quickly covered her mouth. Xianxia pulled her hand down and said, "Don't cover it. I can see it. That guy treats you differently. The way he looks at you is different." How did you know? No, it's not. Your Highness, please forgive this servant. This servant only wants to serve you well. I have no other intentions. Get up. I told you not to kneel. Your Highness, this servant, alright, it's nothing. Isn't there a guy who likes you? And that guy is quite handsome. He's worthy of you. If he sees you again, tell him to come to my place. If he doesn't dare to come, then forget about it. Your Highness, this servant won't see him. Then you really don't plan to marry for the rest of your life? Silly girl, I'm happy for you. Xiaoxi knew that the princess consort didn't blame her and was relieved. But when she thought about telling Ah Song these things, she seemed a little timid. But if she didn't say it, she would feel extremely disappointed. Putting aside Xiaoxi's inner turmoil, the emperor had finally decided to personally lead the troops into battle. Since he was going to leave, he naturally had to arrange for some old officials to take care of the country. These old officials were all senior officials of 3 generations, and there were 5 of them in total. If there were any decisions to be made, these 5 people would pass them through and execute them separately. It was a bit like the modern administrative system with layers of authority. Xianxia felt that the ancient people's wisdom was not bad at all. Most importantly, her husband had already guessed who these 5 people were because she listened to his analysis. Yes, when he had nothing to do, he liked to sit in the room and analyze the situation with her, even though she might not understand. However, he liked to do this, as if she was the person he trusted the most. Other than her, he could not find anyone else to talk to. Xianxia liked this feeling very much. This was the feeling of an old married couple. Long Heng's happiest thing now was to talk to Xianxia about the stupid emperor's expedition to Shu. There were also those generals he thought were well trained, but they were all experts who only knew how to flatter. Once they went out, they were almost useless. They could be an armchair strategist, but at critical times, they were not as useful as Xianxia. Am I that stupid? Xianxia was very angry because Long Heng compared her to the emperor. She almost hit him with the sole of her shoe. However, she was a little worried. I don't know how Shaolin and the old madam are doing in Shu. We originally wanted to go there, but unfortunately, the emperor did not give us such a chance. Long Heng said, "Don't worry, you just need to take care of yourself. I will go to Shu soon. Moreover, Quan and his wife will take care of them, so they should be fine." It was all thanks to her saving these 2 people. She did not expect that she would help them so much. It seemed that kindness was not all wrong. Of course, it depended on the situation. That's right, did Miss Lin come out from inside? She can't come out. Ah? Xianxia was puzzled. Didn't he say that he made a deal with Minister Lin to get her out? In fact, at this time, Minister Lin could be considered a qualified father to do this. But why didn't she come out? Could it be that Long Heng didn't keep his word? Long Heng nodded her head. Recently, he was preparing to go to Sichuan, so he was packing his things. In fact, these things should have been prepared by the servants, but he was now a dead man, so he had to maintain a low profile. Usually, he would not move around in the courtyard of the prince's mansion. Very few people in the Wangfu knew that he was still alive because not many people dared to enter Wang Fei's room. Miss Lin has fallen in love with a whoremaster and is waiting for him to come back and take her as a concubine. But after waiting for more than 2 months, I think she's going to be disappointed. So she's not leaving because of this? Yes, no matter how hard I tried to persuade him, he wouldn't leave. In the end, Minister Lin had no choice but to leave. I really don't know how Miss Lin's brain was developed. Love, and an illusory love at that. You can't live without love, but you have to know who you are. Isn't this torturing yourself? Bai Xianxia only hesitated for a moment before she stopped thinking about her. It was not worth being distracted by her matters. In the past, she didn't think that she was the female lead and needed to protect the relationship between the two of them. But you've already degraded yourself to this state, how can others persuade you? If you want to commit suicide, do you need others to go with you? Let's not talk about her anymore. After I leave, you have to take good care of yourself. If you have nothing to do, don't go out. My belly is getting bigger and bigger. Why should I go out? After he is born, it will be time for a change of dynasty. Yes, I hope everything goes well. It will. With you guys, I will be careful in everything I do. I will definitely not be as hot-blooded as before. You said it yourself. This time, when you go to Sichuan, you have to arrange a safe place for Shaolin and the others. Otherwise, what if they really attack? They can't attack, they're just pretending. My people are not there for nothing. I let them come just for this operation. Otherwise, they would have been destroyed long ago. Good, good, good. You're amazing. When a man started bragging, it was really impossible to stop him. Moreover, you couldn't attack him. The more you attacked him, the more excited he would be. For example, right now, he had already pulled Bai Xianxia to sit on his lap and said, "You don't believe me, do you?" Yes, did I say that I don't believe you? Then how about we make a bet? Okay, what kind of bet? Did she dare to say no? If she didn't, who knew what this man would do? If I can pacify the entire imperial court within 2 months, how about you give me another son? This one hasn't even been born yet, and you're already planning for the next one. No, do you think I'm a pig? Bai Xianxia pretended to be angry and pinched Long Heng, but she didn't use much strength. Long Heng only smiled, then hugged her and said, "What your husband looks forward to the most right now is to take my sons and train them. Think about it. I'll raise them into very powerful men, and then lead a team of them. Who would be a match for us then?" Haha, did you really want to lead soldiers to fight instead of showing off that you can give birth to a son? Haha, what? I'm leaving soon. Princess, are you going to let me tonight? Let you what? Bai Xianxia asked even though she already knew the answer. A pair of bright eyes stared straight at Long Heng, causing the fire in his heart to rise. You. Are you deliberately torturing me? No, don't tickle me. Haha, Long Heng, you're not serious. They were already husband and wife, yet she still asked him to be serious. But the more she said this, the more he was not serious. After 2 days, Long Heng finally left with his men. Bai Xianxia held her waist and pounded the bed. She said to Bao Bao in her stomach, "Your father is really cold on the outside. He can do all kinds of wicked things. Woo-woo, my waist hurts." After Long Heng left, she lived as a young widow in Liu Guozhian's residence. To be honest, these days were very free and unfettered. Because the outside world said that Long Heng died because of an assassination attempt by the enemy country, the treatment of Liu Guozhian's residence would not be lacking. The emperor still had to act well on the surface. Bai Xianxia's younger brother, Bai Shueru, came to see this poor sister. Thinking of the faces of his mother and second sister after Liu Guozhian's death, he almost laughed until his clothes were red. If it wasn't for his father's suppression, he would have come here to laugh at her and swindle some money. According to them, a young widow had no one to rely on. This money would sooner or later belong to someone else. It was better to let her own family benefit. He thought that his eldest sister had a hard life. Originally, he thought that after becoming Li of Gojoseon's concubine, she would be rich for the rest of her life. He didn't expect that Li of Gojoseon would pass away like this. He left the two widows, one old and one young, in this courtyard. How would they live their lives? Bai Xianxia had a good impression of this younger brother, so she let him in. Bai Shuiru thought that he would see a pale-faced, pitiful elder sister dressed in mourning. However, when he came in, he was puzzled. At this time, his eldest sister was indeed dressed in mourning clothes. However, some people said that if one wanted to be dressed in mourning clothes, his eldest sister was in such a situation now. Her white robes accentuated her outstanding appearance. She was extremely beautiful. If one was beautiful, the most important thing was her skin and complexion. His eldest sister's complexion was extremely good. She didn't look like a widow who had just lost her husband. He felt conflicted. His brother-in-law was a peerless hero who had done so much for the country and the people. Now that he had gone to the country, there wasn't even a decent general. The emperor had to personally lead the troops. As his wife, why was she enjoying the snow and playing around after her husband's death? Even if a woman in her boudoir didn't need to go out to do anything, she should at least maintain some image for her dead brother-in-law. His face couldn't help but darken. He said aggrievedly, "Eldest sister. Come, sit down. Are you busy with your studies?" "I'm not too busy." Bai Shuiru sat down. He didn't touch the pastries that were served. Although he felt uncomfortable, he didn't dare to say anything. He only looked at Bai Xianxia guiltily. After a while, he said, "Eldest sister, this isn't good, right?" "What's not good? Are the pastries spoiled?" Bai Xianxia flipped the pastries. They weren't spoiled. They were still fresh. No matter how much the servants looked down on her as a widow, they didn't dare to scrimp on her food. If she found out, they would be fired. "It's not that the pastries are bad." "Oh, then what's wrong?" "There's nothing wrong with it." Bai Shuiru was about to cry. Why was he being led astray for no reason? "Then eat quickly and drink some tea. This tea is good. Your brother-in-law brought it back for me from the palace." Bai Xianxia smiled and offered the tea. However, Bai Shuiru's heart ached. No wonder his eldest sister looked so carefree. It turned out that his brother-in-law was still in her heart. That was why she was so indulgent. Then he shouldn't remind her, lest her pregnancy hurt her body. Thinking of this, the youth picked up the pastries and ate them. He smiled and chatted with Bai Xianxia for a while before leaving. As soon as he left, Bai Xianxia wondered, why do I feel like he has a lot to say to me, but he can't say it out loud? Xiaoxia felt that her mistress had become stupid again. She had been a little clumsy the last time she was pregnant with the little heir. This time, it was obviously worse. She was usually forgetful and would make small mistakes from time to time. Her emotions were also unstable, just like a child. Now, she had forgotten that she was a widow. Fortunately, she was in her own home. "Wang Fei, don't you think that as a widow, you should enjoy the snow and play around?" "Yeah, how could I forget about it? Why didn't you remind me?" "It's all right. I think young master is overthinking things." Before she left, she even looked at her sister pitifully. She probably thought that she had gone crazy from the shock. In fact, if she didn't know that the prince was still alive, she would have thought that her Wang Fei had changed a little. Thinking about it, the prince had been gone for more than 10 days. Ah Song seemed to have gone with him. Before he left, she didn't tell him to find the Wang Fei. She didn't know if he could come back safely this time. If he could come back safely, she would definitely tell him. Xiaoxia was depressed. Her mistress was a little stupid because of pregnancy, and this Xiaoxia was a little dazed. She really didn't understand what was wrong with them. Far away in Shudi, Ah Song sneezed. He curled up into a ball and went back to sleep. His fellow hidden guard said, "Don't pretend that I didn't see. You're hugging that sachet, right?" Ah Song blushed and said, "So, what?" "Don't think about it. That girl is the Wang Fei's favorite. She may be young and not smart, but the Wang Fei treats her like a treasure. She'll get angry at anyone who bullies her." It said that even our prince doesn't dare to make trouble for her. I know. It's okay for us hidden guards to play with women. If we get married, then we're not hidden guards. I know. He knew everything, but when he saw her, he couldn't help but want to get closer. Anne? You like that girl? They didn't know when Lev Gojosian came near them with a black cloak. It seemed that he had been here for a long time. The two hidden guards didn't notice their master's footsteps. This was really a big crime. They hurriedly got up and bowed. They were shocked that their master's martial arts had become so powerful that he could even hide from the ears of these hidden guards. Get up. Tell me what you like about that girl. Are you stupid? Like servant, like master. Long Heng looked at the sky gloomily. The letter he had been waiting for half a month had finally arrived. There were only a few words on it. Safe, don't miss me. Safe was good, but how could he not miss her? There were two people, one big and one small, living in the complicated capital. Just thinking about it made him feel sorry for her. But she seemed to be very busy. She didn't even write a word. Was she that busy? Was she that busy? What was she busy with? Ah Song didn't know how to answer. Long Heng said, Did that girl write you a letter? Ah Song's face turned red. They hadn't reached that point yet. How could she write a letter? He immediately shook his head and held the sachet tightly. Long Heng frowned and said, Change to someone else. You don't have a heart. Ah Song was startled and immediately said, Master, this really can't be changed. Long Heng saw his serious look and found it funny. This seemed to be the first time he refuted him. These hidden guards were all personally trained by him. They were either beggars or the sons of criminals. It was not easy for them to be alive, so they were always more loyal than outsiders. If you can't change, then don't change. When we go back, this king will make the decision to give her to you. Thank you, Prince. It was an unexpected surprise. Ah Song knelt down and thanked him. The brothers on the side were happy for him. They didn't expect that Prince would hear such a happy thing. Let's go. It's about to start. Shoot accurately. Long Heng also jumped into the deep pit. He was a general, so no matter what he did, he liked to take the lead. After a while, the gate of Ning City opened. The emperor came out with the soldiers under the yellow umbrella. They were all arrogant and domineering, as if they didn't put the army on the opposite side in their eyes. Yes, in terms of military strength, they were far superior to the other side. Moreover, they had the emperor as a mascot. Naturally, they would be more active. But what they didn't expect was that as soon as the battle started, the emperor's horse was hit by a flying knife. Then the horse ran out crazily. It wanted to run to the other side, but it was blocked by shields. It turned around and jumped to the other side. Emperor, the soldiers who were loyal to the emperor wanted to save him. But at this time, they didn't know why their troops were fighting with the enemy. The scene immediately turned into a mess. Several generals who ran out to save them were somehow shot by stray arrows and fell to the ground without being able to get up. No one was unafraid of death, so they stopped after a moment of hesitation. Once they stopped, they couldn't find the person they were looking for. While the emperor was riding the frightened horse, he was thinking about how to subdue it. Suddenly, a figure jumped out from the dark and directly pulled him off the horse. He wanted to scream, but the other party had already reached out and sealed his sleeping acupoint. The pitiful emperor fainted before he could even see who the other party was. Long Heng waved his hand at the man, and everyone quickly entered the tunnel that had been dug nearby. There was someone outside who was responsible for erasing all traces of their presence. Then, he took a detour and blended into the battle. Long Heng and the others looked at the unconscious emperor as soon as they left. He used to be the ruler of tens of thousands of people, but now he was nothing more than a prisoner. He looked at him coldly, then stretched out his finger. The emperor was blinded in his sleep. 2 streams of tears of blood flowed down his face. Ah Song and the others were stunned. The prince was so ruthless. No matter what, the emperor was still his former ruler. He didn't even hesitate to blind the eyes of his former ruler. Long Heng said, I will return to the capital after this. Act according to the original plan, understood? Yes. Long Heng didn't say anything else after that. He meant that he wouldn't let the emperor know who kidnapped him until his death. This could be considered a kind of ruthlessness. Because they lost the emperor, they lost the war very miserably. While Ning City's army retreated, Long Heng and the others also exited the tunnel. One of them headed for Shu province, while the other headed for the capital. When Ning City sent people out, they couldn't find the emperor no matter how hard they tried. Only then did they know that something big had happened. They immediately sent people to deliver the news to the capital, because losing a ruler was a very frightening thing. However, they were still one step behind Long Heng. When he arrived at the capital, he invited Prince Rong to the palace according to the previous arrangement. He also asked Princess Rong to invite the empress and the dowager concubines out. Not long after, the news from Ning City arrived. The emperor was missing and couldn't be found. A country couldn't be without a ruler for a day. This was the most urgent situation. At this time, 3 of the 5 old officials wanted Prince Rong to ascend the throne immediately. The other 2 requested for the crown prince, who was only 10 years old, to ascend the throne. However, at this moment, Prince Rong said, there should be another person who can come forward and give his opinion on this matter. Does everyone want to meet him? Who is it? Why is it Li of Gojoseon? Aren't you already dead? They saw Li of Gojoseon and Long Heng limping in with injuries. Prince Rong said, actually, Li of Gojoseon was seriously injured before, but he didn't really die. Afterwards, the emperor knew that there was a spy in the court, so he acted out this play with him and let him stay behind the scenes to find the spy and eliminate him. Oh, who is the spy? It's imperial concubine Su from the imperial harem. She used to be the concubine of Commander Liu, a prince of the enemy nation. Later on, she tried her best to bewitch the emperor and secretly hired a divine doctor to change her appearance. In short, Prince Rong recounted everything that Long Heng had taught him. He sighed inwardly. He had never wanted to be the emperor in his life, but it seemed like he was about to be pushed to that position. This arrangement was almost flawless. Because Long Heng was severely injured, he couldn't lead his troops to fight the enemy. He could only secretly search for the spies. Now that the spies had been eliminated and the concubine had been killed, this could be considered a great contribution. However, he didn't expect that something would happen to the emperor. After an entire day of discussion between the 3 ministers and Long Heng, Prince Rong was pushed to the throne. Most importantly, the empress wasn't around, so no one was willing to make decisions for the crown prince. Even if there were people who believed that the crown prince was the legitimate heir, he didn't have any military power. Even if the crown prince became the emperor, he wouldn't be protected by Long Heng. Now that the borders were in chaos, if the emperor fell into the enemy's hands, then the emperor still needed someone with his own views. Therefore, Prince Rong was the best choice. Thus, Prince Rong entered the palace the next day and took over the imperial power. On the 3rd day, the empress returned, but the situation was already settled. On the 4th day, the original crown prince was conferred the title of King of Clouds and given Yunzhou as his fief. He immediately went to his fief with the original empress. On the 5th day, Princess Consort Rong moved into the main palace and became the empress. On the 6th day, the emperor's ascension ceremony was held and the entire country celebrated. On the 7th day, Long Heng was conferred the title of General of the Shu expedition. He led the troops to Ning City in the Shu lands to search for the emperor's whereabouts and beat back the enemy. Bai Xianxia had only seen Long Heng once in the past few days. She was fiercely kissed by him and then the big mosquito flew away. The next morning, Xiaoshi found it strange. Why was the princess consort's neck so red? Bai Xianxia also noticed it and deliberately covered it with something. Obviously, they were husband and wife. She made it seem like she was having an affair. Most importantly, the old madam was coming back. However, she only heard a sentence from Long Heng and didn't know when she would be back. However, the new year was coming, so she should prepare. Currently, there were rumors that Li of Gojoseon wasn't dead and had already sent troops to Ning City. Everyone was happily beating gongs and drums, as if the new year had come early. Li of Gojoseon's residence also looked brand new. At least, Bai Xianxia didn't have to wear white clothes anymore. Moreover, she could go out and walk around. She finally didn't have to worry about the Long family coming to ask her for things every day. It wasn't easy being a widow. It was really exhausting to be able to protect this family business. Suddenly, she felt that the old madam was also quite powerful. Otherwise, the days in Lev Gojosian's residence would have been long over. She couldn't feed them enough. Also, her maternal family had asked her for dowry several times because of her younger sister's marriage. Ever since Longheng passed away, they had also come several times. However, Bai Xianxia used the excuse that the dowry was bestowed by the emperor and couldn't be given away as a gift. Now that Longheng had come back from the dead, people's attitudes immediately changed. Those who had offended her in the past all came to apologize and sent gifts to her. Everyone knew that Longheng wasn't just a figurehead, but a person with real power. No matter what dynasty, having military power was equivalent to having the greatest power. And to have power, one had to have money. This was a pattern that had never changed. Why was she rich? Because there were too many people who came to give her gifts. In ancient times, giving gifts was a bad habit, and there was no one to control it. Moreover, there were many reasons for giving gifts. Bai Xianxia received so many gifts that her hands went limp. She had to keep a list of the gifts she received, and she had to return them when the time came. Lev Gojosian's residence was different from the small one now. It was like a miniature society. If a master didn't act well, it was easy to be manipulated by the servants. If a servant didn't act well, it was easy to be manipulated by other servants. Bai Xianxia was pregnant and didn't have a husband to pamper and love her. She felt that she couldn't hold on any longer. She kept feeling that there were people who wanted to scheme against her every day. Fortunately, the old madam came back at this time. She almost threw herself under her legs and called her mother. Unfortunately, before she could throw herself at her, the old madam was stunned. Who could tell her what happened while she was gone? Why did she see her daughter-in-law walking out with a big belly and holding her waist as soon as she came back? She was indeed in Suzhou, but why didn't anyone inform her? Longheng was even more concerned about Bai Xianxia's health. She gave birth too quickly. Moreover, he had not heard of anyone in the Long family giving birth to twins. Xiaoshi was still there and said excitedly, "I heard from madam that the princess had twins at that time, but the son was too young to stand still. I didn't expect the princess to give birth to twins." But this young lady didn't cry very loudly. Was she also very weak? As Xiaoshi thought, this young lady was as weak as a kitten. She didn't cry very loudly and her body was very small. She felt as if she had suffered endless grievances in her mother's womb and all her nutrition had been sucked away by her brother. However, her appearance was inherited from her parents. Obviously, she was a little baby. At first glance, people would feel that there was no such good-looking person in the world. Her skin was snow white and her eyes were like black grapes. Old madam saw her and said, "This is a little weak, but there's no need to worry about meat." But this appearance. In the future, Lev Gojosian's mansion would be in chaos, right? However, if she had the temperament of her mother, it wouldn't be chaotic. Longheng didn't look at the two children carefully. He was only worried about Bai Xianxia's situation. The midwife said that she just fell asleep due to exhaustion. There was no problem. However, when he approached after cleaning up, Bai Xianxia woke up and said with tears in her eyes, "Prince, I don't want to give birth." Okay, don't give birth, don't give birth. Have a good rest. Your beard is so long. Okay, I'll shave it. Don't go. Stay with me. Okay, I'll stay with you. How are the children? Good. Bai Xianxia laughed. Why, are you laughing? Since just now, Prince has said a lot of good. Are they really all good? Yes, we are all good. Bai Xianxia had already fallen asleep when he said this. Longheng looked at her for a while before looking at his children. Because he already had a son, he was a little biased towards his daughter. However, she was too young and he couldn't hold her in his arms. Even touching her would break her. He was even a little worried that she might not be able to survive, but the old maids said that there were children who were weaker than her. They should be healthier and healthier. After hearing that, Longheng felt relieved and went to wash off the dust. Then, without resting, he came to accompany Bai Xianxia. The old maids didn't let him in at first, but Longheng couldn't rest assured. Besides, he hadn't seen her for a long time. he felt that she had lost a lot of weight. Yes, it would be strange if she didn't lose weight after taking care of 2 children for such a long time. Moreover, it was 2 children. This was really frightening. If he knew, he would probably even think of his family. But she didn't mention anything. She just didn't have a good attitude when she came back. However, it was fine as long as she was safe. Longheng stayed with Bai Xianxia until she woke up. The next day, he went to the palace to see the current emperor. Prince Rong was indeed smart and was very familiar with state affairs. However, he was used to being relaxed, so he seemed to be struggling. No, it should be said that he was struggling. It was clear from the dark circles under his eyes. The two of them talked about some matters regarding the border. Of course, they also talked about how to settle the people of the enemy country. Longheng felt that if they wanted to be honest, they had to integrate into the country and intermarry. Otherwise, they would definitely think of a way to restore their country. Alright, let's do it according to your suggestion. Your Majesty, please take care. Also, Song Jiayue is a person who can take on great responsibilities. Of course I know. Beloved official Song has helped me, a lot. That's good. Longheng didn't say anything else. Although he heard that the emperor's harem was in chaos after he returned, the reason was that the newly favored concubines wanted to be promoted. They thought of all kinds of reasons to frame the original Princess Rong and Prince Rong's concubines. It seemed that Prince Rong's worries, the emperor's worries were related to this. The harem was in chaos. There weren't many people in Prince Rong's residence before, so he didn't manage to deal with it well. He and his concubine weren't very familiar with palace politics. As a subject, he naturally couldn't say too much. After all, as long as the emperor did his best, it didn't matter. However, he didn't expect that he was so wrong, so wrong. He had just rested for 2 days. After hearing the praises of various people, he heard that the emperor had fallen ill. Moreover, his illness was very serious. It started because 2 of his concubines in the harem had suddenly died. Moreover, his favorite daughter had also fallen ill. According to internal sources, it seemed that she had been poisoned. Longheng was invited to the palace, where he learned the truth of everything. One of the concubines had poisoned the princess in order to frame the empress. Then, she said that another concubine had done it. He was so angry that he killed that concubine. Later, he found out that it was the vicious concubine who had done it. He killed 2 women at once and almost hurt his wife and daughter. In a moment of anger, he fell ill. Longheng didn't say much after hearing the news. He only said, "Perhaps it is this subject's fault for pushing you to this position." No, you're not wrong. He is indeed becoming more and more unsuitable for this position. However, I am also unsuitable. Prince Rong sighed. As a monarch, he wasn't ruthless enough. As a result, he couldn't protect the people he wanted to protect. As for his empress, although virtuous, she wasn't cut out to be empress. There were many reasons that led to the current situation. Longheng felt that this kind of thing needed time to get used to it. Even an official needed time to get used to it, let alone an emperor. Bai Xianxia recovered more slowly than before. However, her younger daughter grew very quickly. Although she was very weak when she was born, she was now less than half a catty less than her older brother. It was truly a case of having bones without worrying about meat. Bai Xianxia felt that she was growing too quickly. However, the older she grew, the more beautiful she became. She was so beautiful that anyone who saw her would be inexplicably intoxicated for half a day. Then, they would stare at her for half a day. Her older brother was the same. Although the 2 children didn't look alike, they were 80% alike. Thus, while they were marveling at the girl's appearance, they forgot that this boy was actually a scourge. He was a man, but he was so beautiful. Of course, it was a long time before they noticed. At this time, Bai Xianxia discovered a problem. Her son and daughter could actually hear the sound of the cactus hua air. This was because when the hua air spoke to her, they would look in the direction of the hua air. They would even reach out to greet it. This proved that they could hear it, and they could hear it very clearly. Did this mean that in the future, they wouldn't be speaking to the cactus alone? However, she didn't expect that this ability could be inherited. It was truly a miracle. Children grew very quickly. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. On the day of the 1-month-old celebration, there were many more people than Long Lin's celebration. Even the emperor, who was ill, sent gifts. Xianxia really couldn't stand some people's faces. For example, the members of the Long family. This included Long Heng's uncles and cousins. These people had caused quite a bit of trouble when Long Heng was dead. They were so close to beating up a widow like her. They were still putting on a show of familial love in front of her. What a joke. Who are you putting on this show for? Don't you find it disgusting? Xianxia snorted and glared at Long Heng. You just have to give them face. You don't have to pay too much attention to them. But they came here to give face to Uncle Li of Gojosian and his brother, so they have to act like an uncle. When you passed away, they bullied me a lot. At that time, I was pregnant and had to protect the family business while fighting with them. I was so angry that I almost died. Later, when you were alive, they became more well-behaved. They changed their attitude and asked to see me. They did give me gifts, but they kept complaining about how poor they were. Long Heng smiled and said, I don't believe that you will be taken advantage of. This wife of his was so stingy. She only took things in and not out. If they wanted to make her spend a lot of money, it really depended on who they were. Don't be angry. Go to the front after you've rested. Tonight what? I don't have any scenes tonight. I'm so tired. Long Heng was stunned at first, then his face turned red. He said, I wanted to go to the palace with you tonight, but now I suddenly don't want to, go to the palace. Xianxia also blushed. She was really too impure. It's fine if you don't go. It's not a big deal. I'll go. Why wouldn't I go? Xianxia stood up and walked out in a panic. In the end, she almost fell. She secretly despised herself in her heart. She had already given birth to 3 children. Why was she still so easily embarrassed? Long Heng couldn't help but twitch as he watched her dashing figure. She must be his mother, right? Why was she still so cute like a young and inexperienced girl? She didn't look mature, but he liked it. But he didn't know that it was because of him that Xianxia became like this. If a woman was spoiled by her man, her mental age would forever stop at 12 or 13 years old in front of him, or even lower. Xianxia was in this situation, so in Long Heng's heart, she would probably still be a little girl even if she was 80 years old. Li of Gojosian's mansion was peaceful and lively, but the emperor's harem was filled with gloomy clouds. Although the little princess's poison had been cured, her health was not good. The empress, on the other hand, had fallen ill due to excessive worry. Although the emperor's health was better, he felt as if there was a stone pressing down on his heart, and he couldn't lift it up no matter what. At this moment, he knew that Long Heng was going to move his family to Ning City. Was he planning to run away and hide? Prince Rong, the current emperor, finally lost his composure. Oh, the late emperor and his woman offended you, so you instigated others to rebel. You instigated others to trick the late emperor into personally leading the army. In the end, you forced him to ascend the throne, and he wants to go to the side and relax. How was this possible? Thus, he discussed it with his empress overnight, and then secretly wrote an imperial edict. One day, Long Heng swaggered to court, thinking that in a few days, he would be able to bring his family to Ning City. He would teach his son how to ride a horse while teaching his daughter martial arts. That little girl's body was too weak, so he had to take care of her. He had even given her a nickname, Third Girl. His dream was very rich, but the reality was very frightening. The emperor, who was coughing as he climbed onto the dragon throne, didn't look too good. He didn't have the strength to speak while sitting there. He stretched out his hand to have everyone rise, then weakly said, "My beloved subjects, please rise. Since becoming the emperor, we have been trembling with fear. We believe that we were not born with the mandate of the emperor, so we are afraid that we will let you down. Your Majesty, we are afraid. Although we have a few good-for-nothing sons, the oldest is only 12 years old. The late emperor's son is only 10 years old. He is too young to take on this great responsibility, so we have decided to follow the example of the ancient emperors and give the throne to a virtuous person. Does anyone have any objections?" Yes, yes, yes. You can give the throne, but who you give it to is a big problem. Announce the imperial edict. The emperor finally had the courage for once. He didn't wait for the people to ask, and didn't wait for Longheng to speak. He unfolded the imperial edict. After a series of praises, it was finally written that the emperor would give the throne to Longheng, the general who quelled the enemy's chaos and protected the country. This news made everyone stunned. Longheng directly knelt down and said, "Your Majesty, you can't, this is not in accordance with the rules." This was his sincere kneeling. Obviously, he promised his little wife that he wouldn't be the emperor, but just a virtuous prince. Who knew that there would be an additional emperor's throne inexplicably? Was this the rhythm of a fire in the backyard? My beloved subject Long, if you don't take the throne, who else here has the qualification? The emperor emphasized the qualification, then raised his face to look at the group of people kneeling below. Which one of them would be able to subdue Longheng? He was afraid that no one would dare to take him out alone. Because of this, he made this decision because no one dared to disagree. They couldn't afford to offend him. They dared to offend him. There were tens of thousands of troops in the capital, and hundreds of thousands in Ning City. Even he, the emperor, didn't dare to offend the man who held the military power of the country. Since he didn't dare to offend him, why would he still sit on the throne? It was better to give it up and have peace of mind. Longheng didn't want to take it, but the imperial edict was issued, and the ministers were silent. No one jumped out to oppose it. They only said that the emperor should think twice. He thought 3 times and 4 times before he made this decision. Even if you asked him to think again, he wouldn't consider it. Therefore, Xianxia, who was playing with her child at home and packing things, didn't know that she had inexplicably become the empress. Because no one knew what happened in the imperial court, and the emperor deliberately concealed it, there was no news at all. While coaxing her child, Xianxia thought, today's morning court was really slow. Usually, he would have come back by now. Could it be that the emperor had something for him to do after court? Why didn't he send someone to pass on a message? She was still waiting for him to eat breakfast, seeing that it was getting late, her stomach was growling. She was about to let Xiaoshi set the table for her to eat first. Who knew that a group of palace maids and eunuchs would suddenly come, and they even came with music? Xianxia was startled. Even the 2 children who were crying on the side were startled. Why had a group of people suddenly appeared? How colorful. You are, this servant, greets the empress. May the empress have good fortune and peace. Everyone said the same thing. Xianxia was confused. Please rise. Did you call me the wrong way? Where did the empress come from? Were they used to calling her that in the palace, so they came here to call her that? She was the Wang Fei, not the empress. If they called her the wrong way, they would be beheaded. But these people didn't listen to her at all. A row of beautiful palace maids came out of their own accord, holding trays in their hands. On the trays were beautiful phoenix coronets and cloaks, but they were bright yellow and embroidered with flying phoenixes. No matter how she looked at them, they were the empress clothes, right? This time, Xianxia was even more confused. She reached out and picked up a child to calm her down, but she found that her little daughter had the same expression as her, staring blankly at the group of people. Empress, please change your clothes and enter the heavenly hall. The emperor is waiting for the empress in the palace. Empress, this way please. Empress, please put the little princess down first. Empress, Xianxia felt dizzy. She seemed to have guessed something because they called their daughter the little princess. If they called her that, she might have thought that the emperor in the palace had gone crazy. But now, it seemed that the one who had gone crazy was Longheng. He actually became the emperor. How was this possible? What happened to traveling freely in the frontier fortress? What happened to traveling long distances as a family? After being forced to change, there were eunuchs and palace maids knocking outside. It turned out that they were about to set off for the palace. Damn, she had become the most respected woman in the entire dynasty. She couldn't get used to it. She waited until she entered the palace and entered the heavenly hall. Sure enough, there was someone waiting there. It was Longheng, who was already wearing a bright yellow robe. She never thought that Longheng would be so handsome in his dragon robe. He was aloof and majestic. He actually looked more like an emperor than the previous two emperors. Alright, was this the rumored fate of being an emperor? By Xianxia, who was still in a daze, was about to kowtow. Of course, this kowtow was accompanied by hesitation. Was she really going to leave him? As the emperor, there was a beauty pageant every 3 years. There were countless beauties in the palace. At this moment, Longheng had already walked over and held her hand. In that instant, his heart seemed to have trembled. He felt that Bai Xianxiu had made a terrifying decision in her heart. How could he not see the determination in her eyes after being married for so long? You and I are husband and wife. There's no need for this. The eunuch on the other side said, Your Majesty, etiquette cannot be abolished. Longheng turned to look at the eunuch and said, Oh? Why don't you be the emperor? The eunuch jumped in fright and hurriedly knelt and said, This servant doesn't dare, this servant doesn't dare. Take him away and deal with him. Longheng was completely different from the previous two emperors. He was domineering, decisive, brave, and resourceful. Even if he didn't care about these empty formalities, he wouldn't give anyone face either. After all, he was forced to do something beyond his ability. They only thought that everyone loved to be the emperor, and since he was newly appointed, they naturally wanted to teach him some of the rules of the palace. But after they left, Longheng pulled Bai Xianxiu up and said to everyone, Rules are made by people, but not by you. Don't try to impose any rules on me. You don't have the ability to do so. That's right, the people in the palace all thought that they were old people, and they felt that the servants were bullying the masters. Therefore, after Prince Rong and his princess consort moved in, there were many rules for them, including arranging for beautiful concubines to sleep with. Those were the rules of the previous emperor, so why should he abide by them? Let's not talk about how the country would fall into chaos if he didn't abide by the rules. If Prince Rong abided by the rules, wouldn't the situation become even more chaotic? You are all servants of Zhen and the Empress, so do what servants should do. In the future, the Empress would be the one in charge in the imperial harem. Anyone who dared to disrespect her would be killed. Those who dared to deceive their superiors and deceive their subordinates would be killed. Anyone who dares to send women to my house will be killed. Huh? Even this would be killed. Bai Xianxiu blinked and raised her head. Then, her lips curled into a smile. Her gorgeous face was exceptionally beautiful. She had just finished her confinement, so she had become more mature. This smile could be said to be more beautiful than a group of women in the imperial harem. The previous emperor, who is the current Prince Rong, is in chaos in the imperial harem. Most of it was caused by servants like you. In order for Zhen to be able to handle state affairs with peace of mind, Zhen will use this as a warning to others in the future. I won't harm the country because of women. Get up and do what you need to do. The ceremony should be tomorrow. Longheng's words were domineering at first, but there was a reason behind it. He didn't want to harm the country, so he spoke with a strong sense of righteousness that inspired reverence. Bai Xianxiu stared at him speechlessly. He was becoming more and more like an emperor. Why didn't she notice it before? No, she noticed it long ago. Because he stood with the previous emperor, or even with the previous emperor, Longheng's bearing was unmatched. Even if he was in a crowd of 10,000 people, he would be the first one to notice. No, wait, she suddenly thought of something. Up until now, she hadn't read the book. Now that she thought about it, didn't the prince's runaway concubine become the empress in the end? She was now snatching the position of the empress from the female lead. Bai Xianxiu silently mourned for the female lead for a few seconds, but she didn't regret snatching her position. Of course, she didn't feel apologetic either. She had already given birth to 3 children for him. Not only did she take care of this family, but she also fought with him. She had taken on a lot of responsibilities, so it was natural for her to enjoy all of this. As Longheng pulled her to the front, she puffed out her chest and raised her head. She had the aura of an empress. Longheng whispered as they walked, Were you thinking of escaping just now? How did you know? Bai Xianxiu was shocked. Did she accidentally say what was on her mind? Let's see how I'll deal with you tonight. This is in front of everyone. How would they dare to listen to us? They wouldn't dare. They had just established their power, so no one dared to come over and talk about rules with the emperor and empress. Just like that, the two of them rested in Heavenly Palace for the night. No one could tell how they felt. The next day, they held the sacrificial ceremony early in the morning. Although Bai Xianxia and Longheng hadn't held a formal wedding ceremony before, this ceremony was completed. Moreover, it was completed in front of everyone. It could be said that it was the grandest wedding ceremony ever. She was so tired that she couldn't even straighten her back. However, she still had to act like an empress in front of everyone. There was no other way. She didn't come from a good background. Longheng still took good care of her. Even though he had a lot of things to do, he held her hand the entire time. This saved her a lot of energy. What they didn't know was that because of this, the outside world's impression of the solemnly of Gojoseon had completely changed. They thought that he was a man who valued relationships and kept his word. Because his princess consort was deeply loyal to him, he repaid her with the position of empress and was very respectful towards her. But no one would have thought that Longheng didn't even have a choice. He only had this one daughter-in-law, and she had even given birth to his children. So, he didn't even hesitate to think that Bai Xianxia would definitely be the empress candidate. It wasn't like what the outside world thought. He considered it, bestowed it, or did it for the sake of face, etc. After the ceremony, the Empress Dowager and the two princes and princess were invited into the imperial harem. They immediately made Long Lin the crown prince. There were also some officials who supported the old emperor's faction. They thought that after Longheng became the emperor, he should pass the position to someone from the original imperial family. Longheng sneered, "Are you all treating me like a fool? Why don't you take the position of emperor and pass it to the previous emperor's bloodline after you're done?" Who was stupid? He finally became the emperor and worked so hard for a few years before returning it to someone else's child. Especially since Longheng originally didn't want to be the emperor. Now, he was very resentful. The ministers were all speechless. Every suggestion was rejected in a straightforward manner. However, they really didn't dare to take the lead and become the emperor. Otherwise, the army at the border wouldn't be just for show. Ever since Longheng ascended the throne, everything had changed. The rhythm of a new emperor bringing in new courtiers was constantly on display. Song Jiayue climbed to the position of prime minister at the fastest speed possible, while Longheng's personal attendants became the ones in charge of the military. However, Longheng was the saber emperor, so he naturally knew how he climbed to the top. Even if he didn't want to be the emperor, he still had to prevent others from harming him. Thus, the most important military power was never given to outsiders, and was held in his own hands. As for Bai Xianxia, there were many things to do after she entered the palace. She then treated the entire palace as if it were a slightly larger residence of Li of Gojoseon, so it wasn't too tiring for her. The main thing was that there weren't many things to do. Longheng used the previous emperor, Prince Rong, as an excuse to cancel the 3 years of beauty pageants in the harem. He also said that in the future, the palace would reduce expenses. The emperor after him would not be able to have more than 10 concubines, and palace maids would be released from the palace to marry outside at the age of 20. When they married, the palace would also provide some dowry. Because there weren't that many concubines, the savings for the harem would be more than 1,000 taels. The money was used according to the sage empress's suggestion for the education of the commoners' children. Every child could study for a minimum of 5 years and learn how to read. Some of the money was also used for medical treatment. Every town had a doctor and his subordinates who specialized in treating the illnesses of the poor. These things were completed in less than 2 years. The empress became the sage empress, and Longheng became the sage emperor of a generation. The current imperial court had its drawbacks, but because the people who were employed were young, promising, and quick-witted, the country became better and better. Most importantly, their emperor was willing to accept any new and good ideas. He even agreed to open up the sea to trade, and didn't refuse those with red beards to enter the court. What a strange person. But it had to be said that compared to the past when everyone had to secretly go to the coast to buy things and didn't even dare to bring in some special items, now that all kinds of new things and all kinds of strange seeds were brought in from the outside, people's lives were much better. Song Jiayue got married the 2nd year after Longheng ascended to the throne. The other party's background was not very high, but fortunately, she was beautiful and virtuous. When she stood next to him, it could be said that they were a match made in heaven. The two of them were quite loving. At least in Bai Xiangxiu's opinion, Mrs. Song was quite satisfied with her husband. She was shy and cute from the bottom of her heart. Not long after their marriage, the two of them had children. Bai Xiangxiu even joked that they would be in-laws in the future. Therefore, Song Jiayue hoped that his wife would give birth to a daughter every day. In the end, it turned out to be a son, and a rather beautiful one at that. Bai Xiangxiu was busy, and in addition, in order to recuperate, she didn't have any more children. On the other hand, the old madam felt that Long Heng only had one empress dowager and one concubine, and didn't seem too unsuitable for an emperor. Originally, she wanted to take in a few concubines for him, and secretly took a fancy to some daughters of ministers. But she didn't expect that the empress, who usually listened to her, would directly refuse. This time, she was very tough. Because of this, she wanted to argue with her, but Long Lin, who was good at talking, said, "Grandma, are you going to find me a stepmother? What if she poisons me? What if she eats a bug? What if she eats it? She's so weak. What if she hits my brother? He'll cry very fiercely." The old madam didn't know how to answer these questions. Anyway, her children were enough to take care of, and she really couldn't take care of them all. What if she really ruthlessly attacked her grandchildren? Thinking about it, she felt strange and cold, so she thought that it wouldn't be too late to let her son take in concubines when the children had the ability to protect themselves. She waited for 10 years. She had just seen 3 children grow up, and 2 more were born for her. Finally, the old madam passed away with a smile. In her heart, she thought that one was not bad. She saw that there were more children born than the previous 2 emperors in the harem. In fact, she understood that in the secret fights between the concubines, many children died young. But her son and her, the current empress's child, were born from the same mother, so they were closer than others. Things like killing each other would not happen. Long Heng was very respectful and protective of this empress. Don't be fooled by her empress's dignified appearance on the surface. She would throw herself into Long Heng's arms as soon as the servants left. She would act coquettishly with her adorable appearance. No matter how many years had passed, she would always be like this, just like any other little wife. "Long Heng, I want to go out of the palace." Note, the last part was a trembling voice, and it was definitely coquettish to the level of a certain young and impetuous emperor. "Go out to do what?" She pretended to be calm and asked, but Long Heng raised the corner of his mouth. "It's still the mother and daughter of the Bai family. They divorced their husband's family under the banner of the empress. I will tell them that the empress will not care about this matter. If they continue to make trouble, they will break off the relationship." "How many times has it been? Isn't it because of my brother? Otherwise, it would have been broken long ago." "What else? Also, I want to see how the apprentices of the Imperial Hospital are doing. They only know how to do superficial work. You can't be careless when it comes to treating people. You. Being my minister is more qualified than being my wife. Isn't it to help you? Otherwise, I won't be a virtuous empress. It's very tiring." However, the country was developing according to some of her previous ideas and the modern accumulation of some thousands of years. It really felt more and more like home. "Are you sure you want to go out tomorrow?" "Yes, what's wrong?" Long Heng picked her up and said with a smile, "Didn't you say that I have the skill to make you unable to get out of bed for 3 days? Now let's try it. If you can get up tomorrow, go. If you can't get up, just lie down." "Long Heng, you can't bully people like this." The next day, the virtuous empress did not leave the palace. She obediently lay on the dragon bed to rest. Decades or centuries later, the legend of the empress continued. Everything they left behind became priceless treasures for their descendants. And in the dragon bloodline, there was always one person who could understand the voice of the holy flower, which was the cactus. They were now planted almost all over the country, from the houses of the ministers to the houses of the common people and the private conversations. Therefore, the dragon bloodline was called the divine bloodline, because they could hear the voices of the ministers and the common people. When Xiaoshi first met Ah Song, she was still a woman so beautiful that even she felt inferior. She thought that he was one of the prince's trusted aides, but he was too rude. His actions were also a bit vulgar. She felt that as an old servant of the princess consort, he should correct his attitude. If he had to stay by the princess consort's side for a long time in the future, he would be too ignorant and would suffer losses sooner or later. But look at him, he got off the carriage and walked away, as if he didn't have the princess consort as his master. He didn't even reach out a hand. When Ah Song heard this, he was silent for a while before saying, "If I dared to touch you at that time, I wouldn't be able to use my hands to hug you now." Sheikah also fell silent, because she was well aware of her master's jealousy. If any guard dared to look at the princess consort, he didn't need to come back the next day. Of course, this was a conversation they would have in the future. At that time, Xianxia didn't know this, so she was more talkative than usual, telling Ah Song to pay attention to this and that. But he was still honest, but he was very shy. Whenever she tried to talk to him, his face would always turn red and he would nod his head without saying anything. This made Xianxia very anxious. Later, she found out that he was actually a man, and he was the prince's personal hidden guard. How could a hidden guard be so beautiful, and he was so shy, especially after seeing her, his face couldn't get any redder. Xianxia also blushed, and she always wanted to find a chance to apologize to him. She couldn't help it, because she had scolded him in front of the princess consort. Thus, on a dark and windy night, she quietly pulled Ah Song, who was also guarding outside, aside from her. They came under a big tree in the Prince Fu. There were no wind lanterns here, so very few people would notice. Then, she realized that a dignified shadow guard was embarrassed by her. His hand that was being pulled was trembling and hot. It was so hot that she immediately let go of his hand. You, why are you looking for me? Ah Song was a hidden guard, and it was the first time he was caught, so of course he was nervous. Even he didn't know why he didn't leave when he saw her. This kind of situation didn't happen usually? Perhaps it was because it had been too long since someone had talked to him so much, and he even used a lecturing tone. But her motive was still for his own good. Xianxia wasn't nervous at first, but now she was very nervous because of his stuttering. I just wanted to tell you, I'm sorry. Before this, I didn't know your identity and spoke nonsense. Please, don't take it to heart. Obviously, it was a very serious apology. Why did the tone change as he spoke? The atmosphere was so strange that Xianxia decided to run away after finishing her story. However, her hand was grabbed. Xianxia was startled and asked, "Is there anything else?" "It's nothing. I just wanted to say that it's been a long time since someone apologized to me." Ah? Xianxia was speechless. What did this mean? Well, I'm sorry. She apologized again. She thought that Ah Song was stupid and liked to hear people apologize. But the other party didn't let go. His grip was very tight. Sorry? It hurt. Look at his slender body. How could he have so much strength? She had already apologized 3 times, but he still didn't let go. Xianxia was anxious and shouted, "Are you going to let go or not? I still have things to do when I go back." Yes. Then you go back. Ah Song's hand loosened little by little. Xianxia was so anxious that she directly shook him off before leaving. But when she went back, she looked back and saw that the dark figure was still standing under the tree. It was as if he had turned into a fossil. Was this person stupid? Who liked to hear apologies to this extent? Then, when they met again in the future, should she apologize first? That's not right. What did she do to let him down? Was there a need to apologize all the time? The next day, Asher's wrist was bruised. And Ah Song was criticized by his brother. Do you think that the little girl's arm is the training pole of the prince's residence? Look at the strength you used to hold her arm yesterday. Think about how she didn't slap you. She's so cultured. No wonder she's the prince consort's favorite. Ah Song was depressed. In the end, he took the medicine used to treat her injury and went to stand guard outside the prince and princess consort's room to wait for Xianxia to appear. When she appeared, he ran over as fast as he could, and then ran away like the wind. Everyone knew what kind of profession a shadow guard was. If you didn't have speed, how could you be a shadow guard? If you didn't have speed, how could you assassinate? If you didn't have speed, how could you hide from others' sight? So, Xiaoxia saw the situation as follows. At night, a gust of cold wind blew past. She shuddered and wanted to shout that there was a ghost, but before she could do so, the cold wind disappeared. Xiaoxia was so scared that she almost cried. When she returned to her room, she saw that there was something in her hand. There was a note wrapped around it. She opened it with trembling hands. It said, "Remove bruises and stop pain. Apply more." Did a ghost send her medicine to treat her injury? How could this be? If it wasn't a ghost, then the only person who knew that she was injured was Ah Song. Strange. Why did he act like a ghost when he sent her medicine? She was almost scared to death. Xiaoxia patted her chest and decided to use this medicine. At the same time, she felt that although he didn't seem to be good with words, he wasn't a bad person. Xiaoxia only thought about how to serve her master well. She really didn't have time to think about other things. Until Ah Song gave her a hairpin before he went to Peace City with the prince. This was not a matter of medicine. This was clearly a private exchange. Xiaoxia's heart began to beat wildly. She didn't expect that her master would directly guess that Ah Song treated her differently. What was different? She didn't know at all. But she knew that her heart was in a mess. She actually hoped that he would return from Peace City safely. She waited for a long time. Finally, the prince came back. He came back too. However, he only saw her once. Then, he ran away with a red face. Xiaoxia was depressed. He should at least talk to her before running away. Why did he run away with a red face? But soon, when they set off at night, Xiaoxia's window was knocked open. Something hit her foot. It didn't hurt, but it gave her a shock. She hurriedly picked it up and saw that it was a strange accessory. The next day, she told the princess consort that it was a gift from a woman in Peace City. However, it was worn on her ankle. It meant that she would follow the man who gave her this and never leave him. Xiaoxia stomped her feet. How could Ah Song give her this kind of thing all of a sudden? It was too coquettish. This was what the princess consort said. She felt that it was very reasonable. But she didn't know that Xiaoxia's life had an additional word weight. Until the prince came back again. At that time, the princess consort was giving birth. She didn't have time to think about him. After the princess consort gave birth, she came out. In the early spring, she saw Ah Song again. He still blushed so easily. When he saw her, he even looked around, as if he was ready to run away at any time. Xiaoxia actually calmed down and smiled at him. It was great that he came back safely without missing an arm or a leg. Ah Song didn't know why, but he couldn't stand still because of this smile. He was ready to run away. If he didn't run, he didn't know what he would do. Stop right there. Xiaoxia was speechless. Why did he run away? At least make things clear. Ah Song immediately stopped, but he didn't dare to look back. Come back. It's too far away. Can you hear me? Yes. I can. I can hear you no matter how soft your voice is. Then come back. If you don't come back, I'll leave. If I don't see you in the future, why did you come back so quickly? He came in front of her so quickly. She was scared to death, okay? Wait for some time to go to the princess consort's place and talk about us. Xiaoxia sighed. It seemed that if she didn't say this, the two of them would forever be in this awkward situation. Unexpectedly, Ah Song was very happy. He reached out his hand and then withdrew it. Then he lowered his head and said that the prince has agreed to betroth you to me. I can live in the mansion. You don't have to leave. Xiaoxia's face turned red. He actually talked to the prince. A boy like him who blushed when he talked could actually say something like this. Did he really want her? Then remember to invite a matchmaker. Okay. Then I'm leaving. Little, big sister Xiaoxia. Big sister, I let you call me that because you were a girl. Now you're a man, okay? And you're older than me. Okay, then Xiaoxia, wait for me to marry you. After saying this, he disappeared again. Xiaoxia felt that in this life, she was going to marry a man who was similar to a ghost. He disappeared just like that. The two of them were waiting for the princess consort to finish her confinement and then talk about this matter. Unexpectedly, just as the princess consort finished her confinement and Ah Song didn't have time to talk about it, their prince became the emperor and the princess consort became the empress. For a while, they were very busy and put their matters aside. Xiaoxia was still okay, but Ah Song began to feel inferior. Xiaoxia was now a female official in the empress palace. Her monthly salary was much higher than his. Moreover, the harem didn't allow men to live in it. They, as shadow guards, could only squeeze in a large room. Now that Xiaoxia's status was high, it wouldn't be surprising if she married a small official. In addition, they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He missed her a little. Thus, for the first time, Ah Song dared to kidnap Xiaoxia, who came out with tea, behind the rockery. Then he gave her a beautiful hairband and smiled. In the future, whether she married someone else or continued to be a palace maid, he would protect her. He would always protect her. However, Xiaoxia suddenly pulled him back and said, "Idiot, fool, Ah Song, if you're seen like this, it's a great taboo." It was a capital offense for a shadow guard to have an affair with a palace maid. Don't be afraid. If someone sees you and runs away, just say that I forced you. Ah Song panicked, afraid that he would implicate her. Xiaoxia was touched and said, "The empress said that I will marry you at the end of the month. You can go buy a house." "Really, really?" Ah Song was so happy that he jumped on the spot. When he went up the rockery, he felt that something was wrong and jumped down. Then he touched his head in embarrassment. Seeing his silly look, Xiaoxia was also happy and said, "That's right, do you have money?" Yes, Prince, the emperor rewarded us a lot. I saved up 400 to 500 taels, enough to buy a house. The rest is all for you. You can buy anything you want." "Idiot, what can I lack?" Xiaoxia worked in the palace, so she didn't lack anything. She had more than a few hundred taels in her private savings. But when she heard Ah Song say this, she felt warm. She didn't waste her courage to mention this to the empress. Although she would miss her master after marrying out of the palace and not coming back often, it was good to build a small home of her own. In this way, Xiaoxia got married half a month later. It was said that the empress was very generous to the servants and gave them a lot of dowry. But no one knew how complicated Xiaoxia's wedding night was. Because her husband didn't know how to take off a girl's clothes, especially a wedding dress. So, after about 15 minutes, Xiaoxia's face turned green. "Don't tremble. How about I take it off?" "That won't do. Tonight, I must serve my wife." "Then can you do it?" "Yes, I definitely can." After saying this, the two of them blushed. Why did these words sound so ambiguous? In the end, the clothes were taken off. The next day, Xiaoxia thought that it was no wonder that her master liked to massage her lower back while walking and scold the men who practiced martial arts as wolves. Now she finally understood what her master meant. They were indeed wolves and very capable. She really shouldn't have said those words last night. It was really too much of a trap. See, she was so tricked that she didn't even make breakfast. It was Ah Song who cooked. However, looking at that man's shy smile, she felt that her life was complete. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Yu Kuang's dainty wife. Today was a full moon. Yu Shu, who had not been out for a long time, finally came out to play. Yu Kuang had let down his guard these days, so he secretly let little Yu Shu out. Yu Kuang was supposed to participate in the martial arts conference, but he went out of the venue in the middle of the night to take a stroll. He didn't know how, but he bumped into a girl in the midst of the flowers. The girl was crying sadly. He walked over and asked, "Sister, why are you crying?" The girl turned around, shocked. Since when did the Martial Arts Alliance master stand behind her and call her sister? She was so scared that she did not dare to cry anymore. She asked in a daze, "Huh? I'm asking, why are you crying? Do you need help?" "I can help you," Yushu said sincerely. The girl did not know what to say to this cute alliance master. She just shook her head and said, "No, nothing, I just feel hot." How could she not feel hot? Her senior brother had given her that kind of medicine, and she had been soaking in water for so long, but it still did not work. She felt like she was going to die. She did not expect her senior brother to do this. If he did it because he liked her, she would have accepted it. But he only did it because he wanted to inherit her father's position. Although the Jade Bee sect did not have a high status in the Jianghu, they still had some wealth. That must be what he wanted. When she heard his words, she knew that she had been deceived by her senior brother. Although she did not fall in love with him, she still treated him as her closest kin. Even if her real father wanted her to marry him, he would not object. In the end, she did not expect him to be that kind of person. "I'm not fine." "How can you be fine when you're sweating?" "Let me see, I'm a doctor." Everyone in the Jianghu knew that the martial arts alliance master was not only skilled in martial arts, but also in medicine. But it was said that he was in love with the current empress, a legendary woman. No need, before she could finish, the alliance master's hand was already on her pulse. This martial arts alliance master was the most eligible bachelor in the Jianghu. He was every girl's dream lover, including her. However, she had never thought that she would be so close to him. The little girl immediately fainted. He felt as if his entire body was burning, as if something was leaving him. All he could see was the alliance master's beautiful face. She slowly leaned over and hooked her arms around the alliance master's neck. But he didn't dodge. Instead, he said, "You're so hot. You have a fever. Find a place to rest. There's an inn over there. I'll take you there." Yushu was pure, but he still had basic social experience. So he picked up the little girl and ran, but the little girl didn't behave on the way. She touched him here and there. His Yushu had never been touched by a woman like this before, and it made him feel uncomfortable all over. Finally, he booked a room and sent her upstairs. He thought that he could feel her pulse, but who knew that the little girl had the strength to push him down on the bed. "You. What are you?" Before he could finish his words, the young lady's lips had already pressed against his. A special taste instantly spread throughout his body. He unconsciously enjoyed all of this and didn't move, allowing the little girl to get busy on his body. But in the end, when both of them were in danger, or should it be said that it was already beginning, the little girl was tired and couldn't move. How could this be? Yushu felt that he had to do something. If he didn't do something, he would die. So he pressed down on her. The night was spent passionately in the spring. Yu Kuang slowly woke up in the morning light, but what were the memories in his mind? He actually had Yushu's memories the next morning, and it was such an important and ridiculous memory. He sat up abruptly, and the little girl who was putting on her clothes fell to the ground. She didn't make a sound when she fell, and slowly got up. Her eyes were like peaches from crying, and her face was very pale. However, she silently gathered her clothes and suddenly knelt down. "Alliance Master, I didn't do it on purpose yesterday. It was because senior brother drugged me. That's why I did such a shameless thing. Please forgive me, and goodbye." The little girl ran away in tears. She was so fast that Yu Kuang didn't even have time to call her. After she left, he put on his clothes and thought about what happened last night. She wasn't lying. Moreover, he knew this little girl. She was the daughter of the Jade Bee sect's sect master. Their sect specialized in raising poisonous bees and controlling them to attack others. This little girl seemed to be called Yu Jianyang, and she looked extremely shy. When he got out of bed and saw the red on the sheets, Yu Kuang's ears immediately turned red. He never thought that Yushu would do such a thing. And to a little girl, she was only in her teens. No, what Yushu did was also his own doing. He had to take responsibility, didn't he? But why did the little girl run away in tears? Shouldn't she at least ask him to take responsibility? Yu Kuang couldn't understand, but he finally realized that the little girl had been drugged, so someone must have wanted to harm her. He hurriedly tidied up and went straight to the Jade Bee sect's location for the martial arts assembly. Yu Jianyang was depressed because her senior brother had come to propose marriage. However, his face was a little dark. After drugging her yesterday, it was obvious that he wasn't the one who got her. However, he still held her hand with the expression of a holy father and said, "Junior martial sister, don't be afraid. No matter who that man is, senior martial brother will admit it." It's because I want you too much that I'm like this. Bitch, you gave your virginity to another man. After we get married, I'll get rid of that old man. Let's see how I'll deal with you then. Let go of me. Yu Jianyang was exhausted from last night's torment. She couldn't break free from his hand. She was brought to her father and even knelt in front of him. Speak, where did you go last night? The Jade Bisect sect master had always been strict with his daughter. Not returning home at night was a big deal. Father, master, junior sister was taken advantage of by a wild man because she's young. Please don't blame her. What? The Jade Bisect sect master almost fainted from anger. He's not a wild man. Besides. Yu Jianyang blushed and said, I took advantage of him. She face-bombed. The Alliance Master was so soft and cute. She was too much of a beast. Junior sister, you're still young. You can't speak for that man. I'm not speaking for him. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have. Junior sister, how can you slander me? I didn't sleep last night looking for you. Master can testify. Yes, I didn't sleep last night looking for you. I stayed at the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion for one night and slept with 2 girls. Also, the drug used on you. Miss you came from there. Madam, come here and testify. A voice suddenly sounded. Yu Jianyang's face immediately turned red. She also noticed that the Alliance Master's face was red. This. She remembered how she pushed him down last night. She was so shy. What should she do? The sect master of the Jade Bisect felt that things were not so simple. Why did the Alliance Master suddenly investigate the matters of their sect and even brought someone to help him deal with his evil disciple? The senior brother didn't expect the Wulin Alliance Master to suddenly appear. He was stunned for a moment. In the end, his crimes were all reported by the madam. He couldn't help but curse this B***tch for being heartless. Obviously, she had promised not to say anything. The sect master of the Jade Bisect was about to go crazy. He said, how dare you treat your junior sister like this? She treats you like a brother. Like a brother? She would rather be with a wild man than choose me. I already said that he's not a wild man. Then who is it? You still want to protect him? The sect master of the Jade Bisect frowned. His daughter was about to get married. He couldn't let someone else take advantage of her for free. But looking at his daughter, it seemed like he had bullied someone else. It was obvious that she didn't want to say anything. It's me. Yu Kuang was a man after all. He was also the Alliance Master. Therefore, no one doubted his words. He also admitted to it. This shocked Yu Jianyang and the senior brother who was kneeling on the ground. The sect master of the Jade Bisect couldn't sit still. He slipped down from his chair. Don't blame him. This was too shocking. Such an ascetic Alliance Master had actually been taken care of by his daughter. No wonder his daughter looked as if she had let that man down. He really couldn't blame her for this. The Alliance Master was high and mighty. She had been ascetic for 10,000 years. Now, she had lost her virginity. She even blushed. The sect master of the Jade Bisect almost burst out laughing. Who wouldn't want to have an Alliance Master as their son-in-law? The senior brother was stunned. Who could tell him what was going on? Junior sister and the Alliance Master. Didn't that mean he was doomed? Just as he thought, he was dragged out very miserably. Then, Yu Kuang unnaturally knelt down in front of the sect master of the Jade Bisect and asked for his daughter's hand. The sect master didn't think much of it and nodded his head. But his daughter said, wait a minute. Ah? Why wait for such a good thing? You can't find such a good son-in-law even if you searched for a lantern. No, his daughter found him without searching for a lantern. This was luck. How could he reject it? However, his daughter refused to do so. It's a misunderstanding. You didn't even recognize me in the past. So, let's just forget about it. I recognize you, Yu Jianyang. You were here during the martial arts convention. Yu Kuang was a little nervous. What did he mean by a failed marriage proposal? It seemed like this was the second time. No, he definitely couldn't fail this time, so, he stared at Xianxia with the spirit of a competition. In the end, the girl was already nervous. After what happened last night, she couldn't take his stare and fainted. Yu Kuang knew some medical skills. He woke her up and stayed by her side the whole time. The martial arts convention was held every year. It wasn't as important as getting a wife. Ask him if he was an ascetic. Wasn't he anxious, who didn't want to find a wife at this age? Looking at how well Longheng was living, he would be a fool to not be jealous. Look at how Longheng's children were running around. He would be a fool to not be anxious. So, Yu Kuang used all his patience to coax his little wife. In the end, he married her. Not long after, his child was born. But his little wife found his schizophrenia very refreshing. This made him a little depressed. Of course, this was something that happened a long time later. End of book, end of chapter 292. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.